Light a match, let it go. The fire catch, explode. Blow your mind one more time. Hurricane running through my veins. I'm buck wild, honey child. Ain't a line that I won't cross. This is the payoff. This is the payoff. I would let anyone get in my way. No one can take my pain. The This is the payoff.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. You are watching live pictures of the Swiss Pro Waterski Resort, the Swiss Waterski Resort, and the event that will be coming up right next is the Swiss Pro Slalom. My name is Tony Lightfoot. I'm sitting here with Matt Reaney. A little bit of a nervy start here because we are about 2 hours behind our original time due to the rain that fell quite hard here. But we do have our skiers up and ready, and some latest information being given to us so far as the starting line lengths for the men and women in this event have been published. So kind of give us a little bit of the skivvy on that one, Matt.
Yeah, I haven't heard for the guys, but I know the girls are going to be starting at 32, which will probably affect maybe half the field or so, but just speeds things up a little bit because, you know, with the rain delay, we got a little time crunch, but I think it's going to be an awesome day now that the weather's cleared.
Swiss Pro Slalom will be coming right at you in just a few minutes. We'll start with our first few skiers, but let's check in first of all with Hall of Famer Wade Cox.
Thanks, Tony. Always super pumped to be here. I'm here with Mr. Clint Stadelbar, owner of Swiss Ski Resorts, 11th year hosting the Swiss Pro, and I think it was Freddie Winter I saw on his social media page. Like, this begins our summer now, and everyone looks forward to it, the whole water ski industry. Welcome.
Thank you, Wade. Yeah, it's like we're the season opener. We just had a little rain delay, but now the conditions are perfect. We're really happy for this 11th edition. Yeah.
And so maybe, certainly on both sides, a more open field than we've ever seen. The ladies' field, you got 4 or 5 girls that can easily win the event. On the men's side, we saw last year with all of these skiers taking their first event, putting a lot of pressure on the veterans. So it's really a toss-up, right?
No, we have an incredible field today. We have the current world champion men and women. We have really the best skiers in the world. Very big diversity. You have the old-timer, seasoned skiers, pro skiers, and then we have a bunch of young skiers, both in men and women. So it's going to be very interesting. Every skier is going to really show his abilities today. There's going to be maybe some good surprises.
Well, and as Matt just said, the weather's going to break for us, hopefully. Yeah, we're going to see some massive scores. Back to you guys.
All right then, thanks a bunch. And we've got our boat making its way back to the dock. Andrew Bergman at the helm of that Nautique towboat in Masters Blue, making its way back to the dock. And here is our running order. Trinidad Espinal will be our lead-off skier, followed by Daniela Kretzmer, both of those competitors from Chile. Then our first Canadian hits the water with Neely Ross, our third skier off the dock, Vanessa Veek out of Australia, Ali Garcia from the United States, Paige Pagozzi will be our sixth skier off the dock, followed by Ali Nicholson and Regina Jacobs, both from the United States. And we end off two Canadians, Whitney McClintock-Rainey and Jamie Ball. So a star-studded lineup there, Matt.
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, that's what's so cool about Swiss Pro. It's like all the pros are, in Central Florida training for the season, and we get a star-studded lineup out here. It's pretty cool.
Yes, indeed. Just looking over the starting dock, and the skier whom you see on the dock is, I believe, Daniela Kretzmer, and also right on the corner of the dock there, getting ready to go, is going to be Trinidad Espinal, who recently set a world record in the U17s in the girls slalom with an impressive performance, I believe, in Chile, right?
Yeah, I saw a video of that. Really, really great skiing from her. I mean, we saw her come up through the ranks. I believe she won the Junior Masters last year, and yeah, she's one of these young ones that's very accomplished and very hungry. It's been fun to watch her progress.
And we will see her in this competition. We'll also see her possibly in the World U21 Championships, which will be held in the Lakes of Castingstone in Predator Bay, Canada, which will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC.
Ooh, it's so nice up there.
Yes, yep. I certainly love that part of the world, and I certainly look forward to making my return there. But here we are, Swiss Pro Slalom 2025. On track right now. First competitor out on 13 meters. 30-meter start for Trinidad Espinal. Personal best is 2 at 10.75 meters. And I believe that's the score that represents the junior world record. And not looking too bad on 13 meters, like she knows how to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just looking at the running order. I see her and Daniela maybe the only two that would normally start at 28 anyway. So I think I don't think it's a hard push for them.
All right, and we look over at the dock again, scanning over. We see Gustavo over there. We see Daniela Kretzmer, and in the meantime, we'll send it over to Wade.
Well, hey guys, I was curious this morning, sitting during the rain delay, if the move was going to be as was made. If we were going to go 13 meters for the girls, 12 meters for the guys. And Matt, Tony, maybe this will be the first event that we've ever done this. So, yeah, it'll be some interesting nerves. But, yeah, hopefully 2 rounds we'll be able to sort of sort through all of that and get to the late afternoon round, which we normally see the best skiing, or if not the best for the whole year. So, yeah, looking forward to a great day down here, guys.
All right, excellent stuff there, Wade, and getting ready now for 12 meters, second pass for Trinidad Espinal. So going through 13 meters, it's a pretty intense opening pass, but coming back on 12 meters, what has to change between 13 and 12, man?
I mean, it's just stronger behind the boat. The gate starts to get a little bit more crucial. So, these are still warm-up passes for these guys. So I don't think it's going to phase these young ladies at all.
I'm seeing like elements of a technique that I can appreciate from back in the day, rising up and then going down in the middle of the turn. With the edge change a little bit. Very noticeable with Trinidad Espinal, and
Yeah, I mean, she just looks so good behind the boat. I mean, she's got a really strong stacked position, and which bypasses them needing muscles. You see these girls are really strong behind the boat. Not that they're not strong, but they don't have to have all the super strength to try and beat the boat. So just standing on their ski really well. It makes the boat just kind of passes the energy and they go side to side.
All right, looking at this, rising up and then going straight into the tail end of that turn and leaning Ooh, a little bit of slack there on number 4, but I tell you what, she gets it taken care of. A right-footed skier, meaning that her left side of the course turns are going to be more to her advantage in comparison to the other side. Plus, she has a better gate shot. So, for those of you that are new to this webcast on TWBC, if you haven't subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel, go right ahead and do that, and you'll be instantly notified the next time we go online with a new webcast and also other content as well. And also you'll be able to chat with many other like-minded folks, as we see Trinidad Espinal stalling up a little bit there on 11.25 meters, getting halfway down course, which is a pretty credible score. But with the competitors that are to come afterwards, she really has to conjure up some credible magic in the second round to stay in contention.
Yeah, it's always tough when, you know, you're first and there's a rain delay, because when you're first, you get here super early to try and get ready, and so, you know, and look at this, we're third pass, we're already into 38 off, so it's like it ratchets up quick when you got to start at 32. So, you know, she just looked a little out of rhythm with the boat right from the start, and down course at 1, a little further down course at 2, and then she was done at 3. So I think, you know, she'll probably have some food and get ready for that second round.
And just that slack rope hit on the tail end of each turn, you know, I mean, you can probably do it once and get away with it on a pass 11.25 meters, but doing it twice and more beyond that, it's just a little bit too much for her to get back in contention by that point.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, even her 32 looked a little out of rhythm for her. She's normally a little more with the boat than it looked like in that pass, so you know, it is her, I think this is her first one, is it? She skied last year? Or was this
she
her
did.
First one? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she did for the first time last year. So looking okay, but I think she knows in her heart of heart that halfway down 38 off is probably not going to put her in the top 6. A reminder that 6 advance through to the third round women's final, and it is when we got our rope tension contest out there as well. 285 kilograms of force upon that line. And
that thing's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're offering a bounty and a nice trophy, and I think also a slalom rope as well for each winner of that rope tension contest.
Yeah, I think my wife won last year in the women's.
She's probably still skiing with that same rope, huh?
No. But I know we have I think we have 1, maybe 2 Popeye trophies.
Oh.
She does get the gun show out every once in a while, that's for sure.
And hopefully we'll get to see that as a penultimate skier in this round. So, all right, from one Chilean to the next. This is Daniela Kretzmer, a former junior world champion. Took that title several seasons ago, not in the last junior world championship cycle, but the one before. And not looking too bad on 13 meters. 13 meters for those of you that are just joining us here on the webcast. We've gone one pass later as the minimum starting speed for these competitors in the women's contest. So 13 meters instead of 14 as the minimum starting line length. And just trying to shake off the nerves before she hits the water is Neely Ross. And yep.
It's cool seeing Daniela here. I mean, she had pole position in the finals at Moomba this year. So I don't know if she liked it or not, but she was last off the dock in the finals at Moomba.
All right, then let's send it over to Wade.
We need you. Hey guys, standing here with Mr. Freddie Winter, and sort of been a big weekend, right? We've had LCQ. Early weekend. Last night for us Americanos was Hall of Fame banquet, and now sort of our season start. So a lot of energy, and then a rain delay sort of always gets the nerves on pins and needles, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm very happy to be standing here at an actual pro event where we make some money and do our jobs, which is, we're lucky once again to be here at Swiss. And For sure. I mean, I woke up this morning. I tend to ski fairly early, so I woke up and I'm like, all right, let's go. And then there's a delay, and so. But I'm pretty early in the field, earlier than I probably normally am. I didn't ski many tournaments last year, so I'm ranked a little lower, which actually is an interesting spot to be in. So I'm excited. I'm going to go do it, hopefully.
But isn't it always nice to show up and see the ladies sort of get water like this, and so you sort of gauge, because you will be going out early. You've already sort of got to gauge this if you've been out there skiing yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I ski here a fair bit. I know what it's like. We're going to have a bit of wind later. It's going to come from across. We're going to start at 35, which is going to be different, but actually, that should be fun. I mean, I always, when people say that's too short, I'm like, well, Charlie Ross ran 39 the first ever time. He started at 35, and did it like when he was 16 or whatever. So, no, it's gonna be a good day. Things are gonna be great. We'll see what happens. I'm ready to go do some water skiing again.
Irrelevant. It's going to take a whole bunch of buoys at 10.25, right?
It's going to take a whole bunch of buoys. Yeah, I mean, last year, what was it? Will won with 4, and then Rob second with a bunch of 3s. So I can see it going a little bit higher than that. I'm going to hopefully try and join that and push that up. I didn't do very well last year, but yeah, I mean, I think we've got a lot of motivated skiers here trying to do their best. We've all had big winters. It's a world's year, so people are fit. I think people will be, at home watching a lot of very, very good skiing today, and hopefully I can contribute to that.
We're going to watch him rip it up later. Now we're going to get back to these ladies shredding it now. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and indeed we are back, and got Matt Reaney here sitting next to me, and we've got Daniela Kretzmer going through the opening 2 passes. Looking a little bit down course on 1 or 2 turns, but she's able to fend that off a little bit with a little bit more resistance behind the boat with each pass that sees a shorter line. And this now is 11.25 meters and needing more than 3 to take the lead at this early stage of the competition. There's one little on the back. A little bit of an airborne edge change into number 2, but unfortunately just unable to control the speed that it generated, and 2 buoys is going to be it there for Daniela.
Yeah, it just didn't look like she took the intensity into the course there at 38, and again, if they're starting at a pass shorter than they're used to, maybe they're just not ramping up quick enough, but definitely got pulled down course and had a delay, and then got loaded up and popped into ball 2 that little bit. So, if you're starting shorter, you got to start stronger and harder right from the beginning.
Yep, and I think she kind of overloaded on herself a little bit there. We'll take a look at this approach into number 1 again. Looked fairly good. The ski came round and she was on the back, and then, whenever the ski loses traction like that, it has a tendency to the tip to work its way towards the boat and send in speed directly at the buoy, and not the best of situations.
No, unfortunately, whenever that ski pops and leaves the water, the boat tends to bring it with it down the course.
Mm-hmm. All right, so 2 skiers are so far gone. We see our leader, Trinidad Espinal, on 3 at 11.25 meters, Daniela Kretzmer on 2 at 11.25 meters. But we've got a whole slew of skiers to go, actually 8 more skiers to go before we round off round number 1. And it is certainly advantageous at this early stage of the game for the competitors here to put up a pretty decent score and alleviate the pressure one would feel going into the second round, not needing to push hard to get to the next stage. All right, then. With that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Miss Trinidad, and tell us about your ride and maybe what might be different the second round.
Yeah, right now we start at 13. It was like a bit like too difficult for me, but yeah, next round to be more active in my first passes. And yeah, I'm happy with the result. I want more, but yeah, really excited for next round.
Well, good deal. She is going to rip it. She's going to get through that 11 next round. Promise. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you. And next skier up from Canada is going to be Neely Ross, and her best, her season's best, which I believe was last season, was 3 at 39.5 off 10.75 meters, and it certainly takes a heck of a skier to get down that far on that line length. Here we go.
Yeah, and when you see those season's bests, you know, looks like they're a buoy here, buoy there, but you know, these girls have been doing this for a long time. Once we get down this list a little bit further, so you know, they definitely have a little more experience than the first two girls.
All right, that's Neely Ross, absolutely on fire there with 13 meters opening pass. And before we check in with 12 meters, let's check in with Wade.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Miss Danila, our second skier and co-leader. And so what might you be thinking for second round?
Well, it wasn't the start. I was looking for a 38. 35 felt pretty good. So I want to change a few things for the next round, but conditions were great, so I think we'll do it.
Well, we just sort of chatted, and us old schoolers would say she at least did a down and backer and got a look at the 11. So, yeah, expecting big things from this young lady as well. Back to you guys.
All right, and checking in with some of our fans underneath the big marquee tent. They're looking at a big screen with the action that you see right now. There you see the starting list. We've got Neely Ross on the water right now. We've got 7 more skiers to go before we round off round number 1. For those of you that are commenting on the live chat, top of the morning to you. We've got folks tuning in from Ireland, tuning in from the Benelux, countries such as Belgium and the Netherlands, also from Australia. And we certainly appreciate our fans tuning in. And if you want to be part of that live chat, you know what to do. You have to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Here we go, Neely Ross, a little bit back and a little bit down course off number 2 on 12 meters. But I tell you what, she is coming into this with some kind of aggression out there, Matt.
Yeah, she looks strong. Little delay out of 2-ball there, but you know, Neely's strong and such an accomplished slalom skier. So I don't think those little hiccups are going to bother her one way or another.
Nicely done, and 1 pass up, 1 pass back, and getting ready for 11.25 meters. And there is Andrew Bergman, who has probably driven quite a few sets there with Neely at the,
maybe.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, I see. It's like he's turning over a leaf. No face coverings this year so far in the 2 events he's driven.
Yes, indeed. Kind of looking a little bit like Spider-Man with that hood and everything every time that I've seen him drive up to this point.
Yeah, I'm sure his Instagram followers have gone up a lot. You know, I think by the end of the day he'll have a bunch more as well.
Okay, I need to check in on his Instagram account and see where that's going. And I tell you what, a skier who's actually getting a really good following on Instagram is your son.
Oh, little Zany, yeah. I think he crossed over 10,000.
He's crushing it out there. He's going to have enough to pay for college by the time that comes around.
Yeah, he's having fun.
All right.
That smile doesn't take much to go viral. So.
And speaking about someone else who's been quite active on Instagram is Neely Ross, coming into the course right now on 11.25 meters. Oh, look at that number 1. Bam. Oh, a little bit down course off number 2. She's round number 3. She'll take she'll actually tie the lead at this point in the proceedings because she gets number 3 inside number 4. So this is going to be a little bit interesting going down the line.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, she got a strong 1-ball, a little bit of slide there at 1-ball. You can see her ski she pushes on it and it slides around a little more than I think expected. And then she took it, you know, you got to squat down when that happens, and then a little long into 2 with some slack. And yeah, I mean, at 38, you can't have those crushes behind the boat like you see there.
Yeah, she got broken forward off number 3. I mean, she tried her best to stay in the pass, but unfortunately, can't afford to have too many mistakes such as this. Getting some tremendously good angle, but just not quite the positioning necessary to take full advantage of it, Matt.
Yeah, her ski just kept turning and turning, and then she had to really go down to kind of protect it from coming out of the water. So
So there we go. As Neely makes her way back to the dock, we see a few of our competitors. There's Nate Smith there, whom we'll see in the men's competition later on. There's Regina Jaquist and indeed Paige Pagozzi. And she'll be coming to us very, very soon. About 5 skiers from the end of the women's slalom round number 1.
I'm excited for that one.
All right there. So 260 kilograms of force. I don't know where that is on the leaderboard right now. So far, puts her in second behind Trinidad Espinal, I believe. So we've got 2 elements that we're watching here. We're watching the performances, which is going to allow our top 6 skiers to advance through to the third and final round of competition today. But also we'll keep an eye on what these young ladies are able to exert against the boat in kilograms. All right, so skier about to take to the water, originally out of Western Australia, but now making her home in South Florida. This is Vanessa Wieck.
Yeah, Vanessa on Friday qualified for the Masters out at the LCQ, so her and Paige got in there.
Oh, congratulations to them both.
Yeah.
Vanessa Wieck, no stranger to the hallowed waters of Robin Lake in Callaway Gardens, and we'll see her slicing and dicing it there. But in the meantime, right here and now, with the pristine conditions that are commonplace here at the Swiss Waterski Resort, we'll see her slice and dice. 13 meters, opening pass, Vanessa Wieck. And
That looked pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Like she's done that a few times. But with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Neely Ross, our new leader. I know you wanted more. Tell us about the conditions. When I skied, I always wanted a little bit of texture, and it is just flat glass out there. Did that affect you at all?
I mean, it's perfect out there. It's glassy, it's sunny, it's absolutely amazing. This place skis amazing. Yeah, I don't know what I did out there. Conditions are perfect, so I don't really have an excuse.
No, well, that's kind of sometimes you just have to own it as you're doing. So what might you change, for second round?
I've got to change a lot for next round. I don't know exactly what, but I've got to change a lot.
Okay, she's going to digest, grab some lunch, and be back on the water this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Okay, any suggestions you can offer her as she kind of thinks away as to what adjustments she needs, Matt?
I mean, I think Drew's probably watching, and she'll watch the video, call her dad, they'll hash it out and come back with a plan, I'm sure.
Indeed. All right, there. Looking at the starting dock, we see Ali Garcia all headphoned up, and I don't know why she does that.
Oh, they all wear their headphones right to the bitter end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. This now is Vanessa Wieck, and looks like she has a good smattering of fans from Australia tuning in right now. It's probably in very early morning there in Australia right now. Early Monday morning for those folks down there, probably chewing on their breakfast right now and watching some high-class skiing courtesy of Vanessa Wieck.
Yeah, probably some of them might even be late for school or for work, sitting watching this too long.
Yeah, but that's
totally worth it.
Yeah, that's why we have cell phones, so you can watch it. So you can watch it if you're riding on the bus. So here at the Swiss Pro Slalom, we are giving you the chance to win a ski of your choice, courtesy of Waterski Broadcasting and also D3 and Conley slalom skis. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and also for your chance to win yourself a D3 or Conley of your choice. So, little tail heavy there off number 5 into number 6, and Vanessa Wieck. 2 passes to the good right now. And we'll see if she can make an impact on 11.25 meters. It's a pass that she's run on many of an occasion. And of course,
I think we'll see Vanessa get through 38. She looked good at the LCQ the other day when I watched her. Looks like she's skiing well and strong. And
yeah, and she's had to battle an injury or two within the last few seasons, you know, and which has affected her consistency and even her ability to be at some of the pro tournaments that come around. But Matt, it looks like you are dead right. 6 buoys, 11.25 meters. Not the most stylish.
No,
no.
That was weird. She was off balance a lot in that pass. Didn't look like she was going to miss it, but it looked like her ski was running away from her the whole time. It's kind of weird.
Yes, indeed. That goes back to that old poem by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head while all about you are losing theirs. Keeping everything calm.
Yeah, and that's where you really see the experience. You know, she's run this pass for so many years, and even though she looked a little off balance and bouncing around in certain places, she just hung with it and didn't panic, didn't push on her ski ever, and just no problems really running 6.
Little bit of a shoulder charge into number 6. So yeah. But she got the job done. She is now in the lead, and with how many skiers? We've got 6 skiers to go. So basically now So now essentially we've got 6 skiers to go after Vanessa Wieck. So basically what she's done here by taking the lead, she's setting an early bar for our remaining skiers to go for, because if any of our remaining skiers do take the lead, then they have an inside track in terms of making it through to the final, save for what they do on the second round. Vanessa Wieck coming in, 10.75 meters, a little bit of a bounce into number 1. Does she make it round number 2? Does she take the hit? And I think experience told her, no, you ain't taking this one.
Yeah, she was back again out of 1 ball and had to pull all the way to get to 2, and smart to let go of that. I mean, she's got a lot more skiing to do today, so. Narrow at 1 ball that time.
Oh, and another shoulder charge into yeah, she got around number 2. She thought about it, and then she thought, nah.
In the old days, that was 2.
Yeah.
Thanks to Aaron Larkin at Mumbai, I think they changed the rules.
Yeah. Kind of known for almost taking the driver out, huh?
No. He was trying to get back to the center line and hit the side of the boat, or hit the back of the boat when he was trying to get his 2 at 41. So I think that's
I
when they
remember
changed
that
the
now.
rules. It was pretty crazy.
Yep. There we go. We've got a new leader, Vanessa Wieck, 1.5 at 10.75 meters, and that is now the bar in order to get into the top 6 at this early stage of the competition. And a skier about to take to the water, a former student of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns. This is going to be Ali Garcia. And we just saw briefly up on the screen 274 kilograms of force exuded there by Vanessa Wieck. And I think she takes the lead with that in the rope tension contest. All right, so Ali Garcia. Let's see how she does. She's been used to slaloming at 13 meters on the opening pass.
That camera is so cool. I love that swivel camera out around 2 ball.
Looking great.
Yeah, Ali looks strong and early on this pass.
There you go, slicing and dicing from one end of the course to the next. And with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Regina Jaquist, and we're making some late altercations here. Quite a weekend we've had so far. I talked with Freddie Winter. We had LCQs going on for us. We had a Hall of Fame banquet last night, and then our season over. You ready to go?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I did the LCQs too, so I qualified in jump yesterday, and then we went to the Hall of Fame banquet, so we got to spend time there, and that was really fun and really a special night to all the inductees and Scott Ellis. Congratulations to him. I know he was going to be here, but I think he's feeling a little fluffy this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I ditched early and I had to be here with you guys this morning, which I wanted to be. But, yeah, speaking of, things you wanted to win after you checked the Moomba, do you sort of won everything now? So what are your goals still?
You know, there's always more, and there's still that 6th ball at 41 off, so there's that. But no, I mean, it's been, you know, as they were saying last night, every inductee at the Hall of Fame said it takes a village, and, you know, I'm so fortunate to have all my sponsors and all my people that keep me going and, you know, are there for me. My family is just like my backbone, and I can't do it without them. And, you know, they see the drive and the motivation I have to keep going. And, you know, you treat every tournament as, you know, something that's going to be special, and you want to bring that win home to them.
Well, there you go, guys. 6 guys at 41 today. Back to y'all.
There you go. Fantastic skiing there around number 5 and number 6 on pass number 2, 12 meters. And, big shout out to Scott the Rocket Man Ellis.
How cool is he, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the definition of legend, you'd open the dictionary, and I think Scotty's picture would be in there.
Though they'll be hard-pressed to actually recall a time where he's ever been called fluffy.
Yeah, I think she was maybe talking more about his the way his brain was feeling this morning.
Quite possibly. All right there, so...
it's a great pass by Allie.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's looking very strong and skiing well.
And she's developing a resistance behind the boat, which will take a bit of pressure off her balance coming into each turn. If you can do that on a consistent basis, then you've got something to build on.
Yeah, balance is power for sure. If you're on balance, everybody just looks so much stronger. If you're off balance, it looks like you know, everything's kind of getting away from you the whole time.
So as Ali Garcia continues on with her effort, we're looking at Whitney McClintock-Rini just going through her preset stretches. And we've got our rope tension device and the bounty and the associated prizes for the winner of the rope tension contest in both the women's and the men's is sponsored by Masterline, of course. Here we go. This now is Ali Garcia. This is 11.25 meters. Needs to get on her A game and fast halfway down the course.
This is looking really good, Tony. She's on top of this one. Really, really nice.
A little bit loose
skiing.
into 5, but managing to stay patient enough to get round 5 and through number 6. And,
yeah, you could see she was in rhythm with the boat there. I mean, little mistakes aren't going to hurt you, but she was skiing in rhythm with the boat the whole time, and that was a really solid 38.
All right, then. So she would put herself in the lead if she can get round number 2 and to the wakes on the next pass of 10.75 meters. That's 39.5 off as we see a few of our crowd assembling around the judges' tower. As we see,
look at that one ball.
Oh,
that was a great one ball.
Yeah, managing to get the ski round and then just going at it hard behind the boat. Good leverage. Using the master line handle and doing very, very well with it.
I'm sure her coach, Trent, and my boss is looking at her here, watching her on the webcast today.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Trent Finlayson who comes to us out of Texas. He is the brand manager now.
Correct.
For Radar.
Yeah,
and
he's leading the next, I don't know how many years, but we're super stoked to have him in that position, and you know, he's settling in, learning the ropes, and it's fun. It's fun working with him.
Matt Rainey here, the head of design for Radar.
New job for sure.
And a whole bunch of new responsibilities on top of what you carry as being one of the coaches of Canada. But right here and now we see Ali Garcia with half a buoy at 10.75 meters. That moves Vanessa Veek. Well, Vanessa Veek still has the lead, but with 5 skiers to go, it means that the odds of Vanessa Veek making it into the top 6 have just received a little bit of a boost. But that's not to Not to say that that maybe Ali Garcia is completely out of the running at this time, but if she can conjure up a better performance and get round 2 in the next round, then it will put her in a better position going forward.
Yeah, it's a bummer because that gate was strong and she controlled the rope here really good and just looked like she kind of went maybe on her back foot a tiny bit there and just loaded up the rope. So.
And you know, I mean, the margins are so finite, aren't they? I mean, when you put just actually timing the gate pull out is critical in this instance.
Yeah, and I mean, she was really committed that whole set, which is the key. She can build on that. I think that's a really good opening set for Ali.
Now, one skier who's actually gotten round buoy number 2 at 10.75 meters in this event last season is about to take to the water right now. This is Paige Pagozzi.
Yeah, different name.
Yes.
So we gained a Rini a few years ago and lost one. So.
Well,
it's exciting.
Exciting times.
Yeah, her and Robert obviously got married in February and. It's a really, really fun wedding, and Bob's carrying her ski now down to the dock and doing all the husband stuff. He's being a good husband.
Yep, and Robert Pagozzi himself will be competing out there in the men's competition in round 1. We'll see him among our early skiers. But in the meantime, let's check in with Hall of Famer Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Vanessa Veek, not only our leader in the clubhouse here, but our latest qualifier for the U.S. Masters. Congratulations. Already a really good weekend so far, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Friday was a great day. So, yeah, just really thankful to be here. Just so grateful to be able to do it still. And, yeah, I'm glad the sun's out. So I'm sure it's going to be a good day.
So you got your 4 looks, you got your look at 10-7 coming back. So what might you do different, or same plan, just finish it off?
Yeah, I just had like I blanked out when I was waiting to turn in for my gate, and I just saw that I was going to turn in late. So instead of thinking about my key going into 1, my mind was just distracted by my gate approach. So obviously I'm going to go and have a chat to my husband, who's probably screen recorded it and analyzed it and already has a plan for me. So I'm going to go and chat to him now.
So I used to talk to one of my fellow Hall of Fame members, Ronnie Barton Bischoff, about you got to be in the present, right?
Oh, absolutely. If you miss the present, then you're just not having fun. So yeah, we're just all out here having a great time, and we're so appreciative to everyone. So thank you so much to Swiss for putting on the event, and thanks to you also for coming and chatting with us.
Well, I love it, and I love watching this girl ski and smile. So back to you guys.
Yes, and Nessie with plenty of support from her fans in Australia, all over that nation, from Melbourne to Perth, and Paige Pagozzi, 2 passes down and getting through 12 meters, looking very, very smooth out there.
Yeah, she told me this morning she's a little tired. They had a big couple of days with the qualifiers, but you get out there, that adrenaline starts going. Plus, they do a lot of Pilates. Her, Neely, my other daughter, Megan, they're always at that Pilates studio, so she should be getting strong.
Or the Pilates studio is getting rich, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But whatever it takes, everyone's a little bit different so far as their fitness regimens are concerned. Whether it's more cardiovascular or more strength type deal, but it's trying to achieve that balance that allows you to ski free of the boat, and then when the power is necessary to fight off the boat as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, obviously everybody does it a little different as far as their fitness regime, but kind of knowing your weaknesses and your imbalances and then working on that is really, the best way to do it.
All right there, Paige Pagozzi coming in. Nice release and one-handed gate shot. Ooh, bouncing up and down a little bit here on this pass. A little bit loose off number 4, but still able to get the ski round number 5, and then just absolutely takes it to the limit.
Yeah, the end of that was better. She got that pop into ball 2, but she managed to get her balance back. It's weird. Everybody's popping today. I don't know what it is. It just maybe just being a little defensive in that first round and loading up instead of, being committed and moving with speed through the ball, and then they come off that second wake and you see that little pop or that little imbalance. But she did well. She got it back there out of ball 3. She was right on top in a super smooth wake crossing there from 3 to 4.
It's just the thing, really. I mean, when you're looking at these slalom skiers and you try and put yourself in their position as they execute each pass. Whether you overload or underload behind the boat. Whether you do too much or just have the right amount of load going into the edge change and to achieve that balance going in.
Yeah, and they're skiing on. Different lake, different boat. Lakes and boats are like snowflakes. Everyone's a little bit different, and they ski a little different. And you just figure it out. That's part of being a pro, is coming, and just making the adjustments you need to make from not only buoy pass to pass, buoy to buoy, and round to round.
I like that reference. Lakes and slopes are like snowflakes.
Yeah, they are.
Yep, when you break it down, that's what it is. Here we go, 10.75 meters, entrance gates, number 1. She gets the number 1. Oh, she really powers up. And does she get 2? Yeah, she takes the lead with that.
Yeah, that was an awesome one. She should have smashed 2 ball there. That was a good 1 ball.
Well, not for the lack of trying. I
Nah.
mean, the ski came round pretty hard, and she really powered up to get to that other side.
I want to see her load. I want to see the pull.
I think she was going more for that than
maybe
the additional 1 or 2 buoys that would.
Let's see if Pilates is the key to that big pull. 284?
284.
Is that the leader?
I believe it is.
Oh, atta girl, Paige. Oh, second. Okay, I'm still proud of you, honey. That was a big pull.
All right, so Paige Pagozzi there, second place in the rope tension contest, but more importantly, in first place after that performance of 2 at 10.75 meters, 2 at 39.5 off for Paige Pagozzi. So now we're down to our final 4. We'll see Regina Jaquist, Whitney McClintock-Rini, and Jamie Ball to come, but preceding those skiers is going to be a skier originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, but splitting her home between Florida and Indiana these days. This is Ali Nicholson.
Yeah, she's the next. The next 4 girls they separate themselves in that they're part of that 41 off club, which is very exclusive in the women.
Yes, and running 10.75 meters for the first time about 2 seasons ago now, where she did that.
I think so.
Did that in Kayatha in Greece 2 years ago.
Yeah, she was so close for 2 seasons before that.
Indeed she was, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Paige Rini, our new leader. So Paige, walk us through your 10.7 and tell your dad how you might do the same and execute better, or might do something different.
I thought I had a really good gate there, and 1 was good too. I just kind of surprised myself, and I was like early and waiting, and then I was like, just went to Esther, and I don't know why, but I'm kind of happy with that score, and we'll see what this afternoon brings. So.
No, I saw exactly the same, Paige. You were quick off 1, lots of space before 2. What might you do differently in that exact same moment?
Just not hesitate. I mean, you can't hesitate at 39. If you hesitate for a second, you're done. And that's exactly what I did. So if I just go for it, I know I'll have a good outcome. So.
Lessons of life. Keep moving, skiers. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Yep, she got it right. Exactly. Perfect one. She's just got to be committed and go for it.
Absolutely, and a skier that has been committed to her craft for many, many years, even going back decades, as a matter of fact, is Regina Jaquez, who is on dockside right now, getting ready to go. The former world champion, many-time world record holder, the current world record in the possession of Regina Jaquez. But let's see what Ali Nicholson can do on 12 meters. A little loose off number 2, but managing to bring everything back. And Ali Nicholson, who is a traveling nurse by trade, uses skills to keep her head financially above water during the off season, and does quite well with that, Matt.
Wait, these pro skiers have jobs too?
I think so.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, it's always fun to watch Ali ski. She's got such a strong body position. If you watch her, I guarantee she's breaks that body position the least of anybody. She's just always standing so good on her ski.
All right, as we await for Ali Nicholson to come into the course, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Matt Reaney, and so good to have you watching the competition. Brought to you by Pro Gear and Masterline and Logitech and a whole bunch of other sponsors here providing us with their support. So we thank each of those entities very, very much indeed for their continued support. There's Regina Jaquez, 5 and 10.25 meters, the current world record. That was produced about 3 seasons ago now. And there have only ever been 2 champions here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. One of them is Jamie Ball, who we'll see last off the dock, and whom we see here. And the only other champion has won it 9 years previously, and that was Regina Jaquez. And hoping to put herself in that very, very exclusive pantheon of champions is Ali Nicholson on the water right here and now. At 11.2. Oh no! And what has happened there?
Yeah, it was weird. She just kind of went a little bit long into ball 4, and then tried to, like, you know, when you got too much speed, you got to kind of skid that ski a little bit to get the rope tension, and she just kind of went for it and you know, couldn't hold the handle. It was weird. She kind of just 3 to 4. She just pulled long.
All right, let's have a look at this again.
Perfect one ball here.
Yeah, it looking good and looking on her game there with the first couple of buoys at the least.
But then watch this. It's like she sucked up the rope a little and then went.
Nothing she couldn't have taken care of, but I mean, the ski came round and just.
Yeah, she just had a little extra speed into 4, but nothing brutal.
All right, then. So that puts her on 3.5 at 11.25 meters. 3.5 at 11.25 meters currently puts her in 4th place right now. 3 skiers remain. Regina Jaquez, Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and Jamie Ball are all to come. 6 skiers make their way through to the 3rd and last round final. There's still a 2nd round to come, don't forget. But that score from Ali Nicholson has, at this time, probably gifted Ali Garcia a route through to the final, the 3rd round final, with her score of half a buoy at 10.75 meters. So at the very least, 11.25 meters, the 6 buoy count is. I mean, you've got to get it. Yeah,
for sure. And Ali Nicholson will figure out what went wrong there and come back. That's what's nice about these formats with 2 rounds, is that, you know, gives you a little bit to feel things out, and then you can either lock it in right away, or you can go out and push harder in that final round, or that final prelim round, and try to get to the final.
All right, receiving a few messages for some folks across the world with latest one from Mark Chestnut. Thank you very much for your comment. And if you do want to comment on the action here at the Swiss Pro Slalom, all you need to do is to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and the live chat will be there for you on the right-hand side upon your successful subscription to the TWBC YouTube channel. All right then, folks, here we go. Let's see what we've got here. Regina Jaquez. Good stout pull out there to the left-hand side. Now getting slung in the first third of the course, 30 meters. And just to clarify for you folks that are just watching, the minimum starting line length for the women is 30 meters. It's not a particularly difficult pass for Regina Jaquist, but with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Thanks, guys. As we mentioned a couple times, it was a big weekend for us Americanos, and also from some international competitors, as Scott, the Rocket Man Ellis, was inducted into the Hall of Fame. It was a huge night. Lots of stars from the industry came out. Just a super fun weekend to be a part of. And then wanted to say another shout out to our buddy Chris Parrish, who his dad Mike's had some health difficulties lately. Know you guys are watching. Love you both. And then a shout out to Down Under. I'm sure Heather Bonney is a watch and awake and paying attention. You guys have a great day. Enjoy.
Yep, that's probably one safe bet that you can make, that that Heather will be tuning in to whatever's going on here with this live webcast of the 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom. Also, big shout out to Jeff Serde as well, who has gotten his awarded distinction, being present last night in the festivities that took place in conjunction with the Hall of Fame induction of Scott Atlas.
Yeah, congratulations to him, and definitely prayers for Mike Parrish. He needs our prayers right now, so it's we're all wishing for him to make a full recovery.
All right, here we go. Regina Jaquist, 12 meters. Not doing too much to unsettle herself out there on the water. Getting some firm resistance at the back of that towboat. And Regina Jaquist looking strong, and 11.25 meters. Critical pass coming up for Regina Jaquist, pass number 3.
Yeah, that looks super easy. Looks like she's in rhythm. You know, these passes for these girls are warm-up passes. They're trying to feel the boat, feel the driver, you know, just see what's coming.
So, nicely done on number 1. It's just remarkable the amount of fluidity that she has, and just skiing in tune with that rope at every single occasion. Just brings the ski around, meets up with the handle, and not really producing too much slack at the end of the turns. You know, that's how smooth she is.
Yeah. Yeah, she controls the rope really good.
That's right. So, Regina Jaquist, day job is a compounding pharmacist. That's kind of like the one stage above being a retail pharmacist. You know, you actually get to create the medications that you dispense. Here we go. This now is Regina Jaquist. Entrance. Number 1, keeping a good tight line. And that has been the hallmark of her skiing. Just the way in which she is able to keep line control and stay with the pass no matter what.
Yeah, that looks super balanced there, and the rope stayed tight. She got that little wobble at 4-ball, but not very much.
All right there, so we see a few of our male skiers are starting to rock up to the registration inside the tent here at the Swiss Water Ski Resort for the Swiss Pro Slalom 2025. And so here at the Swiss Pro Slalom, the 11th edition and 10th edition of the webcast that has been almost an ever-present here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. In all divisions, we have on site 13 world champions, open and an age category divisions among those world champions. 7 open world champions, 4 men and 3 women. And we also have the current world champions of both open men and women, and 15 nations are represented.
Wow, those are some stats right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of yeah, you guys were talking about Hall of Fame. There's a bunch of future Hall of Famers in there.
Yep, and you can definitely be rest assured that one of those future Hall of Famers is on the water right now.
Yeah,
Regina.
absolutely.
2 for the lead. Oh, getting the hard snap on number. Oh, all over the show.
Baby.
On number 2.
Wow.
Oh, I kind of, man. I have a hard time recalling Regina Jaquist not being in that position.
She just got off balance there at a 2-ball and got in that lean lock and managed it really good off the second wake.
So there we go.
Her 1-ball looked really good, and then 2, she just kind of like fell over a little bit. Same sort of thing that happened at ball 4 at 38, just obviously at 39, everything's happening quicker and stronger, so.
All right there, so 253. Pretty light on the line in comparison to a good few of our skiers that have gotten there before. But she got the number 1 that she needed. She really wanted to get as much out of that number 2 as possible. I mean, she is right foot forward after all to try and get a good advance on 3. But because she gets a 3 on 10.75 meters, it moves her into the lead, and it gives her a better than average chance of making it through to the third round slalom final. And that moves Paige Pagozzi down a spot from first to second. And I think at that point for Regina Jaquist, she knew the gig was up.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a oh boy moment there out of ball 2.
All right, as we await Jamie Ball to take to the water, skier on the water in this slalom event at the Swiss Pro Slalom. We've got Whitney McClintock-Greeny.
Yeah.
So it looks like Alpha 2 is the 0 off setting, and looking very smooth with it. And multiple-time world slalom champion, and multiple-time world overall champion way back in the day. That is Whitney McClintock-Greeny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
McClintock's actually her middle name now.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, her name's not hyphenated, but you know, you can call her what you want, Tony.
Okay. When did that happen?
Like 7 years ago, after we got married.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. All right, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with our new leader in the clubhouse, Miss Regina Jaquist. Probably not what's going to take the win in the tournament, though, right?
No, that's why you mess up on the first round. No, that was just kind of get the bearings, not the score that I would like, not the set that I'd like. But, you know, we got hopefully 2 more rounds, and just kind of build from there, go from there, learn, and do better than that.
All right, we're going to stand here and have fun with her, but you guys enjoy. Back to you guys, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. And a little bit of perspective there from Regina Jaquist, 9-time champion here at the Swiss Pro Slalom.
Yeah, nothing to sweat about. She'll figure it out, I'm sure.
Yeah. She likes this setup here at Swiss Waterski Resort, and you can find out more by going to swisswaterskiresort.com. Whitney Reaney. Looking good on 12 meters. Well, it doesn't get much smoother than that, does it?
Very smooth. She loves skiing here, and I know she'd love to win out here. She's probably, I don't know how many seconds she's got. That's a stat somebody can look up, but I'm sure it's a lot.
And there was actually a two-way runoff for the win several seasons ago and that actually went to, 2 or 3 runoff rounds.
Yeah, that was a lot of skiing that day.
Yeah.
I think she took that Monday off after.
Yeah, not surprising. But let's have a look here, right on that Radar Vapor Pro build. like the way she balances everything. You know, she's a left-footed skier, which means her turns on the 135 side she can more comfortably handle.
She looks really good here.
Pretty even on both sides, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
So in the 11 years in which she's competed in these championships, she's been second 5 times and third place 3 times.
Yeah, she had 1 year she was pregnant and 1 year she was just after pregnant.
Oh, excuses,
Yeah,
excuses.
we won't go there, will we, Tony? You commenting about her baby weight.
I vaguely remember that day. Here we go. This is 11.25 meters. We just a little bit here, but I tell you what, looking good, looking strong, and that is about as good as it gets so far as 11.25 meters is concerned.
Yeah, no baby weight this year. She looks amazing.
You're not going to let that one lie, are you?
It's not her or me. It's all her fans.
Yeah, I can tell they're all assembling right now on the
ready to hang you
on the live chat.
I love it.
But there you go. This is Whitney.
Yeah, this was a great pass.
Yeah. And it's just having that balance, just having that confidence in what the ski can do, and all of the practice rounds that one takes during the course of the week. You know, just working on little bits and pieces. You know, because you know skiers change. You know, from season to season. You know, I mean there are little bits and pieces here and there that you can work on. It's always a case of not being satisfied and always feeling that you can improve.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, none of these girls in this event today are just kicking back and cruising. They're all trying to get better at on the water, off the water, mentally.
All right, let's have a look at our drone shot there, expertly flown by Jason Scholl. Here we go. Let's have a look. Here comes Whitney Reaney. This is 10.75 meters. Gets a good start on buoy number 1. There's number 2. She's still there, She's round number 3, and she will tie the lead with that round of skiing with 3 at 10.75 meters. She is in a two-way tie for the lead with that score with Regina Jaquist.
Yeah, not a great gate there. She got popped into ball 1 on that gate and, looked a little tight in her arms. And I don't know. She was down course at 1 and then real down course at 2.
All right, she'll swim into the shore and she'll be...
You can watch this right through the gate.
And good enough for third place on 284 kilograms right now.
She tied with Paige. Is that the same pull that Paige got?
I believe that. I believe you might be right there.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Just getting that ski round number 3. I mean, she had the approach into number 1 and certainly got the best of starts that you could ever have. But
yeah, that was an expert S turn. The S turn on the onside is always a little trickier. She's very good at it. Yeah.
So Trinidad Espinal has 285 kilograms of force. And not too far behind is Paige Pagozzi and Whitney Reaney.
They're tied, huh?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Should we arm wrestle this round to see who gets the silver medal on the pull?
I don't think they'd want to injure themselves that badly. All right, then, here we go. This is Jamie Ball, the current world champion and the defending Swiss Pro Slalom women's champion. Looking good. And showing elements of what she does in the off-season, which is backcountry snow skiing, with the way that she uses her knees and uses every other moving part out there to execute each turn. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with our co-leader in the clubhouse. So we're going to do the same thing we did with Miss Page. You're going to get to walk hubby up there in the booth through your 10-7 and how that went.
Okay, we're not actually looking at it on the screen. Okay, so coming into 10-7, I probably wasn't thinking what I should have been thinking, like to run it. But there was just so much like chaos in my brain thinking, oh, there's a bunch of people at 2. Regina just got 3. And I couldn't settle it fast enough by the time the gates came. So I was a little distracted when I was going to pull up for my gates. I'm a little hungry. I ate really early this morning in anticipation for this, so I think get some food in and should feel stronger the next round.
And how were your first 3 passes? How was your groove?
Not great. I overshot my first gate thinking, okay, I want to make sure I have some speed. Overshot it, so then at 38 I was so slow. Yeah, some stuff to work on. I mean, I'm glad I got to go out there, do first round. I mean, it's not a horrible score. 3 is, I mean, not great for what I want to do out there, of course, but just a decent first round and then have some fun the next rounds.
And you got 2 looks from each end, so you're all good for the second round. Get some food. We'll see you back in the water soon. Back to you guys.
Well, there we go. A day's worth of coaching in the space of about 60 seconds there with Whitney McClintock-Greening.
The adrenaline's still going. She was talking fast there.
Yeah. All right. We'll look forward to seeing her later on in round 2. But continuing her assault on the course in round 1 is Jamie Ball.
Jamie's looking strong as always. Really balanced on her ski. I think it's so cool how she just like bugs out for the winter and snow skis and then comes back. This is always her first event, and you know, obviously she's refining that comeback process because she won last year, so she's getting better and better at it.
Yeah, and maybe taking a little bit more of an off-season, taking into account that that she won this event this time last year, having only gotten back on the water two weeks prior. I don't know if it's the same situation this season, but that was an incredible performance that she put down last season to win.
Yeah, and I mean it's not like any of them get worse at water skiing when they take time off. So it's, you know, fitness and rhythm, and if you focus on that when you come back, I mean, and I think just having that, you know, that come back and you got a tournament rather than, oh, I'm going to start skiing, and that's what's so good about, you know, Moomba is it gets everybody ready. They got a tournament early in the year, and they, you know, once there's a date on a calendar, you tend to get better a lot quicker.
Indeed. All right, so here we go. Jamie Ball. This now is pass number 3, 11.25 meters. Every one of our competitors has at least gotten to this line length shortening. Getting that back forward there into number 4. There you go. Good skiing there and getting ready for 10.75 meters.
Yeah, it was a great 38. A little off balance in a couple places where she was maybe on the back of the ski a bit, but then, you know, she's just so on top of it, it didn't affect her at all.
All right, then, let's start talking about numbers, okay? We've got Jamie Ball out here and looking at the instant replay on this pass at 11.25 meters, absolutely on her game. Let's have a look at the leaderboard a little bit and see where the cut line currently is right now. I believe Ali Nicholson on 3.5 on 11.25 meters, which currently puts her in fifth right now. But actually that puts her now into 6th because obviously Jamie Ball has outskied her. And now Jamie Ball is currently in 5th and still continuing to ski. Anything more than half will put her into the next position above that. Then 1.5 at 10.75, 2 at 10.75, and then that two-way tie with Regina Jaquist and Whitney McClintock-Greening. So that's those are the targets that she's looking to get past. All on this one pass coming right up. 10.75 meters for Jamie Ball. Let's have a look and see. Entrance. There's number 1.
Great, number 1.
There's number 2.
Little delayed
little
here.
Back. Oh, she's back in it. She's back in it up until about buoy number 4. And with a 4 buoy count at 10.75 meters, she takes the lead outright after round number 1 in the women's slalom at the Swiss Pro 2025. Jamie Ball from Canada, 4 buoys, 10.75 meters. And we're about to go to the men's competition in just a few minutes. But let's have a look at the instant replay, Matt. 10.75 meters. Right foot forward.
Perfect 1 ball here. She got a great 1 ball, and she just got a little back out of 2, just on the tail of the ski, a little delay. And then she never really quite got her balance back, but almost.
Well, shoulder charge there into number 3.
Yeah.
But
She's
she
almost
got
on top of
she
it.
got enough of that back, and bear in mind that number 3 is her offside turn, and she got as much as she could out of that to get to number 4.
But, I mean, if you look at her and Regina, you know, they got in trouble at 2 ball, both of them. So a lot of times if you're a righty, that 135 is just like automatic. Yeah, like look at that. It's pretty perfect there.
Good knee bend and showing us that snow ski technique.
Yep. She's charging, that's for sure. Looking good.
All right, getting round 4, getting to the wakes, and with that, let's check in with Wade once again.
Hey guys, here with our new leader in the clubhouse, Miss Jamie Bull. So a little different, maybe a little bit funky conditions with it being so flat, or what?
I mean, it's nice out there. It's pretty perfect. There's definitely like some texture on the gate at the far end, and that gate's already fast. So I think like 12, I was running super quick, and then I tried to slow it down at 10.7 there, and it's just like, it's a little funky. I'm definitely like, oh, I don't know what to do, where to go, but it's fine.
And first round of the year always is that little bit, no matter how much prep you do, how much time you spend, is always like, well, I hope this is going to work, right?
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could go for more prep, but I also don't want to sacrifice skiing. So like we were talking about, so it's okay. I'll figure it out.
Well, we're going to go watch snow ski videos together now. So get back to you. Have fun.
All right there. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Jamie Bow in the lead with 4 at 10.75. A two-way tie for second exists between Regina Jaquist and Whitney McClintock-Rini. Paige Pagotzi is in 4th place right now with 2 at 10.75 meters. Vanessa Veek on 1.5. Ali Garcia on 0.5. And basically on the outside looking in is anyone that has come up short on 11.25 meters, namely Ali Nicholson with 3.5 at 11.25. Trinidad Espinal on 3, and Neely Ross also on 3 for a two-way tie for 8th spot, and Daniela Kretzmer with 2 at 11.25 meter. All right there, so that concludes round number 1 in the women's slalom competition. We're going to go into round 1 of the men's slalom competition as we continue to rock on forwards with the 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom. The men's coming up next, so grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite chair. We're about to throw down with the men, and all of that is to come right after this.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Needs a ball when he gets over. Inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
All right there, back to action. we've got the men's running order. Bautista Humada from Argentina, Camille Bamra are lead-off skiers from Argentina and Morocco, respectively. Then Nicky Antonsen of Austria, Robert Bogozzi of the Dominican Republic. Then Benjamin Stadelbauer of Switzerland, Jaime Palomino of Mexico, Thibaut Daillon of France, Tim Tornquist of Sweden, Charlie Ross from Canada, and there you see the remainder of the list, and we'll keep you updated with how that progresses. All right, 12 meters. Opening pass for Bautista Humada.
This kid is definitely one of the up-and-comers. He's really good in slalom and trick, and I think, he's this is probably the first time in a tournament some of these first few ones have started at 35.
Now, seen him compete in the Junior World Championships a time or two before, and will probably be a feature in the U21 Worlds, which will take place towards the end of July. Notwithstanding the fact that he may actually be eligible to ski in the Pan American Junior Pan American Games Championships. Also, I think I'm not too sure where it's going to be.
That's in Paraguay.
That's in Paraguay,
right? And then next Easter, he's got Junior Worlds at his home lake in Argentina.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, he's young, this kid, and very, very good.
All right, and if you fancy the chance of winning a ski of your choice, whether it's D3 or Connolly, make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That it's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. All right. Getting a few fans from across the world checking in from all the way across the United States, from states as far afield as Louisiana and Michigan and Texas and California, and a smattering of other countries watching as well, from the Principality of Monaco all the way to the likes of Germany. Here we go. 11.25. Oh, a little loose off number 2, but it's still there.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And he's inside number 4.
Yeah, he got that weird wobble off the wake into 2, and then again into ball 3. So it looked like he was just getting high-sided a little bit. The handle was getting away from him. Again, I don't know if he starts at 28 or 32, but for this young kid to go out and start at 35 is probably a lot for him. So I think next round, we're going to have to see him go a lot stronger right from the beginning. So he's ready for these shorter line lengths.
Right, you are, and that was Bautista Humada from Argentina. I'm sure he's got his folks and his family watching as he produces 300 kilograms of force on the tow rope. He was on Alpha 2 on the 0 off, and just not getting the best of starts, and is all over the back of the ski, and just didn't feel all that confident with that attempt.
Yeah, and a lot of times, if you've run 38, 39, you run short rope a lot, you got to increase that intensity right away. But these young kids that are still, figuring it out, they take those first few passes to build the intensity. But, when you're starting at 35, you gotta be on it right from the beginning.
All right, and we'll see if he can be on it when round number 2 comes up.
All right, Camille, here we go.
Which will be in about a little over 2 hours, I would say, maybe a little bit beyond that point. But next skier about to take to the water and representing the Kingdom of Morocco, this is Camille Bamra. 12-meter start. His best is 5.5 at 10.75 meters. Currently a student at Rollins College. He's a junior at that fine Augusta institution.
I call it the country club.
Oh, you do?
Rollins, yeah. Because Hannah goes there, so I tease her about, how's the country club? How's the country club?
But there you go, and probably the furthest from his mind at this point, Camille Bamra getting through the opening pass of 12 meters, and I'm sure he's giddy with excitement at the prospect of skiing in his home country for a pro event on tour. That will be in Rabat in the second weekend of June. And that competition will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC.
And it's not at the man-made lake this year.
Nope. It's going to be a brand new facility on the river in Rabat. It's going to be a tidal river with about a 4-meter differential between high and low tide. And the course for that one has to be. Probably one of the more difficult courses that anyone has probably assembled, but we'll definitely make that work.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that experience, as I'm sure someone like Nikki Antonsen will be as well.
But yeah, we'll see.
He's getting ready to go right after Camille Bamra, who is now approaching the course on 11.25 meters. Probably one of our lighter skiers in this field of men's slalomers. Probably won't put too much pressure upon the line, but beyond that, he's able to make an impression there on 11.25 meters. Pass number 2, Camille Bamra of Morocco.
That was pretty good. He didn't look balanced the whole time, but he was not giving up, and he just kept charging and charging, and it looked good.
Yeah. There were a couple of instances where he could have been a little bit smoother, but it's just a case of just surviving and getting the job done at the same time. Just a little bit reared up on the back of the ski, not allowing it to turn naturally. It was just more in a hurry to get from one side of the course to the next, and not allowing in line for the ski to make that turn towards the tip. But whatever it takes to get the job done, he's up for it. So now he is in the lead by the virtue of him running 11.25 meters on pass number 2. Pass number 3, 10.75 meters. No, so what is going to happen here to affect the 6 buoy count here?
I mean, he's got to focus in on that gate and just try to like I say, when the rope gets short, you got to try and beat your ski back to the whitewash. You can't turn and stand on the back of it. It's like running. You got to have your body ahead of your feet.
All right, here we go, folks. Camille Bamra, 10.75 meters, gets the start. A little bit stiff into number 2, but managing to still stay upright. And I don't think he made it outside number 3, although he did try to sail the heck out of it.
Didn't look like he got much out of ball 2, did it? But he's very tall, so we'll let the judges figure out if he got around it or not. But I wouldn't be betting you much money on it.
No. All right, we'll take a look at this, at least for the first third of the course. A little bit jumpy with the edge change and not allowing himself to get settled in very well off the first couple of buoys. Does he get... Oh, yeah, definitely on the inside.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's 298 kilograms, and that puts him 2 kilograms behind Bautista Humada. Just critical to get the turn needed. And unfortunately didn't get it on either of those first 2 turns and leaving him down course. However, he is in the lead. Our only skier to get into 10.75 meters up this stage. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Bautista from Argentina, who's only 16 years old, his first pro event. Tell us how the morning was and what you're going to do differently for the afternoon.
All right. I wasn't skiing very well because I don't know why, but it feels great. The conditions are pretty good. Very good tournament. I so excited skiing here. I have to say thank you to to my coaches, my family, everyone.
Already a seasoned veteran. We're going to see him get more buoys this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, then we certainly wish him the best going forward. Bautista Humada of Argentina, and by the same token, we'll see what Camille Bamra can do. Incidentally, Camille Bamra and I had a little bit of a chat for the TWBC podcast. You can check that out on YouTube Music, on Spotify, and also on iHeart Music as well. So check that out, the TWBC podcast, available wherever you listen to podcasts. So, we have got coming your way, coming to us out of Austria, it is Nicky Antonsen.
He goes to Rollins as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yep, a whole bunch of them go to Rollins College. Kind of like a pantheon of champion athletes that have graced the hallowed halls of Rollins. So here we go. This is Nicky Antonsen. Entrance number 1. Good strike there on number 2. Oh, a little bit back there on number 3. This is a 12-meter start, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget the starting line length for each of our male competitors has been reduced from 13 to 12 meters to address the delayed start that we had due to the rain that we had earlier. And we'd be hard pressed to find any evidence that there was any rain earlier on in this competition.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, it might be a little uncomfortable for some starting at 35, but, you can feel the wind, and it's a headwind on 39. So I think it's good strategy, even though it's forced.
Okay, let's shoot it over to Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Camille, making me look short. But we've got your 10.75 up, and so tell us sort of what you were thinking, how it was.
Well, it was really hard to start at 12. It's very unusual for me. So I tried my best, I was like, I'm going to run 12, run 11, and see what I can do at 10.7. Try to get a good gait. My 1 wasn't so good. I tried to do recovery at 2, but it was complicated. And I believe I got outside 3. I don't know.
Well, irrelevant. So now that you've seen that, we know it's going to be a blue start or 12 meters again this afternoon. So what might you change, for those at home?
I would say the gait. The gait is very important, especially at those short ropes. When you start at 12 and you're used to start your rope that's a little longer, the gait is the most important, especially the turn-in. The turn-in to 1.
So maybe some premeditated reps in the mind, right? So we're going to get back with you guys. Thanks for having us here.
All right, then, back on now. We've got Nicky Antonsen trying to get the good start and the good rhythm to make 11.25 meters. Oh, look at that, number 5. Does he make it around number 6? Oh, my word.
That was solid. Man, he sucked up that rope around ball 5. Holy moly.
If you weren't awake at that point, you certainly are awake now.
He managed 6 really good. He had a lot of delay and a lot of rope at ball 5 there.
So probably needed a little bit of his country's most famous energy drink there to make that pass happen. But let's have a look. Oh, decent start on number 1.
Ball.
Yeah, good.
Little flat into ball 2 there. He got that bounce forward, and this is where the rodeo starts, right here.
Yep, having to use a little bit more in the way of muscle here to get into the 2/3 of the way into the course, bringing the handle low and on the inside.
Watch this. Oh, baby. Oh. Look at this view. Look at that view into ball 6. Goodness gracious.
Oh, kudos there to Jeremy Scholl there on that tower cam.
Beautiful.
Giving us that shot.
That is not a lot of space going into ball 6 right there.
Yeah, I mean, and you just had to get on your giddy up and pull all the way to number 6 to make that happen, and just hope that you've got maybe an inch or 2 to spare to get the ski round. And then the task isn't over. You still had to fend off that slack line, which he did. to get through the exit gates. Now, 10.75 meters. Current lead is 2. There's 1. There is 2. There is 3. And I don't know whether he made it on round number 4, but that might be a little bit inconsequential there.
I think he got around 4. He just kind of panicked on that S turn. He should have slowed it down a little bit to get the the full buoy, but that was good skiing. I mean, I'm impressed. I'm sure he's not used to starting at 35 either. So nice skiing from this kid. His 39 was really good.
Kind of broadish.
Look at that one ball. Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Got, again, a really, really good start. But bringing the handle in and setting his weight distribution towards the tail of the ski, which doesn't exactly help matters. Now, yeah, that's definitely with the ski getting around buoy number 4, but getting the full buoy count, not so much.
No, again, that onside S turn, you got to practice that thing. Gets away from you.
Yep. And let's have a look at 358 kilograms of force. He's currently in the lead in the strongest pull, the rope tension contest, of which there is some money on offer for the men's and women's division, plus a nice little trophy and a ski line. So there we go. That is Nicky Antonsen. So he'll trudge his way back towards the dock, but he does have the lead with 3.5 at 10.75 meters. Now, for those of you wondering how many skiers make it through to the men's slalom final, the round number 3, it's 8 that advance. So we are a little ways away from determining that right now, but in the meantime, our next skier to take to the water and representing the Dominican Republic, it is Robert Pigozzi. There we see our judges panel there doing some great work there. Michael Hurst is our chief judge, as he has been for many years prior to this competition.
Sir.
All right, here we go. This is Robert Pigozzi, former Pan American Games slalom champion. There's number 1. There's number 2 on 12 meters. Ooh, little off balance there out of number 3, but and number 4 as well. So trying to be really, really quick off the turns on number 3 and number 5 there, and almost getting caught out a little bit.
I don't know. I like that pass. That's kind of just the way Bobby does things. It's a little bit different.
All right, there. With that in mind, and let's check in with Wade.
Thanks, guys. There's always some good banter over at the VIP tent, or the skiers area, as we call it. And we just had young Bautista, 16-year-old, out, sort of making his maiden voyage on the pro scene. And then we got some seasoned veterans over here, like we just saw Nicky ski, Camille ski. We got Jaime coming up soon. And then our young phenom, Charlie Ross. These guys are just finishing their freshman, sort of sophomore years of college, but they're already seasoned veterans. So it's sort of nice to be with them down here. It's a good vibe. It hasn't got tense down here like it will later. So, yeah, I'm enjoying the moment. Back to you guys.
All right, so there is your leaderboard on the left side of the screen. Nicky Antonsen with 3.5. Camille Bamara on 2. Both of those scores on 10.75 meters. And Bautista Humada with his score into 11.25 meters. So, all eyes on the water right now with Scott Greenwood at the helm of that Nautique towboat. This now is Robert Pigozzi. There's number 1. This is 11.25 meters. Ooh, look at this. Getting the ski hard round. 2 passes under his belt, 12 meters and 11.25 meters. Good skiing there from him. Really determined skiing, as a matter of fact. And he's out there and getting ready for 10.75 meters, and a skier that has a point to prove.
I mean, he's spent a couple seasons off of reflex, and he's back, towards the end of last season. He's riding, the ski he spent 10, 12 years on prior, always from the same mold. So it's getting back to his old, Bobby form. He's starting to ski well and look good again. So it's exciting to see.
Yeah, interesting to see how he's looked over the last couple of seasons, and changing from one ski brand into another. It does represent a really, really significant change, because it's, ski designs, have different characteristics. You want more turn, you want more acceleration, you want to be more comfortable, but, all those aspects.
Yeah, and I mean, when I think like who's spent that many years on the exact same ski, I mean, the only other guy that comes to mind is Andy Mapple. He stayed on the same shape for a decade and won. So, and it just takes time to get back to being able to commit to how, Bobby cut his teeth on short rope on this thing, and he's starting to feel good again.
There's one. Oh, good start there on buoy number 1. He's still looking balanced on number 2. There's number 3, 10.75 meters. Oh, and just popped the tail on that one. He was looking in good shape right up to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. He just had a little too much speed there from 3 to 4, and jumped on the front to try and kill it, and the tail came out. But yeah, it's nice to see him looking back in his kind of regular form, and. Yeah, great one ball.
Oh yeah,
unreal
beautiful
one
one.
ball.
But
little wobble there, but super committed here.
So 403 kilograms of force off number 1 buoy. That puts him straight into the lead in the rope tension, and actually gives him the performance itself, which is 3.5 at 10.75 meters, puts him in a 2-way tie for the lead right now alongside Nicky Antonsen. So just getting a little bit, when the ski was starting to grip, or trying to reassert its grip towards the end of the turn, round number 4. And dumping him in at 3.5. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, sitting here with one of my favorites, Joel Poland, and we were just chatting away, but you got a Moomba victory. That was kind of cool. Start the season off right after a bit of a hiatus down under.
Yeah, no, it was a wicked start to the season. I mean, Moomba, insane tournament. I've not been let back there for a couple of years, so to get the opportunity to go back and then ski really well was, the best sort of start to the season you could kind of have.
And then you have some good vibes from this lake. Podium here last year in both events, the Swiss Pro as well as the Swiss Pro Slalom, sorry, the trick. But, yeah, what's the vibe today?
The vibe is good. Slalom's always a roller coaster, but I'm feeling pretty good today, so hopefully I can put out some good scores. And I always love coming to Swiss. Like, perfect lake. There's nothing that you really have to worry about other than just going and skiing. So, yeah, very excited for today and, hopefully put up some big scores.
So what was your jam on the way out this morning?
I was listening to Dave Dobbin. He's like a New Zealand folk artist kind of thing. Really good, like kind of old schooly rock, I guess.
There you go. Get your vibe on. Back to you guys.
I'm going to have to check out that artist, because it sounds rather intriguing. But there you go.
Joel never does anything like anybody else.
Yeah, you got that right. being able to excel in not in just one event, but in all three, and probably the only skier who can realistically put an overall score in a competition such as the Masters. You know, being in a unique position to qualify in not just one or two, but all three events. Anyway, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Nikki. So tell us about your 10-7, and if you had to do it over again right now, what would you do different?
It was quite a weird set today actually, but I gotta say I'm happy I'm here. I've been injured for 7 weeks on the foot, so it's my first tournament since then. What I would do different is, like, I've been struggling with my gates today. This side it's been too slow, the other side I was too fast. Probably I just pull out a bit harder and try to get a bit better gate to just at least give me the chance to get a better one and a better start, but we'll see. I hope I can do that in the second round.
Well, no, you at least did what we talked about with one of the ladies. You did a down and back. Got to look at the 10-7, so yeah, you'll make those adjustments, correct?
I hope, yeah, that's the plan. Already starting with 12 again in the second round, which at least now we already did. We got that out the way. I hope that will be better. I hope I figure out the gate a bit better, and I hope I run the 10-7. We'll see.
We've done it before. I'm confident he's going to do it again. Back to you guys. Not cool.
All right, there. So that was Nikki and Hall of Famer Wade Cox there with that, as we get ready for our next pass coming up for a competitor out on the water at this time.
Hometown boy.
Here he comes. This now is Benny Stadelbauer. 11.25.
That was weird. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was. I mean, on a site that he knows every nook and cranny on, and the ski just pops out the water for some inexplicable reason.
Yeah, that was weird.
Let's have a look. It bleeds off the speed effectively into the gate shot. He's a right foot forward. I don't know. Put maybe a degree or two more on the wing. I don't know.
The water break wasn't too high on the front. That's weird.
And Benjamin Stadelbauer skiing on a ski which has got one half cutaway on one side, and it's basically glued together on the other side. You know, just trying to experiment as much as he can, but sometimes you just have to get back to basics, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't see his ski, but that fin came out very, very easily. He was like in perfect position and just moving through the ball, and it was gone early. Like, it wasn't like it came out at the end. It came out like midway through the turn.
All right, skier about to take to the water and representing Mexico. This is Jaime Palomino, another skier who represents a college that's not
Tars?
The Tars?
I think they're called the Tars, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Okay.
Rollins College.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the Rollins gang.
Yep. All right, as we look at one of our next skiers measuring his rope, make sure it's within tolerance. Here's Jaime Palomino. Ski rocking up and down a little bit there into number one, and round number 3 as well, which could be a cause of concern going forward. But he manages to settle it down a little bit, and just in time as well, 12 meters.
Yeah, I mean, again, I wouldn't think Jaime starts at 35, so maybe just little nerves and a little fast right off, and but he got it back under control.
And let's send it over to Wade, why don't we?
Hey guys, here with Mr. Tomas de Gaspre, and if he's smiling bigger than usual this morning, some good results already, qualified into the Masters, so takes a little bit of the heat off this morning, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I started the season okay, was second in Mumba, and I qualified 2 days ago for the Masters, so it's good that it's out of the way. I don't have to go ski again next weekend, and I can just focus on, in 2 weekends for Callaway Gardens. So I'm happy to be here again, once again, and let's hope for a good season.
And I know the 12 start doesn't affect you at all. I saw you do it at Callaway many years ago and crush the field doing so. So you'll be ready to go. We got our 2 rounds as usual. Hopefully the weather holds out, and then a big final, right?
Yeah, I think the weather's going to be good for today, and then it's a tough field. You know, only 8 goes through the finals, and you can't count anybody out. So I'll just give him my best.
We're going to see him do that soon. Back to you guys.
All right, a few of our folks. One of them's getting ready to ski. The other one who has just come off the water. Looking at dockside, we're seeing Thibaut Dayan about to take to the water in a few minutes, but how soon he makes it out onto the water is going to be determined by the skier that's currently on the water. This is Jaime Palomino. Yeah, and I think it was actually, that pass was actually better than the first one.
Yeah, that looked good. I think he just, you know, feeling out that first one, obviously getting rid of some of the nerves, and now we're on the money pass right here. Well, the first half of the money pass. I think the next pass after this one's the money pass at the end.
Yeah, as far as he can get down 10.75 meters is going to be critical going forward. But with the field of skiers of this strength, you would have to say that probably getting into 41 off at 10.25 meters is going to be absolutely critical to anyone's chances of being a feature in the 3rd round final.
Yeah, I forget what the cut was last year, but I think it was a pair of 3s, wasn't it, to get in? Something like that, or a 3 and a 2? 3 and a 2. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be high. But, you know, Jaime's like his priority number 1 is to get through 39, and then after that, you know, he's just going to go for it. He ran, I believe he ran 2 at 41 a couple weeks ago at Drew's tournament, or maybe that's the season best 1.5 there. But just roped 39 really nice there.
And using the D3 Neo 3. A ski that you could potentially win if you participate in the audience prize competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to find out more and to put your entry in for the audience prize competition. Here we go, 10.75 meters. They're all broken over off number 1, but he's still got angle. There we go, that's off number 2. He's round number 3. Continue to go round number 4. Can he make it outside number 5? Yes, he can. And he gets to the wake after 5 buoys at 10.75 meters.
What an effort. That was good.
Good effort there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not going to be happy, but...
tantalizingly close to the run.
Yep, that was good.
Yeah, probably a little bit of anxiety was starting to creep in there towards the end, but probably bleeding off a little bit too much speed prior to his gate shot, and that's why the skier was losing his speed off number 1, and that's why he broke forward. But I tell you what, he got his giddy on back up very, very quickly after that. A little bit of slack line into number 3. Good to go round number 4. But they just had enough room.
Yeah, you can see on the water, and we can feel it. That wind's picking up a little bit. Probably helped him out a bunch there because he was long into ball 4, but managed to get outside 5. So, you know, good skiing. As I said, I know he's not going to be happy, but, yeah, he's slow on this gate. He's way back on the gate.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why he got broken over.
And this delay probably here. Yeah, big delay from that gate.
But he was certainly determined enough to keep pushing on. You know, taking a couple of errors, but not being totally determined from that point. There we go. That is a 5 buoy count. 5 buoys there for a skier that's just skied. That is Jaime Palomino. No doubt we'll get to hear from him in just a moment or so, but in the meantime, next skier to take to the water is going to be Thibaut Dayan. Quick handle switch, and ready to go with Thibaut. So Scott Greenwood waiting for the green light to proceed with that Nautique towboat. There you see the particulars.
Scott Greenwood's definitely one of the favorites with the pro men's slalom skiers, man. When they see him in the boat, they start licking their chops because they know he's one of the best to do it.
Yes, indeed, and I actually got a chance to speak with him yesterday as part of the TWBC podcast. You can check that out wherever you listen to your podcasts. Interesting conversation that I had with him, and he offered one or two tips for those aspiring drivers to better succeed in pulling skiers at this level. There we go. That's a 6 buoy count. Thibaut Dayon pass number 1. Let's send it over to Wade.
Hi guys, I'm here with author Miss Jen Craven. She is considered published now. So tell us your story.
Well, this is actually not my first book, but it is my first book that deals with water skiing. So it's actually my 7th book, but I grew up on a lake, loved to ski, and just thought it would be really cool to write a fiction story that centers in the world of professional water skiing. So the story follows 2 professional women on the season from beginning at Swiss all the way down through Miami, and there's drama along the way, twists and turns, some rivalries, sabotage, a love triangle, of course, because that makes for great drama. And so it's wonderful to be here. I watched TWBC for all of my research, and now I'm here in person, and it's really cool to experience and see all of these phenomenal athletes, doing their thing.
So where can our audience get your book?
You can find me on Amazon. My website's jencraven.com. And yeah, check it out. If you like skiing, then I think you'll like the book.
7 books. Wow, that's awesome. What do you have coming next?
I have another family drama coming out this September, and I'm drafting my book for next spring.
Well, there you go. Jen Craven, The Skiers. Get one for yourself. Back to you guys.
Super cool. I know Whitney's read it and loved it. Whitney, there's 2 female characters in it that are not meant to be Whitney and Regina, but I think there is some hints of Whitney and Regina in there, so it's pretty cool.
Well, I haven't read it quite yet, but I'm sure it'll be making its way onto my bookshelf, and probably.
You got enough traveling this summer that you can get through a few books, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right there. So Thibaut Dayon pass number 1 and number 2, 12 and 11.25 meters respectively. And Thibaut Dayon, who's been spending quite a bit of time in the real estate field, has his own brokerage these days and doing quite well with that. And using the sport, using this as a little bit of stress relief.
Yeah, at a really high level. Thibaut, he's been in the mix in slalom for a lot of years.
Oh, look at that turn-off number 2.
I mean, this 35 starts probably just like, he's probably thinking I should have done it because now I got headwind 39, and, he looks great here.
Just love that turn there off number 5 into number 6, and just that ski is just like carving like it's on a rail. And he's not letting up at all behind the boat. So, an opportunity for you to win the ski of your choice. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Make sure you get your entry in before the cutoff time. Thibaut Dayon, originally out of Mauritius, but skiing for France. This now is 10.75 meters. Oh, little bird broken over off number 1, but still managing to stay upright on number 2. He's still there on number 3. He's good to go around number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Thibaut Dayon, our first skier to get through 10.75 meters.
Yeah, that was nice. Very, very good skiing from Thibaut.
Wow. So 6 skiers in, And we had our first competitor through 10.75 meters, Thibaut Dayon, a little bit of a shoulder charge into number 1. But I tell you what, I mean, he has the height and he has the strength and the technical ability to basically just be able to ski himself out of some pretty tricky situations, such as that off number 3.
Well, the thing with Thibaut is he's very, very accomplished slalom skier and also an amazing tricker. So he can, the balance, to regain the balance, all those years of trick skiing he did. I don't know if he tricks anymore, but
probably doesn't have time to.
Yeah, it definitely helps. I watched Joel pull out of stuff that definitely is attributed to his balance from tricking. So.
All right, we see a few of our spectators along the shore. I'm sure that they were extremely impressed with what Thibaut Dayon was able to accomplish there on the 10.75 meters. Now, this is going to be a little tricky for him, 10.25 meters, but there is a slight wind behind him.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the front half of this field probably wants headwind 39, and the second half of this field wants tailwind 39. So, but there's not a lot of wind, and it's glass calm up there. So
here he comes. Bam, off number 1. Good
number 1.
Good one
ball, just stretched into
There's
ball
number
2.
2. And there we go, Thibaut Dayon.
That's a solid first score.
Could that be enough to make him go to the final in round number 3?
Maybe if he gets a 3 in the next round.
Maybe
yeah.
a 3 would probably do it, but 2 at 10.25 meters is certainly not a bad score to open up
it
with.
is. It's a good first score. I'm sure, obviously he wanted more there, but just a little heavy and a little out the back out of 1, and then he just got separated into ball 2 and had to S-turn it. He couldn't turn at that point. Yeah, sucked up the rope a little bit, and
just
then he's really
over.
Stretched.
But he knows how to S-turn.
Yeah.
We can give him that.
Very good S-turn.
There you go, looking in very good position there as he got behind the boat to complete that S-turn. It's something that he's done with a great degree of regularity.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's a little slow on that gate, and then. But hey, first guy through 39, really good first score for Thibaut.
All right, we're looking at some of the messages that have been put on the live chat, and normally from time to time we would get the lake temperature, and it's right up there on your screen, 20 degrees C, 79 degrees Fahrenheit. You're welcome. All right there, so coming in on his opening pass from Sweden, Tim Tornquist. Now here's a skier who's making some inroads in the sport of tournament water ski slalom.
What tournament, Tony, did he have his breakout at where he skied really good last year?
I think he actually skied pretty good in this tournament last season. Yeah, absolutely. So looking to try and replicate that. Let's go to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Jaime Palomino, and Jaime, we got your 10.7 up on the screen here. Walk us through it.
Gate was not bad. I was a bit narrow. Then here at 1, I think I kissed the tip of the ski a little bit. 2 was all right. I thought I had it coming to 3. I was a bit on the back, and then just messed up 3. And I thought I could go for it, but oh God. Yeah, don't watch me if you want to learn how to ski well. And here I just. Yeah, it was not the greatest weight. But try to turn it too late and gonna save it for the second round.
Well, Jaime, it looked like on the start, even though you had a lot of tip at 1 and you came out not in a perfectly stacked position, it looked like you had enough space at 2 that if you could have finished a little cleaner at 2, then yeah, you would have still had the space at 3 and been able to take it all the way.
Yeah, no, for sure. Breaking forward is something I do a lot and working on. But sometimes, if the ski just comes in front of you, you got space at 2, it works. So you kind of just go for it. I just messed up 2, but I got it for the next round. So
no, get a better start there and then finish it off next round. Back to you guys.
So Jaime there personifying the whole self-deprecation deal.
Yeah, what did he say? Don't watch me if you want to ski well.
Yes, exactly.
I actually like watching him ski.
Well, whatever floats your boat, of course. Here we go. This is Tim Tornquist. 11.25 meters. There you go. Looking calm out there. He's not doing anything in the turn that would upset his rhythm. That's about as easy an 11.25 pass as you're ever going to see.
Yeah, that was good. He was over his ski most of the pass there.
And he had a fan club here last year, complete with the enlarged heads and that kind of stuff. I don't know if they're still around for this season, but he certainly has a fan base around the world, and we'll see if they can get loud and vocal. That's Tim Tornquist. Let's shoot it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Thibaut Diane, our new leader with 2 at 10.25. So we get you framed up here. Take us through what happened.
That's 41, right? Yeah, slow at the gate. Narrow on the one. Yeah, no chance. There was no way I can do more than 2 right now. But yeah, hopefully more on the second round. Yeah.
I've been telling people for years, I grew up skiing with your coach, Tangy Bennett, and I'm like, hey, if you're a lefty, male or female, watch this guy ski. So you ran a really solid 39. What's going to be different there at 41 second round?
Well, gate setup, gotta be better on it. I was kind of like, it was a little tailwind, so I was like, no more speed, no speed. And then, well, that did not help actually. So hopefully second round, risk it a little more.
All right, good stuff. Great job already. Good score on the board. Back to you guys.
All right, here comes Tim Tornquist coming in at 10.75 meters. There's one. There's number 2. Looking good for getting broken over off number 3, but he recovers well. Takes a little bit of time out, and towards the end really got back into the game.
Yeah, that 3 ball just kind of reset him. He dumped over a little bit, and after that, it looked great. You know, that was an impressive 39.
Great effort there from Tim Tornquist, and now we're starting to get to the level of skier where they're almost, expected to get through 10.75 meters, no matter what,
Yeah, and I think, we heard Thibaut talk about, there's a tailwind down there at 41, and he was a little too conservative with the speed, and, I think that's going to be the key is that tailwind gate at 41, just committing to it and committing to having speed, and then, just work your way through it.
Great effort here from Tim Tornquist. Boom, there off number 5, and just went full-on commit on that turn, getting the ski round now. Okay, so let's start talking about some potential numbers, even at this early stage. I mean, we've still got plenty of skiers to come. I mean, we got, I think about almost a little over 20 skiers on this entire list. But the chances of Tim Tornquist making it through to the 3rd round final are definitely going to be enhanced, the further he gets down this pass of 10.25 meters. Yeah, if he can get 3 or maybe even a piece of 4, 2 at least will keep him in contention, based upon what we know with the remaining skiers, of course. Let's have a look and see.
Little pop into 1 ball there.
Yeah. Oh, and the handle just got away from him there.
Yeah, he was a little slow and then kind of got that pop into ball 1 and then sucked up the line.
All right, is that going to be half or is that going to be 1? That's going to be determined with the boat side camera view, I would say.
See his knees come up there?
Yep.
And then he's got all that line. Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be a half because the ski didn't make it exactly be directly behind the boat as it crossed the wake before the handle came out of his grip. Gets around buoy number 1 and just rocking back, and the handle coming away, and it's going to be a half. So with that, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Senor Martin, who last weekend took his second Swiss Pro Tricks in a row. Got to be a great feeling for a 17-year-old, right?
Yeah, it was really great feeling after first round. Wasn't that good, but then it ended up really good.
Well, I just chatted with your buddy Joel Poland there, who just walked by, who tricked 12,000 points last weekend and didn't win because this young man took his second title. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. He tricked really good. I was scared. He tricked 12-4, so it was a big score. I knew I had the run to do it, but when I went to the dog, I said, like, oh, I think you got me. But then the judges said I tricked more.
So what's the next event for you, the U.S. Masters?
Yeah, I'm doing Masters. I did LCQs this weekend. I was already qualified. I'm trying to I'm trying to do a big run, so try to break the 13K.
I think water skiing's in good hands. What do you guys think? Back to you.
All right, good to hear there, Matty Gonzalez, as we continue to rock along here. Skier on the water, current NCWSA National Collegiate Men's Slalom Champion. This is Charlie Ross.
Yeah, Charlie opened some eyes here. What was it, 4 years ago when he
Is it that long ago now?
I think it is.
At least 3 years ago.
Yeah,
you're probably right on 4, where he at the age of, what was it, 16 at that?
15, I think.
15 at that point,
Yep.
you know, and he just absolutely just crushed it on 10.75 meters,
right,
and put a score in that was just absolutely amazing. But we'll see what Charlie Ross can do coming right up. And Charlie Ross, let's not forget, Moomba Master Slalom champion, already qualified for the U.S. Masters this year.
Yeah, that's a big relief when you men's slalom qualifying for the Masters is not easy. There was 1 spot last weekend and 2 spots next weekend. So Charlie was happy to be home and practicing this past weekend rather than there and fighting for it.
All right, and this is the Swiss Pro Slalom event 2025. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Matt Reaney, and looking forward to seeing what Charlie Ross can conjure up with this performance in round number 1. Wind starting to pick up a little bit, which could be a cause of concern, especially given that the minimum starting line length for each of our competitors is 12 meters, which puts them with the tailwind pass on 41 off 10.25 meters, unless they decide to opt up.
Yeah, they can definitely opt up. But you can feel that wind building a little bit. So these guys that are capable, like Charlie's PB is 5 at 41, and I see on the screen his season best is 4. So, I think he's thinking, let's hit a home run in this first round in case it gets windy.
And tall enough and technically proficient enough to actually backside the turns on 135 on 11.25 meters, and that is crazy pants right there.
Yeah, he's come to the school a couple times this spring, and he's unreal. He's very, very, very good.
Indeed, we'll probably get another look at that, and there is Joel Poland, overall skier supreme. The only male competitor to have competed this season in the Swiss Pro Slalom and Swiss Pro Tricks. And let's not forget that Joel Poland, an absolutely sensational jump competitor as well.
Yeah, I saw a video with Freddie Krueger the other day saying that he'd never been around somebody who was a legitimate threat for the world record in all 3 events, and which I thought was a huge compliment for Joel. But Joel is very accomplished in all 3 events. He's one of a kind for sure.
We'll get to see him next, but let's continue to concentrate a little bit on Charlie Ross, the current NCWSA National Collegiate Men's Slalom champion, won that title this past season in the St. Marcos River Ranch in Texas, representing Rollins College once again.
And we know he likes it here. He ran his first 39 off ever here at the Swiss Pro.
There you go. 10.75
Look
meters.
at this, man. This is cruisy. This is a really nice 39. Man, oh man.
Wonderful stuff there.
Cruisy,
Just on his
cruisy.
game.
Yep. Yep, that was impressive. That ski's locked in on 135. It's just like, watch that thing. It's just locked, and he just rides it across.
All right, let's have a look at this again. And bear in mind, that 135 that he has is his offside. Ski just like whips round, gets the second hand on, and then he's off to the races.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. So smooth. Look at how close he's turning to the ball. I love these angles because it shows you, like, you know, how they come back on the ball so much. So good. What a 39.
Yeah, that's probably a technique that that Jaime Palomino will probably direct others to watch.
Yeah, so if I'm Charlie right now, I'm trying to go downtown and put out a big score.
All right.
He's early enough in the round that what does that say? She held up a sign. I couldn't read it quick enough.
It's more fun to ski at Swiss.
Ah.
Yes. Indeed, indeed. Let's have a look and see what Charlie Ross can do at 41 off, 10.25 meters. The current lead, courtesy of Thibaut Dayan, is 2 at 10.25 meters. The only other skier to have gotten into 10.25 meters. Longish pull into number 2, but he's still there in buoy number 3. Gets round number 3 to the wakes, S-turns and takes the lead.
Yeah, he's a little slow by the time he got up good on the boat, but then by the time he turned in, he was drifting back a little bit, and I think it cost him that little bit of space at ball 2. He hammered one ball, but you know, if you let that boat run away from you at the gate, it's going to run away from you into ball 2, and usually where you're going to pay for a slow gate is at number 2.
All right there. So Charlie Ross dialing up a pretty good score on the 10.25 meters. Is that score going to be enough to see him advance? We won't know until round number 2. But let's have a look. 337 pounds of force. Probably not the heaviest guy out there.
I wouldn't bet on Charlie to go home with the Popeye trophy. That's for sure.
All right, let's have a look and see. There's number 1.
Whew.
Ooh. But, I mean, off that turn, I mean, he had a chance. Look at this. Round number 2. Brought the handle in very, very quickly indeed.
Smart skiing. That was good.
Yeah, skied for 3, one would say. Gets to the wake before the next set of boat guides.
It's definitely like when it comes to that, it's not a go for it round. Like that 3 ball, getting that 3 ball's huge.
Working that D3 Ion 3 slalom ski to the max. A ski that you could potentially win if you enter our audience prize competition, waterskibroadcasting.com/play to enter. All right, here we go. This is Joel Poland, skier that turned some heads a couple of seasons ago by running through 10.25 meters and getting a score into 9.75 meters, which is 43 off at the World Championships. And let's shoot it over to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Charlie Ross, our current Moomba Masters champion. And it's hard to believe. How old are you, Charlie?
I'm 19.
This is my 6th year of interviewing this young man at pro events. So for those of you at home, this is nuts. So we got your 41 framed up. Walk us through this.
Yeah, I was a little slow on the gate. I thought the tailwind was going to push me. And so out of like that whole set, I was just like, okay, let's go easy at the buoys. And that's not what I did at 1. Holy cow, that was deep. And then 2, I felt a little tailish into it, and I didn't want to slide, so I picked up a little bit. That's not ideal. 3, I was thinking about the turn, but I thought it was going to be not going to happen. So 3 is a good score for a pro event, and so I'm happy to start it like that.
No, exactly. You get to look at it and say you at least got a backup score in the bag. So if you go same with that in down there, what's going to be different?
I mean, try to get more speed on the gate. 38, I was slow too on that gate, so more speed on the gate, and then just trust it. Like just again, it felt good out there outside of that, so just go and trust it, and let's try to run it.
Moomba champ right here, guys. Back to you.
All right, back here, I've got Matt Reaney here next to me on the announcing center. Here.
And they're all saying the same thing. They're slow on that tailwind gate at 41.
They might be onto something. Here we go. This is Joel Poland, 11.25 meters. I'd say the most tidy of slalom skiers that you'll ever see out there, but he more than makes up for it with some good determined resistance behind the boat and keeps himself on track in that regard.
Pretty solid there.
Yeah, no two ways about that. There is Joel Poland, former world overall champion, won that title in 2021. Came up short in second in 2023 to Louis Duplan Freiburg, and that is going to be a titanic battle come late August.
Big time.
Yep.
I mean, look what Louis did yesterday. Jumped to 230, 229, broke the French record, qualified for the Masters, popped out a 12.4 somewhere, 12.3, something like that. So, I mean, Louis in good form.
Indeed, indeed, and that is going to be a big head-to-head battle come the World Championships, which will take place in the last week of August during Italia's Ferragosto holiday, and that'll be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to go back to Riccietta. We were there 2011 before the Worlds in Russia. We went and trained there for a couple of weeks, and just amazing lakes.
All right, we have got Joel Poland getting ready, pass number 3. It's gone through 12 and 11. This is 10.75 meters. What can we expect from Joel Poland right here and now? Getting through round buoy number 1. Ooh, look at this. Like most other skiers running with Alpha 2 on the 0 off. That's about as good as a 10.75 meter
really
pass
nice.
as you will ever see. Probably not as stylistically adept as someone like a Charlie Ross did that in our previous skier, but
is that a term? Stylistically adept?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought this 30 line looked pretty easy. His
Yeah.
135 was really, really good. He's
Yeah,
just he's a little guarded on 2.4, but man, his 135 is so efficient in and out. Look at that. Zero hesitation.
Looking good.
What a great view with that drone.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to see the path that the skiers take on the approach into the buoy, and with the line length at 10.75 meters, I mean, at that point, I mean, any hope or aspiration that you have of actually backsiding the turn is just completely blown out the window. So the best you can do is to get yourself in a position to offer as much resistance against the boat, and whatever comes what may.
Yeah, I tell you, these drone views and all the camera views, it's helped so much with coaching, because I can watch these guys in practice all day long, but when it comes to a tournament, I can go re-watch these and see how they ski different in a tournament than in practice, and it's been amazing. And those trick views, 2 weeks ago, is just unbelievable.
All right, they're coming to you in beautiful 4K. This is the Swiss Pro Slalom 2025 on TWB.
That was a good gate.
Oh, look at this.
Come on, Joel.
Come on. Round number 2. Ooh, and just coming up a little bit short there on buoy number 2.
He wasn't slow on that gate. That was really good. He's just looked a little guarded all day on that 2.4 side for whatever reason.
So that puts him in a two-way tie with second place now with Thibaut Dayon. We've got about 10 skiers remaining on the list. But 8 advance through to the third round of a competition in the final. Let's have a look
at
and
this
see.
gate. Beautiful gate. Look at this. Connects out of 1. Really good.
Strong as an ox.
He's just a little standing back on that ski, guarding it. I don't know why, but.
All right, then. So there is a Joel Poland getting 2. That puts him into a two-way tie with Thibaut Dayon. We're going to have a quick refueling break. We are going full-on NASCAR style with that. Looking at Joel Poland with this effort inside buoy number 3, and with that puts him in a two-way tie for second place. So we are almost halfway down the field. We've got Charlie Ross in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. Thibaut Dayon and Joel Poland currently in a two-way tie with second place with 2. Tim Tornquist in 4th, and Jaime Palomino in 5th. And we'll be back with more live slalom in action. Let's have a look at the men's strongest pole. Robert Pagozzi, not totally unexpected there with 403 kilograms of force. Tim Tornquist with 361. Nicky Antonsen on 358. Joel Poland on 357. And Thibaut Dayon on 352. All right, and we'll be back right after this.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey guys, here with JP, 2 at 41. Walk us through this. What are we going to do different second round? You got a good backup.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, take a look, but the gate in 1 felt really nice. It felt like I maybe just didn't commit at the right time through 2. Yeah, that's really good. I had space here, and then I just kind of rocked back instead of across. Just got to commit more at 2. I mean, 2, 4, 6 felt like really good all the way through, like that 39. So yeah, next round, just trust it a little bit more on 41 and try to get further.
Well, I've seen a few of you skiers do the same where there's maybe a bit of a hesitation, and I heard your fellow, Paige Rini, your training partner, say I can't hesitate. You just have to keep moving. Is that maybe, yeah, you got to that moment where you did have that extra space?
Yeah, there's no room for hesitation on 41. Like, you got to be committed, you got to go for it, and if you pause for a split second, that's enough to stop you. And yeah, that's all that happened there. But
well, and then let's keep going here. We got Freddie Winter, your fellow countryman, out there, and that end down there creates, certainly when it's a tail breeze, which you're sort of getting a little bit of, because it is a bit short, there's a bit of a swing with the boat, so it's, kind of like murky waters, right?
yeah, I mean, I ski at Matt Rini's, and it's a short setup, so we're used to having a bit more speed on the gate, hence all of us are pretty good at gates, actually. But yeah, that end, it's a bit weird, but nothing too funky. Like, there's a flag down there on the green, so you can see what's going on, and yeah, it just feels good being here,
And we've seen guys run 41 from both directions here, so it's really a coin toss, huh?
Yeah, there's no preferred direction. It's just obviously a headwind's great, but no, both ends feel really good, and yeah, love skiing here.
A member of the 41 club right here too. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much there, Wade and Joel Poland, and some pretty on-point paint job there on his slalom ski.
I see he was bored yesterday. He had yesterday off, so he must have needed a project, an art project.
There you go. And he's lent his design expertise, if you can call it that, to the Graviton trick ski, the Joel Poland edition.
Yeah, I'm sure Trent will take note of those graphics and work on that.
Here we go. This is Freddie Winter. He's already gone through one pass, 12 meters. This is pass number 2, 11.25 meters. And Freddie Winter, who spent much of last season on the sidelines after injuring himself at a slalom event in France.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see him back, and I watched him ski on Friday. He looks like he's back strong and skiing really aggressive, and you know, obviously he's out much earlier in this running order than he should be if he had a full season. So I think he's really going to be the one to set the pace right now.
All right, so he's working his way from pass to pass, and he does ski here on a fairly regular basis, Freddie Winter. And just looking in really good shape there into buoy number 2. If you want to know how to ski an onside, take a look at Freddie.
Yeah, I mean, this pass was really nice, super smooth, and you know, he looks stronger and fitter than I've seen him at the beginning of any other season. So I think he's ready to have a good year.
Shall I say it? Smoother than a well-buttered banister.
Mm.
All right there. So Scott Greenwood out of Little Rock in Arkansas. Had the opportunity to talk with him yesterday for an episode of the TWBC podcast. You can check that out by going to your favorite podcast platform. Just search TWBC podcast, and it will pop up right there. My conversation with Scott Greenwood. Here we go. 10.75 meters round buoy number 1 and number 2. Letting it slide there a little bit on buoy number 3, but managing to get back into shape for number 4. And there you go. That is the Freddie Winter we all know and love.
Super solid there. Barely any bobbles at all. That was a great 39.
So Freddie Winter, who's been really excelling at this kind of level for slalom skiing, all the way back to like 2010 or 2011, where he competed against the likes of Thibaut Dayan and Sasha Deska. We've already seen Thibaut Dayan put a score into 10.25 minutes. We'll see Sasha Deska take to the water in a few minutes himself. But I tell you what, a lot of these skiers have been skiing against each other for close to 20 years now.
That T-Gas and Will, I mean, they've been skiing against each other for a long, long time.
Yep, and may that continue as we get ready for Freddie Winter to attempt 10.25 meters. So he's taken the lead in the rope tension. Over 400 kilograms of force, 488, I believe it is. 414, actually. And that relegates Robert Pagozzi into second place in that metric. Here we go. More than 3 for the lead. Here comes Freddie Winter. There's no... Oh, and blows the tail on buoy number 1. And that puts him in a two-way tie for 4th with Tim Tornquist. So he's going to be swimming into the shore and wondering what happened there. But we have the opportunity to find out for ourselves using this instant replay.
Hard to say from that angle, but looked like he was a little slow. Yeah, that
just brought that outside hand across his body too quick.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He didn't look different than normal. Let's see here. Yeah, he's slow. He's falling back on the boat a little bit, and then nothing looked bad though. It's weird that his fin came out so easy. Nothing looked bad.
Yeah, I mean, shifting enough weight towards the tip of the ski is always going to do that.
It's going to wash it for sure.
Yeah. But he's one good round away from getting back into contention. He's got half at 10.25 meters, but we've got about 9 skiers remaining. Starting off with Dane Meckler, who won his first Pro Tour title last season with a win at the Mastercraft Pro. And we're going to see him take to the water very, very soon.
What's going on the dock?
I don't know.
Dane's got an issue, and Nate and T-Gas are down trying to help him.
Uh-oh.
Maybe his lace broke.
Anyone got a shoelace out here?
Just cut some of that bungee. Yeah, you want my shoestring? Yeah, shoestring. Do you have scissors? Or? Anybody have scissors? Scissors. Hey, under the t-shirt tent. Nicole has them. Are we on
He's got 3 minutes. They'll get it fixed for him.
Yeah.
Okay, they're trying to pull the resources of about everything that you could possibly imagine: bungee, shoelace, even borrowing the scissors from our t-shirt vendor.
If I had an emergency and it was me, I would want Travers there. He's done a lot of stuff like this. I bet he's going to get this thing feeling good for Dane.
And it's great to see such camaraderie between the skiers. You know, I mean, it takes a village, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Take that one. Take that one. Can you cut that one?
I think I would go with the laces.
Yeah, no stretching the laces.
Correct. I think that's the vibe. Oh, my wife's down there helping.
I even saw Russell Gay. He's got some lace as well. Man, this is a monumental effort here.
Would have been. I was gonna say it would have been quicker just to unscrew Nate's binding and use it, or somebody else.
Are they both the same foot forward?
All right.
All right then. So less than 3 minutes later, and we've got a skier about to take to the water. We've got Dane Meckler. All right, so now he's clearly out of earshot. What do you say in this situation? I mean, how does he recover for something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to feel a little different, but hopefully they got it as tight as he'd be used to, because like obviously you don't want to feel the front of your foot lifting up when you know at the finish of the turn. You know, if for you guys who are watching, if you got a reflex boot, if you pop that bottom buckle closest to your toes open, you know, that's what he would feel without that lace there. So hopefully they got it tight enough for him.
All right, then, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Yeah, I was waiting on some drama, and we just got it. I just had a chat up here with my old friend Doug Ross, and we talked about, binding issues. They never go away. I mean, you just don't want them to break today, but you sort of saw the spirit and sort of the friendship. He had a pit crew there sort of in waiting and got him going. But what I always love about this event is you get a young crew like Batista, like Trinidad, and it's straight into some heavies. Like on the women's side, our third skier was Neely Ross. She can win the event. And same with the men. We have Freddie Winter and Dane Meckler sort of out early, if you will, in the middle of the round, but they are both great champions. So, yeah, a lot of sort of drama, but, yeah, we're getting it sorted out down here and back to action.
I wonder if that would make a book.
Well, we got a writer here.
Yeah, exactly.
We could ask her.
All right, then. I'm sure she's taken down some notes for the next one. All right, then. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Matt Reaney. Glad to have you on board for the Swiss Pro Slalom 2025 as we see Freddie Winter return back to shoreside. And We might be able to hear from him in just a few moments or so, but in the meantime, here comes Dane Meckler. First time a professional champion last season at the Mastercraft Pro over at Ski Fluid in Polk City.
Yeah, you can see he's just a little back out of 135, but let's see if he can make that adjustment. I mean, out of 246. His 135 looks perfect. So, like I said, hopefully they got that thing tight enough. It looks pretty good, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking really, really sharp. All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, guys. So we are actually just chatting about you going out mid-round, so to speak, being a little different than the usual spot. But once you're on the water, it's all the same, right? And so walk us through sort of how your round went.
There's a reason I'm in the middle of the round. It's because I didn't ski enough last year because I broke my leg. So, I mean, I'm sitting here annoyed I'm not skiing better, but, you know, water skiing's bloody hard. And, you know, I'm trying to get back to where I was, and I've done a lot of work, and that wasn't it, and I'm frustrated. But I had a good first 3 passes. Everything was really good. I was happy with it. And then I must have pushed on the front at one there, and it's, you know, I've been skiing for 4 months. I shouldn't be doing that, but I'll do my best in the next round, and I'm 80% into a process that is going to hopefully peak around end of August, and we'll see.
No, that's it. I walked a young man. His name was Chris Paris, who coming back from an injury as yourself, and you basically have to get your base miles in, and then you've got to go out and get some tournament action and to sort of see where you're at, right?
The thing for me, and I'm not an excuse person. I'm not. It's just that like my foot's facing the wrong direction. It's not facing where it was when I ran all these 41s and won all these tournaments before. So I'm learning to ski again. And like, you know, people change their equipment, change their fin, whatever. They can put it back. They can change it. I can't. I've got to. So I will get there, and I think there's actually benefit to it in to some degree. But it's not. I'm still making dumb mistakes, and that was a dumb mistake. And I'm better than that. My good level is pretty high. My medium level is, I mean, that's below where I should be. So I'm working on it.
Well, good stuff. I mean, you brought up a couple things, and we'll let you run. But when we do make a change as a skier, irrelevant of what it might be, much less it's a physical change, we really are only going to learn that under pressure. Like, we're not going to know if it works in practice, right?
I think I put as much pressure on myself every practice set as anyone. So, it's not like I'm sort of just having fun and sort of like, thinking about the rainbows in the sky when I'm practicing. I'm putting pressure on myself, and, I've rushed to get back to a solid level. I'm at a solid level, but, I'm ambitious. I don't want to be the guy that's doing okay because of a bad situation last year. I'm doing well because I'm good again.
Well, you got a big fan club, and everybody's happy to have you back. Thank you, guys.
All right, rainbows and unicorns to one side. Let's concentrate now on Dane Meckler, who just absolutely just smashed it with the 10.75 meters with a new shoelace.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you'd never know there's anything wrong with his boot on that. And that 39 was so good. So let's hope he can get a good gate here at 41 because he's skiing very well.
All right, he'll get a position higher than 4th if he can get past the halfway mark on this pass. Half of one buoy there. Look at that. There's 2. Does he get round number 3? Does he get for the wake? Oh, just about.
He got back to the wake. I don't know if he got around ball 3 there. Yeah, they're looking at it.
They're looking at it. But I tell you what, for the situation that
Unreal.
that
Unreal,
occurred.
yeah. It's not only that it feels different, but his heart was probably thumping out of his chest trying to get that thing going in time just so he didn't scratch. So, regardless, I think this is a great score. I mean, he's tight out of 1, early out of 1, just a little back, but then, he does look off on 2 ball there. Like
just wheelies up, and even if he wheelies up, he does get the ski
he
outside.
Goes around
number 3.
it. Let's see if he gets
Does
that.
He get for the wake? Yes.
He got the wake, and he did go outside it, but the displacement rule may be a factor here. So
Okay, let's have a look and see from the boat point of view. So, I mean, we know that he's got 2 at the very least. Now, the displacement factor, as you correctly mentioned, is going to determine whether he gets anything more than that. Rears up on the back of the ski, dude.
Let's see. Wow, it's hard to see at that speed. That's why they're looking at it.
Okay, we'll get the score for certain, and it is 3.
Wow.
There
Awesome.
you go, a tie for the lead.
I got to tell you, that was some impressive skiing, especially after all that drama on the dock before he went. So hats off to Dane. Heck of a ride there.
And would you suggest that he kept hold of that shoelace?
Nah, I think he'll probably fix it.
All right then. So here we go. Our next competitor up is going to be Sacha Desquin from France, from the ancient city of Lourdes. There's one. This is 12-meter start on Alpha 2. And seeing the consistency of our skiers, go through 12 meters, for their opening pass in the opening round, maybe there's a suggestion floating about that maybe when we have the Swiss Pro Slalom the next time in 2026, maybe it should be 12 meters, 12-meter start all the way throughout.
I mean, I like it just for the time, but, again, when this wind picks up, it's going to be a factor, taking tailwind 41.
Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, with our confirmed co-leader in the clubhouse. So, Dane, some drama there on the dock, though, right?
Yeah, a little more than I wanted for round 1 today, But, big thanks to everyone that helped out there. It was like 12 people on the dock trying to help, so I really appreciate it. And, yeah, it didn't impact the skiing. It's fine. It's just a bungee. It's no big deal.
So I've skied a bunch where you grew up skiing in the Natty, Cincinnati, Ohio, where, yeah, you're dealt with some conditions, delays, ski whenever you can. So today, a little rain delay and a little equipment, and no problem, huh?
Yeah, I got to be honest, it seems like a lifetime ago, though. So, actually, I thought the gate was good. I was just really trying to not overshoot it. I overshot the 38. 1 was great, and I was just like, man, I was so ready here to crank 2 and go, but fell to the back. And, just did what I could to get outside of 3. I just, I knew 3 today, just with everything going on, is a decent score first round, and then we'll see what we have to do the second round.
Well, good stuff. Do you need to go to perf ski or go back to the house, get you new binding?
I live 5 minutes away, Wade. I'll be just fine. No excuses for me.
Good stuff. Yeah, we're going to see him out there in the water again. Back to you guys.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's have a look at Sacha Desquin. Looking good on 11.25 meters. Certainly has plenty of power in reserve behind the boat and stays well ahead of the course. There we go, Sacha Desquin.
Yeah, that was good. Again, like a little delayed out of 1 and a little deep out of 2, and then he was fine after that. So we'll watch his gait, see if, he fell victim to that slow tailwind gait or not, but.
So there we go, getting a few comments coming in on the live chat and commenting on the camaraderie between the skiers and so on and so forth in respect to what Dane Meckler had to go through before he hit the water.
Yeah, and it looked like JT will get his shoelace back there. It was,
yeah,
he was walking around with just 1 shoelace in, so.
And just looking at this, Sacha Desquin looking in very good shape. Handle coming up a little high off number 4, but he still had enough angle generated from the ski to where he could make up some deficit there. But there we go. Sacha Desquin, he's through 12, he's through 11, and getting ready for 10.75. Our first look at Cole McCormick. He'll be up in about 3 skiers, actually 2 skiers from now. Rob Hazelwood will be our next one. So we are on 7 skiers to go, which means that Sacha Desquin is our 8th skier remaining. And obviously, if he can take the lead outright, then that will represent the bar in order to make it through provisionally before we get to round number 2. provisionally making it to the third and final round. And wow, Sasha Deskin.
Yeah, that he looked a little late and a little rushed there. He was held up at 2 and 3, but you know, he's run that for so many years, and he's so confident at it that he just kind of waits it out, and there wasn't really a doubt he wasn't going to make it. It just looked like he had to work a little more than normal.
And a skier that over the last few seasons has really struggled to stay healthy enough to actually compete at this high level weekend in and weekend out. But so far so good for Sasha Deskin in this competition, the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2025. Looking good here.
Yeah, 4 was really good.
Getting a little bit broken over into number 5, but still managing to push that handle down and still managing to get that ski angled enough. A very, very well-rehearsed trait of his.
There's Martin the tricker, right?
Yep.
No.
That would be Matty.
Yeah, I know. I'm just hassling Wade.
There you go. Just a quick reminder that this webcast is available not only on desktop computers but also on laptops and tablets.
It shows you how good the webcast is. He's sitting on shore watching it on his phone instead of watching it with his eyes.
True definition of double vision. Here we go. This is Sasha Deskin.
Big bounce into 1 off the wake there.
Round two. Does he make it? Round 3? No.
He got that big bounce out to 1 ball.
All right, that puts him in a 3-way tie for third right now between himself, Thibaut Dayon, and Joel Poland at this time. So 3-way tie for third. There's a 2-way tie for first. That would occupy 5 skiers. Another 3 would include the likes of Tim Tornquist, Freddie Winter, and Jaime Palomino at this time. But there are so many other skiers to come that would have the potential of going beyond 2 buoys at 10.25 meters. Now, remember last year it took somewhere about halfway down 10.25 meters to make enough of an impact to be a part of the third and last round. Gets a good number 1. Round number 2, the ski almost went completely over the line, and an error like that, unfortunately. But even though he doesn't take the lead with the score, he takes the lead with the strongest ball. Out of 2 ball, 455 kilograms of force. So actually, he got 455 kilograms of force.
Tony, I believe
435.
I believe it was 435.
Yeah, 435.
But either way,
not
he's
455.
He's the new Popeye crown for now.
Yeah, indeed. But he would rather have the ultimate prize going forwards, and that much can also be said for someone like Robert Hazelwood. So Rob Hazelwood coming in, opening pass. So, last season won his first pro title at Lake 38, just outside Tallahassee.
And then he won his second one a few weeks later at Botas, correct?
Yes, he actually got the win at Botas as well, which means that qualifies him to ski in the Masters, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, there, back on. We've got the 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom. And with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Sasha. And Sasha, you've actually been one of the skiers that's maybe skied on this lake as much as anyone. You said your 10.7 up was good. Here's your 10.2 coming back. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the start of the 10.7 was good, but then I don't remember. Here one was okay, but after the practice set I had, man, I'm happy with 2. It was terrible 2 days ago, so that's fine. For a first round, I'm happy.
So then you get a good backup score. So what might be a change on that 41 for round 2?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to go round 3, that's for sure. But yeah, take a little bit more risk at 1, and we'll see. Yep.
No, well, good stuff. We'll see him back out. True champ right here. 2 at 41 on the board. Back to you guys.
We're going to have to come up with a list of the most self-deprecating athletes.
No, I mean, I think, you know, you got some skiers that are technical and some skiers that are feel, and I think Sasha's a feel skier, and he's like, I don't really care what I have to do. I just have to go around 3 ball, which he's right. So, you know, I think we'll see him just charge a little more next set.
Right you are, and here is Rob Hazelwood getting through the opening 2 passes, 12 and 11 back-to-back there. Don't see too much wrong there from Rob Hazelwood.
No, he's skiing very well.
Had a chance to talk to him as well for the TWBC podcast. You can listen to that on Spotify, on YouTube Music, and wherever else you choose to listen to podcasts. And certainly gave us an insight there as to what his goals and aims are for this season. And there is Rob Hazelwood.
You're not turning 2 ball at 38 in a tailwind much tighter than that. That was really cool.
Yeah, probably one of the very few skiers that I've seen at this level still able to backside turns at this short line length.
Mathematically, it's better. The
Yeah.
closer you turn to the ball, the better it is.
Mm-hmm. So they say.
Well, I mean, the rope's only so long. When the boat goes further down the course as you're turning later, mathematically you get boxed out at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you might be onto something.
So
there.
the closer you turn to the ball, the further back in the course the pylon is.
Yeah.
The further back the pylon is in the course, the bigger window you have at the ball. It's just math, Tony. It's not
just math.
slalom. It's just math.
Okay. That might be a little bit challenging for some, but there you go. Here we go. This is Rob Hazelwood coming in, 10.75 meters, knowing full well what the kind of score that he needs to put himself in contention. Ooh, the handle coming in a little bit late there off number 3, but manages to get around number 4 and even later into buoy number. Oh, does he?
Oh boy!
Oh.
He had to do the little Texas jig there to get that ski because he was almost what?
Rocking Roberto.
That was good. We got a score under review. I'm not sure for
I'm not
what part of that.
Probably number 6.
Yeah, it could be. He
Let's
sucked up the rope a lot at ball 5. It was weird.
Sucked up the rope enough on number 1.
But he got a little pop into ball 4, but like right off the wake here, kind of popped him. Yeah, see, he was a little, what do you call it, Tony? An aerial edge change?
Yep, aerial edge change.
There you go. But watch this. We got this handle like right up at his chin. So they must have been reviewing 6 ball, and it sounds like he got it. It looked like he got it to me, too. Watch this little jig.
Whoa, there you go.
That was awesome.
Yep, enabling him to continue on to the next pass. 6 at 10.75 meters and continuing to ski. Currently in 6th spot, currently in the 7th spot right now. Actually, 8th spot, I apologize, because that puts him ahead of Jaime Palomino, who was up to this time in 8th. So now Rob Hazelwood is in that spot now. We'll see. So let's have a look and see. Rob Hazelwood. I'm not too sure what his PB is. I'm sure it's something around about the midway point on 10.25 meters. Certainly remember that performance a couple of seasons ago. Here he goes. There's round number 1, round number 2, round number 3. Does he make it a three-way tie for first place? Yes, he does.
Starting this year just like he started last year.
Wow.
That 1 ball was just money that time. And he's getting those pops. It's like, I don't know, he's a little heavy maybe at the start and then releasing everything early and getting that pop off the wake. But causes him to run straight a little bit, and then he's sucking up that line on 2.
All right. So
This gate in 1 is just beautiful. Look at
good
this.
extension round buoy number
Yeah.
1.
But then he
Gets a turn that
that
most can only
pop.
dream of.
Puts him down course.
Oh.
Whoa.
Ouch. There you go.
Nice skiing, though. That was really good.
And putting himself in 7th spot so far as the rope tension contest is concerned. Let's have a look at this once again. Getting to round 3 and back to the wake to put himself in a 3-way tie for the lead. Now, we have 6 skiers remaining, including Cole McCormick, and we take 8 through to the 3rd round final. So we still got a 2nd round of skiing to come, so a lot can change. But I think you can plainly see, even at this early stage, that to absolutely put yourself in to the next round, to the final round for certain, it's going to take more than halfway down 10.25 meters to achieve that aim. Otherwise, we could have potentially a multiple-way tie for the last spot going into the 3rd round final. This is Cole McCormick, who won his first pro title last season at the Masters.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yep.
Yep, that was a big first pro win.
And by virtue of that win, he qualifies for this year's Masters.
Absolutely.
And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here confirmed co-leader, handsome Rob Hazelwood. So 3 at 41 last year to start the weekend off. 3 at 41 again this weekend.
Yeah, I just like to give Tiggy and the family back home a little bit to stress about. I was really happy with the 39. Oh, this 41. Like me and Gates, everyone knows the story, but man, I was pumped here. Tail came around so good. Little weird tip thing there, but yeah, I chugged the hell out of that one. I didn't think I was going to make it, and then last minute, the boy just popped up, and I was like, oh, I'm going to get it. So that was a little spicy as well. Everything was 35, first round of the year. It's a lot. So I'm just pretty pumped to put a score on the board, put myself within the field. I mean, yeah, it's been a little bit of a messy preseason for me, but yeah, the gates are important. Managed to hit them all, middled them all, which for me is super, super late. So yeah, I'm happy. It just, yeah, I'm just glad to get through that first round because that was stressful.
No, that was good stuff, man. We enjoyed it. So yeah, co-leader in the clubhouse right now. Back to you guys, Tony.
It's that tip thing, you know.
Right. I saw it. It's why the handle ended up at his chin at 2-ball, but he managed it good. And I would give him an A+ on his gates at 41.
Yeah, I've certainly been working hard to get them consistent enough to where he can slalom at this high level weekend in and weekend out. Cole McCormick. Oh, look at him go.
Cole's looking great. He's very smooth and very balanced on both sides. And him and his wife are expecting their first baby in August. So, you know, when he re-watches this, I'll give him the message I give all new parents is enjoy your last couple of months of good sleep because after that, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yep. So there we go. That is Cole McCormick, and I believe his father is here as well, the legendary Ricky McCormick, Hall of Famer himself. We have another Hall of Famer on site, and that is, of course, Wade Cox, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame way back in 2012. And just looking very, very smooth out there with not only with 12 meters, with 11.25 meters. Is able to just guide himself from one side of the course to the next. A little loose off 5, but he had enough room to work with, so just slapping that ski around the 6th and final buoy. So, on that La Pointe slalom ski. And Greeny mashing the throttle and straightening up the boat. This now is Cole McCormick. Looking good for the first half of the course. Oh, well on track here. Early for 4 and 5. Doesn't get much better than that.
That was good. He was a little pushed at ball 4, but he managed it really good. And then, man, that 5 and 6 were easy. That was a good 39.
And a skier who's been really, really on the cusp of setting a national record for Canada for so many years. I mean, so many Canadians have had an opportunity, like Stephen Neveu, for instance. Who else am I missing so far as Canadians having a shot at the record?
Well, J-Mac.
J-Mac, of course.
Yeah. Stephen Neveu, J-Mac. You know, Charlie's gotten 5.
No. Yeah. And even 1 or 2 attempts from like Jamie Calhoun, I would say, you know. I mean,
yeah, Jamie ran 4 at a tournament 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
but
it's kind of a race to see who's going to be the first Canadian to run 41. You know, you got Cole and you got Steven and you got Charlie, of course.
All right, then let's see what we shall see, courtesy of Cole McCormick. And even the women's national slalom record in Canada has been getting tantalizingly close between the likes of Jamie Bull and Whitney in recent times.
Yeah, I think this might be the year.
Might be the year, huh?
Yeah, I think it might be.
All right, here we go, folks. This now is Cole McCormick from Canada. 10.25 meters. If you can get beyond 3, it would represent a fantastic effort from him, and is inside number 3. So
yeah, he's
didn't quite get the start.
He's going to be bummed there. I think he let himself fall back on that gate a little too much, and then he just didn't have that charge off the second wake into ball 2 to get high enough on the boat to make a turn there. So
and that puts him in a 4-way tie for 4th right now, alongside Sasha Deska, Joel Poland, and Thibaut Dayan.
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear what he says, but to me it looked like he just fell back on that gate a little too much.
Okay, so let's have a look once again at Cole McCormick. There are 5 skiers remaining. Starting off with Thomas de Gasperi. He'll be next, but let's have a look at Cole McCormick. 2 buoys, 10.25 meters. Oh, and that close. All right, so it's gonna take a score of more than 2 at 10.25 meters to displace any skier that has actually gotten 2 prior to this point. So, looking at the kilogram numbers, a little over 300 kilograms there for our previous skier Cole McCormick, and a skier who will also be making the trip to Callaway Gardens and the hallowed arena that is Robin Lake for the Masters at 2025, is this man who just recently qualified via an LCQ 2 days ago, 10-time European men's slalom champion, Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, T-Gas is just, he's a legend. He just keeps going and keeps going. I mean, it's really impressive to watch him as he, I'm not going to say gets to the end of his career, but the later portion of his career. He's just always there, you know, like in that runoff the other day, he was just like, everybody else was fighting to get 3 and nobody got 3, and he just cruised it and got 3 at 41 the other day. It was really impressive.
Yep, they call him Mr. 3, Mr. Number 3, because you can almost bank on him getting at least halfway down 10.25 meters every time he goes out.
Right. And he's another one, you know, when you look at his career, he's been on that same exact ski for over a decade now. So, you know, I think that I think there's a lot to be said for that, you know.
No.
I just think that you just get to know the shape so much. And
well, he kind of struggled a little bit last season with the ski that was produced for him to replace the one they'd already been on for a season or more than that. But thankfully, he held on to his old ski. It was actually sitting in his living room in Florida whilst he was in Europe.
Yeah.
And he had to make the decision, like saying he just wasn't skiing consistently well on the new ski that he had. So he had a friend of his get the ski, put it in the box, ship it over at great expense. And once he got back on it, he was
and again, you know,
Thomas
that's just
of old.
like, you know, like I said, boats and lakes are like snowflakes. Well, skis are too, and it's coming from the same mold, but there's never two that are exactly the same. So, but I'm saying he's been on the same shape. He's the only guy that rides an asymmetrical ski. It's wide on one side and narrow on the other. And I just think it's just helped with his consistency over the years, you know, just riding that same shape ski all the time. So it's pretty cool.
There was actually a ski marketed all the way back in the day as being an asymmetrical shape, and
but that one was asymmetrical layup.
Yes.
From the same mold. This is actually, like, if you go down and look at his ski, his binding's closer to one side of it than the other. Like,
Indeed.
It's wider on one half than it is on one side than the other. So,
anyone remember the LaPointe asymmetrical from Mastercraft back in the day?
A little before my time.
I remember it. I tried one of those things. It was oh my word! It was just a hot mess.
Yeah, and I believe it's the widest. The wide side is on his 135 on his good side, and then the narrower side of it is on 246. So I could be backwards, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it is.
So riding right foot forward. And I mean, it would seem to me from a logic standpoint that you'd probably want a little less ski in the water to help you with your onside turn and have a wider ski on your offside.
Yeah, I think that's the way his is. I'm not 100% sure. I'll ask him, and then I'll update you the next time he skis.
All right. So Thomas de Gasperi, who comes to us from Trentino or Trento, one of the truly historic cities in the northern part of Italy, where much of Catholicism was mapped out. Yeah. And it's a beautiful lake that he gets to ski on.
That lake is just gorgeous that he's on.
Boom, look at that. This is 10.75 meters, round 1 and 2 and 3. There's number 4. And, you know, sometimes he gets himself into a little bit of trouble, but at least he can rely upon that ski to get him out of it.
He's just so comfortable. Like he just rides through the bumps and whatever comes along and just keeps going. I mean, that's just, you know, a few decades of running short rope and you know, just not panicking ever. Just the confidence he's got and the way he can recover and keep moving. He's a little narrow, tipped over, whatever it is. You know, I just think he's very impressive.
Tremendously impressive out there, you know. I wish I was a fly on the wall on the day that he decided, you know what I'd like to do? Let's try an asymmetrical slalom ski. Let's cut one side of one ski. Let's bolt it to the other side of a wider ski.
They glue it.
Glue it together. Well, they don't use bolts anymore. They use some pretty good adhesive. But I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall on that day when he made that decision.
You actually split it, and then you drill holes into the foam, and you put carbon rods in it to hold it together, and then you glue it all back together, and it.
And who better to tell us that process than a ski designer?
Well, but he uses Velcro, so I mean, once you put the bindings back into the screw holes, it holds everything together pretty good. So, but then obviously they cut a mold for him, and now he's got his own mold, which is, there's not very many people that have their own molds at a ski company. So he's very fortunate.
Probably hidden away somewhere in a basement in Ogden somewhere. All right, there, here we go. This now is Thomas de Gasperi.
Oh, terrible one ball. terrible one.
Oh, and not the best of
No.
starts, and that puts him at half a buoy, puts him at 1 buoy at 10.25 meters, putting him currently in 8th spot right now, putting him in half a buoy more than Tim Tornquist, and a 1 buoy behind the likes of Thibaut Dayon, Joel Poland, Sasha Deska, and Cole McCormick.
Yeah, let's watch that gate and see what happened there. Well, we didn't see the pullout, so he's a little bit narrow doing a one-handed gate. Super narrow at 1 and then just sucked up the rope. Ended up on the back of the ski. Yeah, it's unfortunate for T-Gas.
Already gotten some comments here from a few people about the whole asymmetrical slalom ski back in the day. It was the LaPointe asymmetrical. I can tell you that. And then some people are throwing in the LaPointe Pulse and whatever else. But
yeah, unfortunately, I don't think any ski manufacturer sells enough of a slalom ski to have one that's right and one's left in 2 different molds and all the expense that goes with that. So, you know, like I said,
welcome back to the 80s.
Yeah, right. Well, molds are a little different maybe than they were. I don't know if they had aluminum mold. I guess they would have had aluminum molds in the 80s, but yeah, with aluminum molds now, it doesn't make sense to have 2 different left and right.
All right, there. So our skier to take to the water on a signature slalom ski of his own design. This is Corey Vaughn. It's the CV, they call it. KD Element CV. This is the 12-meter run, and he too won his first professional title after 15 years of trying, with a win at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am last season, and skiing at night for that title.
Whew. Yeah, I saw that. I watched his winning run, and it was, you know, like blindfolded commitment there. It was he was walking the edge the whole time. Oh, you see T-Gas shaking his hand. I think he showed me his hand the other day after the LCQ. He blew his hand up.
A lot of skiing over the last few days, and we'll send it over to Wade and Thomas.
Hey guys, here with Thomas de Gaspre, and Thomas wasn't the score we were looking for. Got through 39 though, no worries. So what might be different second round?
I thought my 39 was really nice, to be honest. Felt great. Maybe I got a little bit of wind into the pullout for 41 and kind of like, I don't know, maybe I didn't get up enough in the boat and didn't have the rope at 1 ball. And I thought I had a pretty good set, to be honest, until 41. And, you know, I have an open hand and it hurts a little bit, but no excuses. But yeah, I just need to figure out my timing a little bit with the tailwind down there, and it's very narrow, so your perspective changes a little bit. But other than that, I felt like I skied pretty good.
No, same here. I thought, as usual, man, you know, lots of space through 39. Your tempo, your rhythm look good. But yeah, for the viewers at home, and you're a coach, you coach tons of skiers. That end, as the wind sort of accelerates up or all of a sudden decelerates, it's just a very, very small margin for success, right?
Yeah, of course. And then 41 at that short line, you know, sorry, getting eaten by ants. A short line, like, you have to time it perfectly. And, you know, the wind is up and down a little bit. At 38, coming back, I was thinking, you know, try to get the right timing and right space for 41. And I thought I did, but then, yeah, I didn't have a tie line at 1 ball. I couldn't get out of it.
Well, let's get out of the ants and out of these wet clothes. We'll see this young man back in the water soon. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Thomas. Thanks a lot there, Wade. There is Corey Vaughn out of Bumpus in Virginia, and I'm sure right there, Amelia Vaughn is probably watching along with their young son, Seth, right?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. And maybe
he told me the other day Seth's been skiing a little bit, even though it's cold. He's still going, so that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. So looking pretty good, looking strong out there on the first 2 passes. And, Again, a good amount of support online here with Corey Vaughn out of Virginia. Dale is throwing in his support, and there are a smattering of others that are rallying to the cause of Corey Vaughn. So Scott Greenwood mashes the throttle of that Masters Blue Nautique. Boat speed going up to 58k, 0 off on the job, making sure that that is speed throughout the pass. A little bit loose off number 3, good to go for number 4. Carrying the handle almost a little bit too long into number 5, but managing to recover well and get round number 6.
Yeah, that was a good 39. He runs a line more like Parrish does. Like if you remember the days Parrish used to run, a little more down course than what you see some of the guys do now, and that's kind of the way Corey does. He's smooth, but he's just like a little more down course than some of the other guys are.
Bringing the handle up, and probably one of our lighter skiers as well. And
yeah, he's a big, strong dude. I've driven the boat for him before. He's
strong, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, strength to weight, is off the charts here for Corey Vaughn, and that's probably why he's among the world's best right now.
Yep.
So, tasting victory on the professional circuit for the very first time in a long and storied career. Corey Vaughn getting that pass to go at 10.75 meters. So let's see what Corey Vaughn can conjure up for us on 10.25 meters, 41 off. If he can get a piece of 4, then it's game on.
Yeah, all these guys I think are looking for a piece of 4 so they don't have to tangle up in that 3 and 2 combo runoff that potentially might happen.
There's 1. There's 2, and I don't think he's going to get out. Oh, he might just have gone outside buoy number 3, and now
that's a 3.
It's a 4. Way tie for the lead with 3. Which basically regulates the next set of scores 1 position down, so it will be a 4-way tie for 5th. You know what that means? If we're only taking 8 through to the next round, then it could actually be more additional skiers, because I believe in the Swiss Pro rules that if there is a tie for 8th spot, however far that tie goes, you just add additional skiers.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have time for any runoffs today.
So 300 and what was that, 78?
78.
78. So for someone who's relatively light on that slalom ski, he can push some water.
I'm going to find out how much he weighs. I know you keep saying he's light, but I don't think he's that light, Tony. He's a big dude.
He's tall.
No,
he's tall. Tall in that respect.
He's not scrawny either.
Did I say he was scrawny?
Somebody tell me how much Corey Vaughn weighs.
How much do you weigh?
Oh, you're right. 175, 180.
Certainly weighs a heck of a lot less than me. I know that.
He's only a foot taller, though, Tony. Don't worry. Speaking of weight, okay. Travers,
Contrast.
if you've seen John walking around, he's looking slim, okay? So the other day I was watching him, said, man, you lost some weight. You look good. He said, thanks. I weighed 167 pounds this morning. I'm like, John, when was the last time you weighed 167 pounds? In high school? He goes, might have been before high school. So.
And here is said John Travers. He gets through the opening pass, looking very svelte out there. And let's check in with the almost equally svelte Corey Vaughn and Wade.
was national champion, American style. So we just talked sort of a little golf analogy. That was par for the course, right? You didn't want to do any less than that.
That's right. We didn't want to do any less than that. It's kind of like off of that one ball, I made the audible. It's like, oh, this is a play for 3. This one ball is not going past 3. Everything I can do, I knew it was like not the ideal start. Like everything I can do at this point to get that 3, you know, and then we go in the second round and breathe a little deeper. You know, now we're on like a good rhythm. We had the rain delay, so I think getting that first set off your back, you know, then you feel a lot calmer and more confident. So beautiful day. We're going to let it rip.
Well, technical error on my part, guys. Sorry about that. So we talked about the shift, and one of the ladies said, man, I was really hungry, like when you left the dock, because now there's a change in the format, sort of the scheduling. You may have to change your sort of nutritional or your hydrational intake, right?
That's right. I really just had to carry the nerves with me longer into the day. You know, being a father now, I'm good at having snacks around. I got to carry snacks everywhere, and so I did have my snacks, but had to let those nerves get out, and now we'll go for it a little more round 2.
Well, keep it up, man. Don't become like some of us fathers that eat too many snacks. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he weighs 175 pounds, he ain't stealing his kids' snacks, that's for sure.
All right, as we try and get past the comedy section of this event, we'll continue on with Jonathan Travers getting through the opening 2 passes, 12 and 11.25 meters. And yes, a good friend of mine, Dave Miller, has commented on the whole issue with the T-gas slalom ski. It's actually wider on the offside and it is not glued together. It comes out of the ski in that mold.
Yeah. I mean, they probably tested it, but no, they have a mold for it, and that's what I had thought. It was wider on the offside.
All right, so looking at JT, looking in good shape. Just really working that ski out wide and letting its design do most of the work for him. But he does have plenty of strength in reserve just in case he needs to employ that to get him further down the pass. So
yeah, he had such a good season last year. You know, skiing and you know, winning in San Gervasio, correct?
Yes, he won
there.
San Gervasio, yes.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool to see. He was emotional, and it was awesome to watch.
Here he comes. There we go. There's 1, there's 2, and number 3. Nicely done. Little down course off number 5, but he was well on track with that one and performed that Wade Cox safety turn.
Yeah, that 2 ball, he sucked up the rope a little bit, and then 4 was really good. And man, it just, these guys run 39 so easy, you know. I mean, they're so good at it.
Right you are, and looking at this shot there, just a little bit on the back of the ski, but still kept it moving, and that's another aspect to these modern slalom skis that doesn't really get too much mention about them, and the fact that they're able to carry their speed into the turn and carry it as much speed out of the turn, you know, just to keep everything moving.
Yeah, speed is your friend, that's for sure.
Used to be back in the day. I mean, at least in the time that I skied, is the slalom ski was more designed to turn, and you just waited on the boat and then it slung you, but not so much these days.
Yeah, I mean, the engines are stronger, the ropes, these guys like, you know, especially the men, they like stiffer ropes, all of that, you know. Like when you were young, you were using a 60-strand rope, which was skinnier and stretchier and bungier and all of that. So it's definitely different than it is now. And, you know, zero off's just so, you know, you got these engines that can react perfectly and do exactly what the zero off tells it to do. So
3 buoys is the current lead. Tied 4 ways between Ross, Meckler, Hazelwood, and Vaughan. Oh, and gets round number 2 and to the wake, and that puts him into... How many people tied for 5th right now? 5-way tie for 5th place right now. Between Dayon, Poland, Deskin, McCormick, and now Travers.
yeah, I saw him like holding his back there on the way in. He kind of jammed his back foot at 2-ball a little bit. It was like
Now lefty, which means he could execute a better turn on this side here, number 1.
but he kind of like jammed a little bit. Yeah,
Ooh,
like
ouch.
Yeah, that didn't look like it felt good at all.
Oh, that hurt from here. And that's obviously hurting there too. So you're right about the back there, Matt. And let's have a look in more forensic detail with the boat cam. Oh, the amount of torque on the back at that point. I mean, that can't be understated.
Good. That looked like it hurt.
Do you know a good chiropractor?
Actually, I do.
All right, then. Might as well give Jonathan his number.
Yeah.
All right, so we're now down to our penultimate athlete, current world slalom record holder. Qualifies for the Masters this year on that basis, plus skiing in an eligible tournament to be qualified to ski in the Masters. This is Nate Smith. I actually had the opportunity to speak with him on the TWBC podcast, and you can listen to that at wherever you choose to listen to your podcast, TWBC podcast. Check that out. And Nate Smith actually surprised a lot of people yesterday with his practice run. He ran not only 10.25 into the wind, but also tailwind as well. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with John Travers. And John, if there's anybody that's not affected by a 12-meter start line, it's you. I've watched you do this for a decade or the opt-up. So walk us through how your 39 was and then the prep for 41.
Yeah, honestly, after 38, I was like, whoa. My gates were really fast. I was kind of all over it, and I just said, hey, dude, calm down. Everyone's making it look pretty easy. So I just calmed it down at 39. And, hey, one gate and one was really good, 2 was kind of shaky, and then the rest of the pass was fine. And then I just said, okay, commit to 2 at 41. I actually had a pretty good gate, and swinging to 1 felt good. And then 1 to 2, I tried to keep the handle going out, and honestly, I don't know what happened after that. There was a lot of torque on the body. That's all I know.
Well, let's talk about that for those at home, because a good friend of mine who I saw last night, Carl Robert, said to me on my gate at whatever a short line at a tournament, he goes, dude, you already got all that energy. Back it down. Take it easy. And so sometimes that is our coaching to ourselves out there, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's the first big event for me for the year, so it's just like getting amped up, you know. So you just, in practice, you're mellow, you're calm, and then you get your first tournament, you just get amped up. So I was just trying to calm my heart rate down and just think about the moves I need to do and not get ahead of myself.
All right, we'll see him back out there this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, and here is Nate Smith, 11.25 meters. Interesting to hear from Jonathan Travers, you know, and Wade was actually mentioning one of the truly great slalom skiers and truly great overall competitors, Carl Roberge, who was very, very much a tip and tail skier, moved the weight all the way to the front, and then got on the back to get behind the boat, and he was certainly one of the masters of being able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's definitely one of the legends of slalom skiing.
Yeah, we both went to his ski school back in the day.
Yeah, I think that's
at
where
the
I met
same
you.
time. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think that's where I met you the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this view is so good, this drone view.
Just gets the ski coming round and Nate Smith.
Very, very early at 38 off.
Just keeps that ski moving no matter what, you know, manages to get the ski wide enough, almost to the point where he could potentially backside, especially that one.
Yeah, that was nice.
So Nate Smith, who these days is a commercial airline pilot, he flies an Embraer aircraft between probably two of the easiest routes you could possibly imagine, Orlando and Miami.
But isn't he based in Indiana?
Yeah, he gets the opportunity to go there, but I mean, he told me his latest flights were between Orlando,
Miami.
Yeah.
That's a short little jump.
Yeah, you go up and then you go down. All right, there.
At 139, we can feel that wind picking up. You can see it on the water, so not going to be a factor here for him, but
might actually help him depending upon where that wind's blowing. Here we go. This is 10.75 meters. All coming off the handle a little bit early into number 3, but still managing to...
There you go. Easy. Easy as it gets.
There you go. I like the way he carries the handle to the apex of the turn.
He swings high on the boat. You know, when you watch him come off that second wake, he's swinging high up on the boat, like carrying speed and swinging high. So with that, you know, you do have to take the handle out. You can't leave the handle back in and think that your feet and everything are just going to swing out. You know, everything's got to go with it, and then you separate at the top.
Here we go. Let's have a look at this swing. Entrance.
See that last little bit he swings up.
And this one as well.
Yep.
Even better with the buoy cam. Almost looked like he was falling into the turn on number 3.
He got a little held up at 2 and then was a tiny bit narrow at 3, but then he's back at it here.
But he just seems to have all the weapons you can possibly want in his back pocket, you know. I mean, may come up a little bit short. He has a turn for that. A little bit early, a little bit late. He already has a plan in mind with what to do if one or two of those actualities comes into play.
What's your bet here, Tony?
He gets around 4. He might even run the pass.
I think 6, yeah. I think he's going to run it.
All right.
The wind just laid down a tiny little bit. It's pretty perfect. There's almost no ripple on the water.
All right, here we go. This is Nate Smith. Entrance round buoy number 1. Ran this pass, a back-to-back head and tail in the practice run yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. Well, mine was nearest.
True story. What did he get there?
I don't know. I don't think he. I don't think he even made it round buoy number 3. I think he he clouted it.
Yeah, that was weird.
Okay.
His gate in 1 was so good.
Well, that tells us a little bit something of how difficult it is out there, because I mean, if Nate Smith isn't able to sniff number 4, you know, with an effort like this, and people are.
Look at that. That's very nice.
There's number 1. That's as good as it gets. There's number 2, even better still. But now let's have a look. Let the handle go. Oh, inside 3.
Yeah, he didn't get 3. He just came off the handle really early. That was weird.
That's really, really weird. Anyway, that's 2. That puts him into a 6-way tie for 5th. Okay, so let's go under the assumption that our next skier does make it onto that list. Okay, so you got a 6-way tie for 5th. That's 6 skiers, and then you've got another 4. That's 10. So potentially, at this early stage in the game, there could be room potentially for 11 skiers. But obviously, we've got a second round to come, and we'll see what occurs with that. But we're not quite done with the first round yet, because our defending champion is now making his way in towards the course right now. Former world slalom champion from Great Britain. This is Will Asher.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch Will. He's, you know, one of my favorites to watch of all time.
And has an onside turn, which is basically redefined the sport. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Nate Smith, who's got his name on that board right there a whole bunch. So Nate, you might have been a whisker narrow at your 3 at 10.7, and we're definitely a whisker narrow at 3 at 10.2. What was going on out there?
I don't really have an answer for it. I think just going out and skiing, it's the first tournament for me since Miami last year. So skiing under a little bit different circumstances, the pressure's on. Just feeling out the wind down there. Everybody's talked about it. There's wind pushing you on the gate. That end can be more challenging. And I actually liked where I was. I thought I had a pretty good one, probably a better 2 than I was really hoping for, and just came off the handle early to 3. I mean, I know what to do to fix it. You'll see if I can do it next round, but just narrow. That's all that happened.
Well, for those of you at home that maybe haven't had the luxury of skiing at Swiss ski resorts, but maybe you've skied on your own course when the wind was literally different at every buoy. And when the wind is up and down, that can happen, right?
Yeah, and like you said, on the 10.7, the 39 pass, I was narrow there going into the 3-ball. There's gusts of winds coming down the lake. You don't see it on the water because it's so protected here. The conditions are always perfect, but you can definitely feel it on your body, and you just kind of have to adapt to it. And that time I just overconfident going to 3. That's really what it comes down to. So,
well, good deal. That's a shout out to Stefan Wild, a former pro jumper who his son Tim is a young rising superstar. He says that will be the sort of variable come afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. We got another round and then finals after that, hopefully. So we'll see how things go. And we got Will right now.
All right, back to you guys. We're going to sit here and enjoy.
All right, there we've got Will Asher on top of the water, and there we go. It's interesting to hear Nate Smith saying he knows what to do to fix it. Kind of goes along with what I said just a few minutes before.
Right. Well, and you would expect as much. I mean, these guys are so good at what they do and so in tune with, you got the drivers pretty darn perfect. You got, obviously, the boat paths are perfect, and they just got to, make little corrections as they go down the lake with those little gusts of wind here and there.
And just to let our good folks know, there is a 70-second drop time at each end from when the boat exits the course to the 2 beeps, as it were. It's a little bit more than usual because we've had higher than normal water levels here at Swiss Water Ski Resort, and obviously when the water's that high, it does create a little bit of wash in places, so in order to dissipate that, we need a little bit more time, and that's where 70 seconds comes into play, a minute and 10 seconds. So
yeah, I'm not sure why, because every other lake in Orlando is really low right now, so. If you watch Will here as he swings up on the boat, a lot like Nate, those guys have that, like, I don't know if you call it 2 hands long or they just get that last little up beside the boat. Like, they're not afraid to carry that little extra speed and be a little faster, at the ball and a little higher on the boat. And
okay, let's see where his handle is here. Boom. Nicely done.
Watch right here. See that?
Yeah, I like that. Look at that.
Man, his 2.4 is just money.
Bam! He just lays the ski over, and the ski just like whips around, and he just connects back with the handle.
Yeah, we did a series here a few years ago with Water Ski Nation at Swiss Resort here, and his episode was about onside turn for obvious reasons. I don't know that anybody's onside turn is quite like Will's.
Well, let's have a look at that onside turn right here into number 2. Drops the handle, boom, and he just kind of like lays it out, I mean, it's an automatic there for him. He knows that if he gets to a certain position, lays the ski out, the ski comes around, boom, reconnects.
I mean, he just moves his body in a way that's so efficient and carries speed, and
just that little bit just before the apex.
Correct. Got a little gust of wind coming up here.
Little gust there, Rose.
But I will tell you, if anybody can handle a slow gate, it's Will. Like, I watched Will at a LCQ a couple years ago where he started at 38 off in the trough, and you thought he was going to go left and pull out, and he just went through the gates to the right and ran 38.
All right, then.
So if anybody can handle a little slow gate down at that end, it's Will.
We're almost ready to bring on the women for round 2, but you kind of made a little bit of a prediction as to what our previous skier was going to do in the form of Nate Smith. But let me start.
I was only 4 buoys off.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to say 3 for Will.
I'd say he runs the pass.
All right.
Let's have a look and see.
Oh, a pretty good gate.
There's
little
one.
pop.
We won't run the pass with that, unfortunately. Oh, and he collapses into buoy number 2. And while his slalom ski is about 50 feet ahead of him,
wow,
he recovers. Oh, and the boat very, very quick to his aid. And that, I don't know what that's going to be. Is that going to be 1?
I think it's 1, yeah. I think he was more worried about ending up on hole number 3 there.
Yeah, kind of smarting a little bit in the water there. Hopefully he's fine. But with 1 at 10.25 meters, that puts him in, 11th spot right now? So he's going to have to work some. And, well, first of all, he's got to find his slalom ski. That would help. But Will Asher, who's won this event on several occasions. Oh, we've picked him up, and we're about to pick up his ski. So we'll have a look at the leaderboard in just a few moments. But let's have a look at this. A little narrow on number 1.
Ball, yeah.
Handle up high. The handle goes tight. Oh, boom. Certainly not for the lack of trying. And ski goes out of shot, and some handy-dandy camera work there from Jeremy Shaw up in the tower.
Oh,
ooh,
man, he was committed at that second wake. Holy moly.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say that was probably Freddie Winter about 4 years ago.
I remember one of those crashes Freddie had here a few years ago. It's just savage.
Yep. All right, so there we go. Will Asher making his way back to the dock. I don't know what the score is going to be on that one. I think it's at least 1, but the call is definitely going to be determined by what they figure out to be a skiing position into number 2. But here we go. This will confirm the score. It is 1 at 10.25 meters. That puts him and Thomas de Gasperi into a 2-way tie for 11th spot. Now let's have a look at the several-way tie for 5th. Thibaut Dayon, Joel Poland, Sasha Deska, Cole McCormick, Jonathan Travers, and Nate Smith, all tying for 5th spot right now on 2. And that would, what would that occupy? That would occupy 9 spots total, possibly. But we do have a multiple-way tie for 1st between Charlie Ross, Dane Meckler, Rob Hazelwood, and Corey Vaughan, all tying for 1st spot on 3 buoys at 10.25 meters. Now, we would ordinarily take 8 through to the next round, but if the competition was to end right now, then it would take the first places, and we'd take the 5th places as well through to the next round. But the next round is going to be critical to see how many of those 5th place scores or even the 1st place scores will have a tiebreaker attached to them, courtesy of the score in the 2nd round. So, with that in mind, there is your leaderboard, and we'll have a look at the strongest pull. And Sasha Deska, 435 kilograms of force, which is equivalent to just a skosh under 960 pounds. Freddie Winter, 414. Will Asher, 407. And Robert Pagozzi on little over 400. And Corey Vaughan in 5th place, rather surprisingly, with 378 kilograms of force, or the equivalent of 833 with his score, with his attempt at 5 at 10.75 meters on a buoy, on a pass that he eventually ran. So women are about to go next, so stand by, folks. 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom will continue right after this.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, there. Looks like we've got our first skier about to take to the water. Daniela Kretzmer in round 2, reseeded running order. Daniela will hit the water first, followed by Trinidad Espinal, then Neely Ross, Ali Nicholson, Ali Garcia, Vanessa Veek, Paige Pagozzi, Regina Jaquist, Whitney McClintock-Rini, and Jamie Ball. All right, let's tune to live pictures now. We have got Daniela Kretzmer. She'll be going in at 32 off 13 meters. Entrance number 1, wind starting to stiffen up a little bit here as she makes her way towards the halfway portion of the slalom course. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, and there is number 6 for our Chilean skier, Daniela Kretzmer. So Daniela Kretzmer slaloms first out of our field of 10 slalomers in the women's competition. 2 at 11.25 meters in the round previous to this, and to put herself in contention in the top 6, she would in essence have to run 11.25 meters to make that happen. So there is Andrew Bergman, face covering and all. Glasses too. All right, so just waiting for the signal to proceed. It is going to be Daniela Kretzmer. There we see the inside of our tent. We see a good smattering of folks there taking in the coverage on the big screen that they're watching in addition to what's going on live before their eyes out on the water here at the Swiss Water Ski Resort. Entrance number 1. This is 12 meters. Would ordinarily start in at 14.25 meters at any regular day, but because of the delay in start, we've had to go in with a 1 pass shorter for each of our competitors. But there we go, Daniela Kretzmer getting the job done with the opening 2 passes off 13 and 12. Just to let you know, the audience prize competition has closed, so all the entries are locked in, and by the time where we get to the very end, the conclusion of this event, we will have a winner for the audience prize in both the women's and the men's. Our instant replay for Daniela Kretzmer, a little narrow into buoy number 1, this being on 12 meters. Managing to get the ski out a little bit wider on the 2-4 side. She is right foot forward and is able to execute a better turn in that respect. Daniela Kretzmer, former junior world slalom champion. Won that title about 3 years ago now. In her native Chile. So Daniela Kretzmer on that good slalom ski. So giving the nod to our boat driver, Andrew Bergman. That Masters Blue Nautique towboat. Hurtling in towards the slalom course. Max speed for women, 55K, 34 miles an hour. Line length, 11.25 meters off 38 off. There's number 1 taking a bit of a hit. Round number 2, will she make it outside buoy number 3? I'm not too sure if she did, but she is trying to solace on that score of 3. If she manages to get 3, it'll be an improvement upon the previous round. The season's best is 5 on this line length, so not too far behind that score. Taking a big old shoulder hit there into buoy number 1. Now, this is going to be a telling angle. Yeah, the ski actually made it outside buoy number 3. The question is, did the ski make it back in time for the boat guides? The answer to both of those questions is a resounding yes. So Daniela Kretzmer on with a score of 3 at 11.25 meters. And because Daniela Kretzmer actually has a score already in round number 1, that means that her score of 3 at 11.25 meters is good enough currently for 8th spot right now. There is a 2-way tie for 9th between 2 skiers that have yet to ski. That is Neely Ross and the skier that will be going before Neely Ross also has 3. She's in 9th right now and looking to get up a little bit higher on the list. It'll be Trinidad Espinal. Hi there, folks. My name's Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company again, and also great to have our sponsors, Eagle, Lake County, 2U Nutritional Bars, Masterline, Logitech, Pro Gear, and the Swiss Water Ski Resort. So glad to have those, the support of those great entities involved here. Here is a Trinidad Espinal. Trinidad Espinal, the current U17 World Slalom record holder, who produced that score of 2 at 10.75 meters not too long ago now. Produced that, I believe, in Chile. Will actually be one of the skiers representing Chile in the World U21 Championships, which will take place at Predator Bay, just outside Calgary in Alberta, Canada. You'll be able to watch that on the TWBC exclusively live. Trinidad Espinal. Sensational effort, opening pass, that is 13 meters, and looking a little bit more confident with this opening run than she did a few hours ago, where she was actually the first skier in on the water in round number 1. And there we see skier number 3 getting ready to go. It's Neely Ross. Just to give you an idea of where our cut line currently is, I'll tell you that in a moment, but in the meantime, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Will Asher and company, and Will, you're actually just sort of seeing your replay for the first time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I hope it looked good because I don't feel great, to be honest.
It was. Did it feel as drawn out as it looked? Like you knew you were going and you were trying to save it?
Yeah, this might be too soon, but I had a bit of Freddie Winter in my mind. I'm like, I am traveling fast towards the shore. I need to change this trajectory real quick. And I just bailed. I don't know. I just tried to drop my butt and get out of there and stop as quick as I could. I don't know. Yeah, it was weird.
Maybe we need a ripcord, right? Like to attach to our vessel.
Yeah, throw me a sail, yeah. I know you'll probably sell at least 2 of them.
Well, no, 100%. So, yeah. But how through your 10.7, how are you feeling for first round of the year and a 12-meter start?
I don't know. I was just still trying to find my legs. Still already. I mean, honestly, it still feels like it's February. So I feel a long way off from where I want to be, and just got to go through the rounds, through the passes, and try and find some form. I mean, got 4 more passes to find something. So.
We've seen him do it a bunch before. His name's down there on the board, and we're trying to get him on there again. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. Thanks a lot. Well, almost a Freudian slip there with Will Asher trying to imitate a little bit of the old Freddie Winter characteristic of flinging yourself into the buoy. But we're looking at someone who's got some pretty decent technique out there in the form of Trinidad Espinal. Looking in great shape here. A little longish pull into number 5, but managing to swing the ski back and stay early and wide. So there we go. That is Trinidad Espinal. So we're on to 11.25 meters now. She can break the tie between herself and Daniela Kretzmer if she scores more than 2 on 11.25 meters. But ideally, she would love to be in a position where she can actually run this pass and maybe put a few buoys on 10.75 meters. Certainly not outside the realm of possibility for Trinidad Espinal. She does have the World U17 girls slalom record with 2 at 10.75 meters. Entrance round buoy number 1, a little bit of a delay there. There's number 2. Can she make it back? Yes, she can. There's number 3. Look, she's still there. She's good to go round number 4. Oh, and wheelies up on 4. Gets 4 buoys at her on that pass at 11.25 meters. That puts her in an outright 7th at this time. So in outright 7th at the moment is Trinidad Espinal with 4 at 11.25 meters. So there we go. We've got our rope tension stat there towards the bottom. We've just seen that flash up, and some good skiing here from Trinidad Espinal. A little bit delayed off buoy number 1. Had she had made a better turn and stayed in the game a little bit earlier off that turn, she might be celebrating at the other end of the course right now with a successful run. But as it is, it's 4 at 11.25 meters. With that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Danila, and you said it was better, but not what you expected, not what you wanted. First of all, how was your 13 and your 12-meter pass? And then we've got your 11-meter framed up here.
Well, I think 13 and 12 was a little harder than the first round. It was a little bit more windy, but 38 was a little better. Still way too hard, just gotta trust it a little more. So I've been working on that, and let's keep working. Yeah, the gig was way too hard. I didn't make the one I was expecting, so it was a little hard, but keep working on that.
So based on that gait, your feel, now that you're getting to see again your sort of result with your space into one, what might you change if you had to do it over again?
I would feel it a little more and trust it a little more, not pulling too long and too hard, just trusting it a little more. Yeah, I think I can work on that.
Yeah, you hear her slip that in. Sometimes even when you're as good as she is, we just simply pull too long and then create too much speed, not enough space. So, yeah, great lessons in life. Back to you guys.
All right, welcoming back to continuing live coverage. This is the Swiss Pro Slalom 2025, the 11th edition of this competition, the 10th in which it has been webcast live. We have 13 world champions in all divisions, including open and women, 7 open world champions, 4 men, 3 women, and a whole other slew of accolades shared by our competitors coming into this event. On 13 meters opening up, this now is Neely Ross. Now, Neely Ross, who has certainly shown a lot of great ability so far as slaloming is concerned. I mean, obviously, she's been a world champion in the tricks event, going way back to, well, what is it, 2017. We'll discuss that a little bit more at length, but let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Trinidad. And so after round 2, same questions with Danila. How was your 13 and your 12? And then, yeah, how was your start at 11 meters?
Yeah, I felt much better. I was much earlier in all the passes. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with these results. And yeah.
So there is a learning curve of skiing in professional events and skiing against, you know, Jamie Bull, Regina Jaquist, Whitney McClintock-Rini, you know, and now you've done it more. Are you getting more comfortable like the night before and the morning of?
Yeah, I feel more comfortable. Like I feel too much confidence to be skiing here. And yeah, it's a great experience. It is my second time skiing here. And yeah, I feel so happy and grateful to be here.
Well, big things to come from this young lady. We'll see you out on the water again soon. Back to you guys.
All right, glad to hear that from Trinidad Espinal there with Wade Cox, and this is the Swiss Pro Slalom 2025. I'm here on the center seat, and Matt Rainey there on my right and to the left of your screen, and and there's Andrew Bergman at the helm of that towboat, Neely Ross. Now, as I was beginning to mention a little bit, Neely Ross has certainly been an elite skier for quite a while, especially in the tricks event, where she won the 2017 World Championships in Paris. But in slalom skiing, she's always shown great potential in that event, and we're just kind of waiting for her to kind of break through a little bit and maybe assert herself in amongst the world's best.
Well, she did win the Junior Worlds in slalom at Botas. So, and you know, she got second place at the Masters last year. So, I mean, she's getting there. I think this looks a lot better than it did this morning. So, I think she's looking like she's feeling more comfortable out there.
Yes, indeed. And
look at that one ball. Woo! That was a good one ball.
And I mean, you can put a side-by-side comparison between this technique exhibited by Neely Ross and her brother, Charlie Ross. You know, I actually saw an Instagram video showing shades of I don't know. You know, they look fantastic side by side. You know, switch on one side, you see Neely. Switch on the other, you see Charlie. You know, not much to discern the two.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Drew and Andrew, you know, who's coaching them both. You know, they have the same philosophies, and you're going to see a lot of similarities in their skiing for sure.
All right. Here we go now. Neely Ross back on top of the water. Boat speed accelerating up to 55k. That's maximum speed for women's slalom. There's number 1, skiing on the Reflex NR1. Ooh, 11.25 meters. She gets round number 4, and unfortunately, not much more beyond that. And by getting to buoy number 4, that would break the tie that existed between herself and a couple of other skiers, namely Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal. But at this time, there is now a two-way tie for 7th place between Trinidad Espinal and Neely Ross. Both of them were actually with a perfect tie, 3 in the first round, 4 in the second.
Yeah, she's not going to be happy with that. I know, Neely's been running 38 for a lot of years, and she's just got a little funk going today that we're not used to seeing her with. And, it's unfortunate, but it does happen with people. And little back out of 1, but solid 1. It just looked like she got a little held up at 2, yeah, and then a little held up at 3 again. Yeah, she's getting that rope at her stomach all the time, so there's something she's just not feeling right out there today.
All right, so there we go. That is Neely Ross, and we'll watch her again at some other tournament, but unfortunately, because she is outside of the top 6, she is eliminated at this stage of the competition. We take 6 through to the next round. Now, rather surprising turn of events had Ali Nicholson, currently in, I believe, in 6th spot, actually in 7th spot. We'll have a look at the leaderboard as it shapes up currently, but we see Ali Nicholson about to take to the water. So Ali Nicholson currently sitting in 9th at the moment before she takes the water with 3.5 and 11.25 meters. Now for her to vault herself into contention for a spot through to the next round of the competition, ideally she would need to run 11.25 meters, get into 10.75 meters, and see where the chips may fall.
Yeah, I mean, as of now, half at 39 is 6th place, so she's going to need more than a half at 39. That's, provided the other Ali is obviously going to come out and try and better that. So.
Okay, and what this also essentially means is that skiers from Vanessa Veek all the way up to Jamie Bulwer are look certain to have booked their spot through to the next round.
Yep, I think you're right, Tony.
All right, Ali Nicholson, 13 meters.
Ali Nicholson's not really somebody who's, thinking about the cut. She's out there trying to get things dialed for the finals. She's always a threat for the podium, at every event. So I think she's maybe not thinking ahead, but she's thinking that's what she wants to be feeling, where good enough where she can be a threat to get on the podium.
So. And it's just a slightly different mentality between like skiers of this kind of elite level and just your typical tournament skier that goes from tournament to tournament. But I'll explain a little bit more about that when we check in with Wade.
There we go. Sorry, technical difficulty here with Miss Neely Ross. And Neely, it maybe wasn't what you wanted. Tell us about the 11-meter start and how it was, because it looked like you had space right into 2 and 3.
Yeah, it definitely felt like better pass than the first round. I don't know. I felt like I had a better start, and then 3, there was just nothing at the finish of it, and I dropped my hips, and I came into 4 like with an inside C. So I don't know. Feelings were there, but then I just lost it.
Well, and it happened so fast that we have to sort of see it and make the adjustment, if you will, or it's already over, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Definitely need to go back to the drawing board and figure some things out this week.
All right, well, if anyone can, it's this gal. I've seen on top of podiums time and time again, and we'll see that again soon. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go. This is Ali Nicholson. This is 12 meters and looking in fine, fine shape here. Good effort. And you know, as I was starting to explain a little bit, a difference between competitors such as Ali Nicholson and those other and a lot of other competitors who ski in tournaments week in and week out, that kind of stuff, even at amateur level, is whilst some of the other competitors, you know, that are trying to get up into that realm are preoccupied with getting the score that gets them to the next round. Someone like Ali Nicholson will view that more as a byproduct and will just be trying to get back into better shape, you know, to help them along.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, hopefully that's the mindset, because when the mindset for, you know, somebody at this level switches to what's the cut, then, you know, that's not where you want to be in your mind. You want to be out there, you know. Allie needs to be thinking this is just another opportunity for her to run 39. You know, that's where her mind is, and then the cut's not even in the question. So I think that's, you know, that's a trap that some of the better ones can fall into when they, you know, get pushed or pressured or something weird happens. But I think we're going to see her really step up and kill it here.
And how does that kind of translate a little bit for like titled events? Because like the titled events that go on for the season, like the World U21s, the Elite Worlds, Europeans, and what have you, they only have one qualification round. So obviously you need to get to a cut to be able to ski. But how does that work?
Well, those cuts are 12, so they're big. If
yeah.
you know, like the Masters, the cut's 4, so it's a lot smaller. So, and a 6 cut's pretty small here too.
All right, then here we go. This is Ali Nicholson. This is 11.25 meters, a pass that is become critical for her chances in terms of getting a high spot here. There you go. That's the 6 buoy count. That's 11.25 meters, but it's not over. She needs more than half at 10.75 meters to at least put her in some kind of contention. Anything more than 1.5 would, if she gets 2, then it's pretty much a done deal.
Yeah, two at this point. Yeah, not necessarily, but yeah, two would be the minimum of what she'd want to run with the other 2 girls after her.
All right, then. Next skier to take to the water is going to be Ali Garcia. She's waiting in the wings and seeing what kind of score she needs to exceed in order for her to stay in the final spot to go through to the third round final. Right, there's Ali Garcia. The 2 Alis are skiing back to back. Seen that a few times before, I know that. Winds are still and ever present here. Tailwind on the even numbered passes.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much on the water, but you can sure feel it up here.
Yeah. And wonderfully sheltered this course here at Swiss Water Ski Resort, and there you can see where the boat is tracking the water, hardly a ripple on it. There's number 1. There she goes, round number 2, and she was skiing for that target, wasn't she?
I don't know. She didn't get the earliest 1 ball there, but. No, I think she may have been. I don't know what, you know, she was thinking there, but, you know, 2 should.
So.
Yeah. So
that was Ali Nicholson. She scored a 2 at 10.75 meters, and currently in 10th in the strongest pole category there, as you can see on the screen. So we have got Ali Garcia about to take to water next, but let's have a look and see what happened here with Ali Nicholson.
She had a little loose rope at 1 and pulled long to 2. So, no, I don't think she laid up there. I think she just.
I'd have to disagree with you there. Unfortunately, Matt.
Well, that's okay.
I would have to disagree with you,
this.
And I'll tell you why.
Let's watch this one ball.
I'll tell you why. She made that turn. She got a good grip of the handle, but now take a look at the tail end of this turn. Now, if she was determined enough to get to number 3, she could have gotten to number 3 with that kind of turn if she didn't back up and put some weight on the tail to stop the ski.
Okay, well, I'll let you go ask her if she laid up or if she.
Well, we've got we've got someone on the lakeshore that can do that for us.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I guess we could get Wade to ask her.
All right. While that mini argument gathers a little bit of steam debate.
Healthy debate.
So for those of you on the live chat, what do you reckon? Did Ali lay up or was something different going on? Here we go. This is Ali Garcia on the water, 13 meters. Looking good. Now, Ali Garcia, what does she need? Well, she's already got half a buoy at 10.75 meters in round number 1. In order for her to actually vault her way back into contention, she would need to exceed the current 6th place skier. That is Vanessa Veek, and needing something along the lines of 2 at 10.75 meters to vault her from where she is right now in 7th to where she'd want to be at least, which is in 6th. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Ali Nicholson. And Ali, we've got your 11-meter pass framed up, and walk us through this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought my gait was pretty slow there. The headwind was a bit more than what I was anticipating. Overall, though, I felt like the pass was pretty good. I mean, decent one ball here. One of these I got a little loose line there. I mean, but I still felt like I was in pretty good shape, just staying with it. I started kind of pulling long at this point, out the back a little bit there at 3. I definitely pulled really long to 4. And this is where I was like, don't do what you did last round. Don't pop the handle, make sure you hold it. And coming into 5, I was, pretty comfortable, pretty confident. So happy to get through it. I mean, I'm going to chalk the first one up kind of to a fluke, I hope. So definitely not what I was looking for the first round, but definitely a little bit better this round.
And now you have to do the dreaded sit and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I was definitely hoping to put myself in a little safer spot, but here we are sitting and waiting. That seems to be my style at Swiss Pro. I've done that a few years now, so I try to break that habit, but we'll wait it out and see.
All right. Back to you guys, Tony. Thank you.
All right, here comes Ali Garcia, 12 meters. Pass that is critical to her making it through at least to the area where she needs to ski in order to make it through to the 3rd round final. That is Ali Garcia. And Ali Garcia, not only a better than average slalom skier, but she's also a pretty adept to skiing on the slopes as well, spending quite a bit of time over in Mammoth Mountain in California.
Yeah. I have not seen her snow ski, but I know she's done it since she was a little kid, so I'm sure she's very, very competent.
And I mean, I know you've experienced all skiers from all types of backgrounds, sporting backgrounds, whether they've been into cycling or what have you, and even had the chance to work with some skiers that have excelled either in cross country or in alpine. But do you consider having that kind of alpine skiing background is a tremendous game changer or an advantage going forward?
100%. Yeah, 100%. Like that kind of physical literacy when you're a kid, whether it's skating or something that you're doing independent legs, snow skiing, skating, that kind of stuff. You see a high level of athleticism come from those kind of activities. Same with gymnastics, those kind of things.
Okay, so Let's have a look and see what Ali Garcia can do. 11.25 meters to put her back into contention. She would need to ski more than 1.5 at 10.75 meters. But we are at 11.25 meters. A little bit of a bounce into number 3. Good to go for number 4. Look at her go. There's a number 5, a little bit of a rodeo action there, getting around number... Oh, no! And she drops the handle after number 6 before she makes it through to the exit gate. And that has gifted Vanessa Wieck a spot through to the final, and any skier that has skied more than 1.5 at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, it was a shame. She was early out of ball 3 there. I thought she had a great start.
Yep, she had the start.
Perfect one ball.
It had the potential, really did.
She is getting popped off the wake a little bit.
And what do you attribute that to?
You know, it just may be different rhythm, like, yeah, a little held up here. You know.
Yeah, just like that, right there.
Yeah.
And here comes number 4 into number 5.
That was solid.
The score coming through, it's 5.5, 5 1/2 is the score for Ali Garcia, and you just didn't have the grip strength.
Yeah, she had a lot of speed and down course going on there at 6 ball and couldn't hold it. That was unfortunate.
So Ali Garcia gets the official score of 5.5, 5 1/2 at 11.25 meters, and unfortunately that eliminates her. Her best score is half at 10.75 meters from round number 1. But that essentially sets the six skiers through to the next round. Obviously, Jamie Ball, the current leader, with 4 at 10.75 meters. Regina Jaquist on 3.
Is that right?
McClintock Greeny on 3. Nicholson on 2. Paige Pagozzi on 2. And this lady here, coming to us originally from Western Australia, it's Vanessa Wieck.
Thanks. Let's have some fun. Okay, when you're ready.
So, last words there from Vanessa Wieck. Let's go have fun. And it's incredible how the attitude changes knowing that you're through to the next round.
Yeah, for sure.
All right there, that being the case. 30 meters, Vanessa Wieck, who qualified via the LCQ within the last few days to be a part of the Masters women's slalom competition for this year over in Callaway Gardens. So big ups there for Vanessa Wieck, who lives over in Pantalago these days, towards the southern portion of Florida now.
Beautiful place. I was there for the first time in March, and what a beautiful facility that is.
Yeah, they're starting to build quite a few properties there now, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of houses there.
All right, then let's check in with Wade.
Well, hey, another plug for Clint and family and the Swiss Water Ski Resort. There are a lot of different passports over here, Italian, Swiss, Belgiums. So fun stories hanging about here. And thank you guys so much for making this the first pro event of our season. Yeah, we couldn't be happier to be here. And we got good weather now, and you're getting through round 2 and got the big finale this afternoon. Can't wait.
All right, continuing on, and yeah, we've got plenty of nations represented here. 50 nations, all included on that list, and you've got Canadians, Americans, Argentines, even a Moroccan. Yes.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. There's one more American to add to that list. Well, at least from this desk, anyway. All right, there, here we go. This is Vanessa Wieck. Entrance round buoy number 1 on 12 meters. Now, from this point onwards, each of these skiers knows that they're going to be through to the final without any shadow of a doubt. So that must alter the mindset a little bit. But do you ski a little bit easier? Do you have a pop maybe at an opt-up or pop possibly, you know?
Well, I think when you take away the risk of missing the cut, it frees your mind to just like attack, you know? Like, I don't think you ease up. I think you go the other way, take some risk with the speed on the gate and try to make that, you know, get that good speed at the start of the course that you know is going to carry you to the end.
Oh, a little on the back foot there through the entrance gates. Known for bringing her hips up forwards and getting stacked like that. That's been part of her MO for as long as I've watched her compete over so many years.
Yeah, Vanessa's got a very strong position behind the boat.
And you know, with Vanessa Wieck, you know, it's great to see her ski. You know, and sometimes she's picked up a knock or two or an injury or so on and so forth, and hasn't been available for a lot of the pro tournaments. But it's good to see her in good shape, able to compete at this level. Has qualified for the big daddy of all the tournaments around the world, the Masters, and we're looking to see her being competitive right here, right now at Swiss. Here we go, 11.25 meters. Ooh, a little bit of a fumble with the handle there around number 2, but still managing to get back into this.
And she's fighting for this one.
Yeah, she's fighting, but she's winning too.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, she had that hold up at ball 2, and then it was like, gotta go. See what happens here.
And you know, the ability of these
gate.
slalom skiers to have this, to have amassed such experience, you know, going into this event and knowing exactly what to do. If I'm late, okay, just
that.
Boom.
That was crazy. She had that handle like way up at her chest out of 2-ball. You could see it perfect with that fisheye camera there.
Yep. I'm a little bit late coming into the buoys. Okay, I'll pull up a little bit on the handle, take up the slack, and then wait for the boat to catch up. Boom, and boom, like that.
Yeah, that was good.
I mean, suffice to say, I mean, at this level of slalom skiing, I mean, it's hard to be perfect, but you don't have to be. I mean, because as long as you've got that little weapon or two in your back pocket, you know, to invoke. And given situations, you know, you can still make these passes at such incredibly short lines.
Yeah, I mean, Vanessa's got a lot of experience, and, you know, the rest of these girls skiing have all, you know, run 38s that aren't perfect, and they're bouncing and slack and all kinds of stuff. And there's a picture from the U.S. Open at Lake Ivanhoe of Whitney coming around 1-ball, and her head got thrown back so far. When the guy snapped the picture, it looked like she didn't have a head. It was, and she ran it. It was pretty cool. All right, 39. Let's see what she can do here. Little block at 1, but not bad.
Oh, there's 2 and 10.75 meters. So 2 at 10.75 meters. That would put her into a provisional tie with Paige Pagozzi, but Paige has yet to ski. I think actually she's skiing next. So in this instance, there is currently a tie with 2 at 10.75 meters between Ali Nicholson, Paige Pagozzi, and Vanessa Wieck. But the tiebreaker is the second score that they've yet to put out there. Now, Vanessa Wieck is ahead of Nicholson. Both of them have skied twice now, and Vanessa Wieck had the better score in round 1 compared to Ali Nicholson. So that's why Vanessa Wieck is in 4th right now, and Ali Nicholson's in 5th. Paige Pagozzi, on the other hand, she can vault over those two and take 4th spot at this time, provided that that she gets more than 2 at 10.75 meters.
Or 2.
Or 2.
2, yeah, because Vanessa got 1.5 the first round, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, some good skiing here. Yeah, just brought the handle too high on the inside. So, getting ready to go, Paige Pagozzi. Yeah, Matt, do you want a 2U snack bar?
I think I'm good, Tony, but they do look good.
Yeah, these are pretty good. Put this one in your back pocket. Peanut butter cranberry.
I know a little blonde boy that'll probably eat it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These bars have 7 grams of protein and a good nutritional snack here, courtesy of 2U Nutritional Snacks, one of our sponsors here at the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2025. Check them out at stores in Central Florida. Paige Pagozzi. Go vote for your favorite slalom skier for skier of the day. We've seen some good determined performances so far in this event in the first round, and so far the skier in the second round. Go vote for skier of the day, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, and vote for your favorite skier. In the meantime, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Vanessa Veek, who secured her way into the final later today, and we were just chatting. It's sink or swim, pass, fail. There's really no scores, right?
Yeah, I had to double check with the boat judge to make sure I made the finals because honestly, I don't really pay too much attention. So when they said yes, I was like, well, I get to water ski again, so it's a good day.
Well, so far so good. You got through the 11, got to look at 10-7 both rounds. So what might we do different in the final?
Honestly, I cannot tell you right now because I'm so excited about actually getting to ski again. That's my husband's job, so I'll go and talk to him and ask him what he wants me to do, and then we'll go from there.
No, I love it. Like you're like, okay, yeah, fine, we'll let somebody else figure it out. We'll relax, enjoy the moment, right, and get ready for finals.
Yeah, I'm going to go and have something to eat and watch the guys and the girls. Like, I love watching them ski. I'm sitting there in awe watching Ali. I just thought, both Alis actually, they look amazing, and I'm just enjoying watching everyone as well.
See how much fun she has. We're going to have fun hanging out here with her some more. Back to you guys.
Just that ability to compartmentalize that kind of stuff is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, she's not wrong.
Now, she said she's a little hungry. May I offer you a 2U snack bar? Here we go. This is Paige Pagozzi. So Paige,
a little bit of a big 3-ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
And 5.
Yeah, a little
She's
heavy
probably
there, but she's early.
Yeah. She's probably getting a little tired. She's done a lot of skiing. She, like Vanessa, will be skiing in the Masters. Her and Vanessa qualified on Friday, so that was a long day. Lots of runoffs with the Masters qualifiers. It's never straight up. It's always a runoff.
Yeah, always complicated in some way or form, those events, you know, but kudos to Paige for making it through. I believe in the tricks and the slalom, right?
That's right.
Okay, excellent stuff there. So, doesn't jump so much anymore.
She does,
but
not at the Masters.
Not at the Masters, or even at the
She did that 2 years ago, and she said, "You know what, Dad? I can say I jumped at the Masters, but I don't really love jumping there. It's kind of rolly and crazy."
Yeah, that venue at Robin Lake has definitely thrown up some classics so far as the jumping is concerned. I mean, we can go back to like the 90s, early part of the 2000s, where we had ski flying back in those days.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh.
It's just savage. Ski flying, and especially at the Masters, is just absolutely savage. It's crazy.
I mean, I get like shivers, you know, when I listen to that big beast of an engine that was in that 196 at that time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right, then moving away from that to what Paige Pagozzi has in store for us with this next run. This is now 11.25 meters. That little modified one-handed gate shot. Ooh, get all over the place though. She's fighting this pass.
Come on.
Oh, and unfortunately unable to run it this time around. Looks like it is going to be 3.5. 3 1/2 at 11.25 meters. That keeps her rooted in 6th spot right now. So unable to get to the target score that would have enabled her to either ascend to as high as 5th or 4th, or even higher, you know, determined by how far she got on 10.75 meters. Could have actually taken the lead if she'd gotten more than 2/3 the way down 10.75 meters, but that is a moot point because she fell at 3 1/2 on this run.
Man, I love watching these angles. It's really cool. She's just a little fast, and then safety to the back of her ski, and yeah, donezo.
So there we go. That is Paige Reaney.
She'll be pumped to be in the finals.
Here we are with TWBC celebrating 15 years of water ski broadcasting excellence. And for the first time starting this season, all of the coverage that you see will be coming to you in 4K. So extra crisp images. Make sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel.
No, I'll go A1. A1. Yeah. Well, you asked. I'm going to try it.
All right there. So looks like we have. All right there. So our next competitor, who has decided to make a letter change from Bravo 1 to Alpha 1 on the 0 off. This is Regina Jaquist, and she's having a little bit of a giggle here before she goes out.
Welcome to the A Club, Regina.
So what kind of difference does that make? I mean, seriously.
Honestly, it's going to make more of a difference off the second wake for her than it is like out of the ball. You know, I think she won't notice a difference while she's putting her hand back on the handle, but like when she swings from the center line out, it's going to be on her a little bit longer because it's coming on a little bit later. So she's probably wanting it to swing her higher up on the boat. So that's what she's going to feel by switching from B to A. When she's on B, it's going to come on sooner and it's going to shut off sooner. So it just leaves her hanging out there a little bit longer.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm sitting with an absolute legend here. When I was 17, 18 years old, Jim Clooney and I broke in to the USA Water Ski Hall of Fame banquet to watch you get inducted.
That was a while ago. That was back, in 1975, somewhere in there.
Was it? No, the year you got inducted was that long ago?
There was the World Hall of Fame, which was more recent than the original Hall of Fame. The original one was at Cypress Gardens, and it was back in like 1975.
Well, we certainly had our story mixed up there, but we certainly vividly remember you because we were sharing the story last night. I don't remember if we went over a fence or behind a gate, but yeah, we didn't have any money to buy a ticket, but we just wanted to see a speech from the legend because we all wanted to learn a flip because you were doing it. Were you the first to do a flip on a trick ski?
There was another guy that did a flip. He did it on 2 skis, but he actually cut at it like it was almost like a jump cut. And like 30 feet later, he had landed basically on his back. But to actually do it in a trick run, I never did put it in a trick run because it was less points to do that than a wake 540.
It was a different time, and your sort of standard move after you finished your trick run when you would do the flip on the way back to the dock, and similar to Mike Mack's body slide, that was your move, right?
That's right. I mean, it's I got really bored when I was skiing, so I had a lot of tricks that I dreamed up, whether they're step front to fronts and step 540s, wake 540s, the flip, all that, come about from just not doing the same thing all the time.
So are we going to start seeing Cole do a flip on the way back after his ride now?
I don't think so. I tried to talk him into, when he was younger, when he tricked, to do flips, and it just wasn't in his realm of being able to do that. And it takes a little bit of knowledge and physical whereabouts of how to do a flip and where your feet are.
Well, good chatting with this guy. He's an absolute legend. Enjoyed it. Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right, then, getting a few folks with some comments going through, even commenting on the debate that we were having about Ali Nicholson, and one person suggested that they had agreed with me because right after turning number 2, she looked down the course instead of looking across. But there are some other comments as well, like our latest comment here saying that A1 is a steak sauce. And that's true.
Very true.
Yes. And the reason why we bring that up is because on A1 now, compared to being on Bravo 1 in the previous round, is Regina Jaquist. Now, she's gotten through 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters. Yeah, definitely getting a little bit more swing up on the boat there. Looks like this change is definitely suiting her, but to have that kind of experience in feeling good about what changes you made is certainly commendable.
Yeah, I mean, I just heard Bergs, they got sound in the boat. He said, I don't know if it was better, but it felt pretty damn good. So, I mean, the driver knows, man. The driver can feel when you're more in rhythm with the boat and when you're not in as good a rhythm with the boat. So,
all right,
if the driver tells you it feels good, you're probably doing things right.
All right, let's try the other extreme. If she decided to go from Bravo 1 to Charlie 1,
yeah,
what would have what?
Well, the handle would be pulling away from her quicker because once it comes on, it's going to come on sooner, and then it's going to leave her more dead off the second wake. It's going to get all the correction done on the way to the center line, and then from the center line out, it's not going to be doing a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. All right, then. So a little bit of sage knowledge there on the eccentricities of zero off there, courtesy of Matt Reaney.
Yeah, like the A, the B, and the C is when it comes on, and then the number 1, 2, and 3 is how it delivers it.
Yeah.
So 1, it delivers it the most progressive. It's like a longer arc. B is a little shorter arc, and C is a sharper arc, basically. So.
Okay.
It's good to know what all those things do.
And there we go, and there is Vince's graphic right there.
Vince Stadelbar just clutched with the graphic right away. Here you go.
Right there in front of you.
Except it's not right. It's not right. It's backwards.
All right, then, whilst we investigate that, let's have a look and see what Regina Jaquist can do with Alpha 1. Oh, a little bit delayed off number 2, round number 3.
Goodness gracious.
And have you ever recalled a time where Regina hasn't been has been kind of off the boil a little bit?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she just looked like 1 looked better there, but then 2 she had nothing. Like she didn't have the rope there at 2. So, again, A's going to come on a little later, so maybe she felt like there wasn't enough support for her at 2 ball there. Like this. Little loose line, but solid 1 ball.
Yeah, I mean, as solid as it gets.
She's over her ski, and then there's just, nothing. So we'll see. We'll see in the finals what she decides to go with. My guess is she'll be back at B.
Yeah, I would think so as well, because
more because what she's used to.
And just that handle throw, I mean, is like that should tell you all you need to know.
Yeah.
On that one.
Look at that 1 ball. I mean,
that's good, yeah. But this is a tailwind coming into number 2, and just wheelies up. Manages to get round number 2 and round number 3. I mean, it's good enough for the lead in this round, but not enough to take the ultimate lead away from Jamie Bullitt this time. All right. So now working our way down. We got Whitney Reaney now, getting ready to rock the roost.
Okay.
Okay, so Whitney Reaney from that dynasty of McClintock skiers from way back in the day. I mean, you can trace her lineage in terms of water ski performance all the way back to the late 1970s when Joel McClintock stunned the world by becoming world men's overall champion there on Long Pond in 1979.
What a spot that is. Have you been there?
No, I haven't, but I'd love to go one of these days.
It's on the backside of Toronto Island. So there's an island off of Toronto, and it's like between two pieces of land there. It's amazing. They had a pro tour there in the 90s when Camille Duval and her husband were putting on the budget water ski tour, budget rental car. Yeah, it was cool. They had it again there in the mid 90s, and they had slalom.
Was there also a venue at the Pan American Games back in that time?
No, Pan American Games was on in Ontario Place, which is right on Lake Ontario, down at the waterfront.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I bet that was an interesting.
It was great. The first 2 days were great, and then they get these like weird, almost tides that come in, and so the water went from 75 degrees on the Saturday to 52 degrees on the Sunday in the finals. It dropped 20 degrees, just the way, the water rotates and shifts because the body of water is so big. So, but that, we didn't get wind. We had great conditions there, and we had a big portion of the city of Toronto down there watching it. So it was amazing.
Nice. And so far as any one of you out there that are wondering when the next time the Pan American Games will take place, I think it's in about 2 years' time, and it's going to be in Santiago, right?
No,
no, Lima.
It's in Lima again, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's exciting. I mean, the 2019 Pan Am Games were there. And it was wonderful. They did like a little satellite because obviously the ski lake in Peru is quite a bit south of the city of Lima. So they did like a satellite village there for us and a couple other sports, and it was amazing.
Nice. All right, there. Here we go. Working away with Whitney Reaney out there on the slalom course. Nicely done round buoy number one. And she just has this beautiful balance on the ski. It looks like she's kind of a little over the place a little bit in the turns, but I mean there's a lot going on underneath the surface. She's
well, and this time last year, like maybe in March of 24 is when we switched her to a 65-inch ski. Since she's like young, she's been using a 66-inch ski, and it just kind of like centered her more on the ski, which was like a huge thing for her and a big part of her success last season.
Couldn't you have moved the bindings forward a little bit on a 66, or would that have had the same effect?
Yeah, but it would to some degree, but then, it's a bigger ski, and as you move the boots forward on a ski, it makes it harder to turn. So you can essentially get the same amount of balance or the same restricted balance, so to speak, with a smaller ski, provided that, you can carry enough speed on it, which she doesn't struggle to carry speed on the ski.
All right, then. So interesting. She's riding a 65 now, yeah?
Correct.
Correct.
Yep.
So,
yep.
So that's interesting, certainly.
After, a couple decades on a 66.
Wow.
Literally, yeah. It's crazy.
Normally whenever...
how it happened? You know how it happened?
How?
We were at Herb's Cup 2 years ago, and Paige went into the cabin at Herb's Lake, at Radar Lake, and he saw this old O'Brien weight chart of this girl, and she's like, "Dad, I'm in this weight. Like this thing's like O'Brien back when Herb was O'Brien. Like,
yeah.
Hey, why am I in this weight chart? Like I should be on a 65." So she called Brooks and said, "Can you send me a 65?" So Paige rode a 65, and then I had Whitney try one, and it was much better for her. So
wow.
Little out the back there, speaking of balance.
And not only that, this is double booted.
She's got 1.5. She's got that half reflex shell in the back.
Okay, well,
yeah.
kind of like the cuff height.
She's got the R style, I think it's called.
Okay.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah. She's got a full radar liner in it, so it's got a little bit of integrity, but it's just half a boot in the back.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot going on underneath the hood. So,
There always is. It's never that simple with these guys.
and I love this turn right here. That is offside turn number 2. Rocking on the back there, but is she still...
That thing. Yeah, that 2-ball was so good. Her ski just took off, but her offside for a lefty is one of the best in history for sure. You know, I mean, lefties are notoriously known for not awesome offsides, but Whitney, and whenever it's funny, whenever Freddie Winter commentates, he always like makes a big deal out of her 2.4, which rightfully he should, because her 2.46 is like one of the best lefties there is.
Mm-hmm. All right, then. So we're getting ready for Whitney Reaney to make her way back into the slalom course. 3 at 10.75 meters currently puts her in a tie with Regina Jaquist with that score. Now, as long as Whitney Reaney scores better than Regina Jaquist's backup score, then she would vault up from 3rd into 2nd at this time.
Let's see if we can, if Whitney can be the first one to run this. Nobody's run a 39 yet today, which is surprising from the 3 girls.
There's number 1. Oh, getting a big hit off number 1. There's number 2, and that gives her...
Yeah, everybody's struggling today.
Yeah, so that's
weird.
All right, so that's 2 buoys at 39 and a half off. That is 2 at 10.75 meters. Now, I believe that creates the perfect tie with Regina Jaquist, depending upon what she scored in round number 2. If you can recall that score, we'll have a look at the.
I think Reg got 3 both rounds, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, she got 3 both rounds, which means that Regina Jaquist holds on to 2nd place at the very least, and Whitney McClintock Reaney will keep 3rd place at this time, as we now get ready for our final skier.
Yeah, because last year, I don't remember exactly, but her and Regina ran 39 almost every round here. I think they ran it all 3 rounds last year, and Jamie ran it almost all 3 rounds as well. And it's just weird that nobody's taken one down yet.
Maybe they're just waiting to create some magic in round 3.
I think they're all hoping they create some magic. I don't think they're purposely waiting. But again, you know.
Who knows? All right there, so getting ready. Jamie Ball, the current world women's slalom champion, 2-time world women's slalom champion, coming to us out of North Bay in Ontario. Let's see what she's got. Approaching the course, 55K, max speed, at line length 30 meters. And here is where you see some snow skiing translated onto water. Just look at the knee bend there into number 5 and the number 6 all over that one. You don't get much better than that.
Man, these drone views are amazing.
Yep, and so's the drone pilot. Yep, Mr. Jason Scholl doing a fine job there, and also doing a fine job with the mic is Wade, and we hear from him next.
Hey guys, here with Miss Whitney McClintock Reaney, and so certainly not what you wanted. We've got your 10.7 framed up here. Walk us through this.
All right, so I thought I had a pretty good gait here. I was carrying enough speed, I felt. And then I thought I came off the second wake pretty good into 1 ball, but I ended up with a little bit of crush going into 2. Maybe just my lack of confidence there, because it didn't actually look as bad as it felt. But I think I just need to turn that switch and just be aggressive for the finals.
So let's talk about that, because when I skied, we didn't have video till way after, you know. But the instant gratification, sometimes you get a different look. You're like, well, no, I was actually better than I thought. Isn't that the sensation you've got?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely didn't feel like there was a chance there at 2 ball, and that's why I just pulled up. And I thought I got really crushed and lost a lot of line and time at 1 ball, but I mean, that's a perfectly acceptable 1 ball to run it. So I'm just going to turn that on for next round and get some more buoys.
Well, we're going to see her do that. We've seen her do it many times before. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you. Look forward to seeing that there from Whitney Reaney as we look now at Jamie Bull. Oh, a little bit of a rears up a little bit on number 1 on 12 meters. She needs to arrest that in a hurry.
I'm glad I heard Whitney say that because I didn't think that one ball was too bad to run it either, but she seemed to think so out there, but I'm glad she got to watch it back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, interesting to see the number of skiers that have used the coverage here to basically just try and diagnose some of the elements of their set and work to do better in the next round should they get the opportunity to ski that round.
I would say probably close to 100% of the skiers go back and watch it.
Nice.
Look at these conditions, Tony. My goodness, it's pretty perfect out here.
Yep, beautiful, bright sunshine, a stark contrast to what we were experiencing at 8:30 this morning. Strange how that happens, but
it is Florida.
It is.
Our weather's bipolar.
Yeah. But there you go. Good, solid effort there from Jamie Bull, who got 4 on 10.75 meters in round number 1. Because hasn't been challenged by any of our skiers up to this point, then Jamie Bull at the very least knows that she is going to be last off the dock in the women's 3rd round final. So that little challenge there is she doesn't have to worry about too much. But let's see if she can boost up her score a little bit here from 4 to maybe something a little bit higher. But before she even gets to that area, she needs to run this one. Oh no, this is 11.25 meters. 10.75 meters will be next after this. And by the looks of things, Jamie Bull will have an attempt at 10.75 meters.
Really nice 38 for the Jamie there. That was a real cruisy pass.
Yeah, once you get into some kind of rhythm, a really good rhythm like that, you know, it just makes life a little bit easier going forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're in rhythm with the boat and the driver, and you know, passes get easy, and when you're out of rhythm, they get hard. You know, that's 450 horsepower engine that's basically just making sure it gets the right time. So if you're not working with it and you're working against it, it's going to beat you every time.
And when I see Jamie Bull, a slalom ski, I'm watching one specific area, and it's a lower back, and how it turns and how it rotates up over the tip of the ski towards the end, and then just holds on to that angle, just stacking up behind the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Good few of our friends out there and under the tent checking in the action there on the big screen, and a few more along the shore side checking the action outside in the great outdoors.
All right, here we go. 39.
There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Continue to go round booing. Oh, and rears up. I honestly thought that pass was going to go down.
Yeah, that was crazy. That looked a little bit like what happened to Regina at 2 ball, only at 4 ball. So.
All right, so that gives us our 6 finalists going forward. We've just seen Jamie Bull get what was that, 3 1/2 at 10.75 meters. We're having a look at this action right now. Jamie Bull will be last off the dock, 227 kilograms, putting her in 6th place right now. Fairly light on the boat, taking the other skiers into account, but we'll Look at her approach into number 4, a little bit of a shoulder charge, and just rears up on the ski and knew that she couldn't get more than that. So 3.5 was going to be it there for her. And looking at the list of skiers that we've seen with their scores, the only skier that's really made an impact, between round 1 and round number 2, is Ali Nicholson, and she's going to be first off the dock to set a target for the remaining skiers to go.
I think Paige is off the dock first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
is she or no? I didn't see that. Yeah. Yeah.
So now we've just seen the score there from Jamie Bull, and here it is.
Paige is up. Yeah, you're right. Ali Nicholson is first off the dock.
All right. So Jamie Bull, first place after 2 rounds of skiing. We're about to go. We'll go into the 3rd round final after the conclusion of the 2nd round of men's slalom. Regina Jacobs in 2nd, Whitney McClintock-Rini in 3rd, and the others that you see there. Now, Trinidad Espinal is still in the lead on 285 kilograms of force. We're at 2 at 11.25 meters. Paige Pagozzi with 284, so she has one more round to try and put that to right. Whitney McClintock-Rini also 284, but that was at 1 buoy at 10.75 meters. I don't know. Is there a tiebreaker in this? I don't know.
Yeah, it's winner take all. So what's crazy is Trinidad's one of the smallest ones here.
Yeah, exactly.
She's tiny, so she must have got in deep on that. What was that? 2 ball at 38 it was, I saw?
2 at 38 off for 11.25 meters. Okay, we have switched drivers. We're about to send our first skier off the dock. It, I believe, is going to be... There we go, Benjamin Stadelbauer. There he is at the end of the dock. Benjamin Stadelbauer will be our first one out, followed by Bautista Humada, then Camille Bamra, then Nikki Antonsen, Robert Pagozzi, Jaime Palomino, Tim Tornquist, Freddie Winter, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Thibaut Dayon, Joel Poland. And I believe there's about 4 other skiers, 4 or so other skiers to go beyond the end of this list. Namely Sasha Deska, Cole McCormick, Jonathan Travers, Nate Smith, Charlie Ross, Dane Meckler, Robert Hazelwood, and Corey Vaughan. So that's what we got ahead of us. Men's slalom 2nd round. Looks like we're dumping some fuel into the boat, NASCAR style. And once we get done with that, we will proceed on. All right, getting ready. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer in the water to commence our 2nd round. Now, Benjamin Stadelbauer scored half a buoy at 11.25 meters in the opening round, so he'll be looking for some level of redemption here. Certainly, if he can get through the first couple of runs, and actually first 3 runs, which will be 12, 11, and 10.75 meters, then the game could be on here for Benjamin Stadelbauer, but 1 pass at a time. Alpha 2, his selection on the 0 off. Just got to get settled in, not worry too much about the consequence. So, there we go. That is Benjamin Stadelbauer. So, welcome back. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company, along with Pro Gear, a Swiss Water Ski Resort, Masterline Eagle, Logitech, Lake County, 2U Bars, and TWBC. This is the Swiss Pro Slalom 2025. Best score of 2 rounds is the format. Top 6 women, top 8 men. They advance through to the 3rd round final. So we got skiers from a whole bunch of different nations. Switzerland out first, then Argentina for Bautista Humada, who will be next. Moroccan, 3rd off the dock in the form of Camille Bamra. An Austrian with Nikki Antonsen. A skier from the Dominican Republic, Robert Pagozzi from Mexico. Jaime Palomino, Tim Tornquist of Sweden, then Great Britain, then Italy, then Great Britain again, then we got a Frenchman, and so on and so forth. 11.25 meters by the sheer fact that he's gotten this far into the pass. He's already skied better than what he did in round number 1, so that should give Benjamin Stadelbauer some sense of relief going forwards. Getting ready to shorten down to 10.75 meters. It is going to be Benjamin Stadelbauer. All right there, so Benjamin Stadelbauer getting ready for 10.75 meters, and he's certainly going to have to conjure up a little bit of magic here to get back into contention. And we'll see what he does here. A skier who skis here on the regular. One of the coaches here at the Swiss Water Ski Resort. We'll see how things shape up there for him. All right, here we go, folks. Benjamin Stadelbauer. Entrance gate number 1. Oh, and blows the tail again. But this time around, it's one pass further into his effort. Half a buoy at 10.75 meters. So just looking at this once again, entrance gates, buoy number 1. And honestly, I think it's the same error once again, just pulling across his body just way too soon. And whenever you do that with the outside arm, it just shifts a whole bunch of weight towards the tip of the ski. Boom, like that. And whenever you do that, the fin pops out. And unfortunately for Benjamin Stadelbauer, it is goodbye, Mr. Bond. So the tournament boat making its way back to the dock. Bautista Humada getting ready to go. He'll be going in on the minimum starting line length of 12 meters. So at this early stage in the proceedings, half a buoy, 10.75 meters for Benjamin Stadelbauer.
32, Batista.
Okay, folks, continuing on with the Swiss Pro Slalom. Second skier, round 2, Bautista Humada. There's number 1. Excellent into number 2, bringing the handle in very, very smooth indeed. Little stretched into number 4, but managing to recover well off number 5 and gets the 12-meter run under his belt. Probably one of his very few experiences with going in on 12 meters to start things off, but looking to build upon that experience. The same can be said for Camille Bamra, coming to us out of the Kingdom of Morocco. He is on dockside right now, and let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, so first of all, I couldn't find my name on the list. I've been looking, not just, in all seriousness, guys, in 10 years of the Swiss Pro, 3 male winners, a bit varied, 2 ladies winners, and one of the same name, a lot of. So we're curious to see who's going to be written down here, but want to say a shout out to a couple people. Tim Wheeler, who's chilling at my house in Cali. So hope you guys are enjoying. Thanks for watching. Yeah, so anyway, I had a great night last night too with my good buddy Jim Clooney, Carl Roberge, Stefan Wild, Kiwi, who would normally be here. But yeah, just had a wonderful time at the USA Water Ski and Wake Hall of Fame. So yeah, anybody that was there, you know it. It was a great night. Back to you guys.
So thanks a lot for that, Wade. And this is the 11th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. Certainly the list of winners represents a who's who of slalom skiing in both the men's and the women's competition. And unfortunately, Bautista Humada going in a little bit hard into buoy number 1, unable to effectively bleed the speed. And so ends up with half a buoy at 11.25 meters. So Bautista Humada just on the back of the ski, unable to get back into the game, and scores a half on 11.25 meters. But this is definitely going to be a learning experience there for him. Probably one of the very few, or probably the first pro event that he's been involved with. And I'm sure that he'll be representing Argentina at the World U21 Championships, which will take place in Canada, and which will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. And of course, a big shout out to all of the Humada family that are watching in from Argentina. They have an absolutely tremendous site that has hosted quite a few tournaments so far, and looking set to, I believe, host the IWWF World Under-17 Championships. Maybe we'll get the opportunity to provide coverage for that event coming up in 2026. But an event that's coming up very soon this season will take place in Rabat in Morocco, the home city and country of our competitor about to take to the water, take to the course next. This is Camille Bamra from the Kingdom of Morocco. 12-meter start. Little on the back. Just trying to stay calm here. Knows that he can pretty much run 12 meters in his sleep. Normally used to going in on 13 meters to get things up and running, but definitely finding his feet, doing well with the opener of 12 meters. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Ben Stadelbar, who has had better days. So, Ben, I've always said that the most pressure on any skier is the skier that it's their home lake. And for you, yeah, you train here year-round. You've lived here many years. Do you feel the pressure? Come see, come saw?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, most years I have the same amount of pressure as any other events. I don't think any more this year. I really enjoy having the event here. It's fun for us skiers. It's fun for me. It was what it was today. And out of any tournaments, to go back home and sleep in your bed that's 200 meters from here is the best one to do it at. So not going to complain.
Well, I just went over your lovely bride, Dr. Sam, allowed me to go refresh my water at your house, and I've just got so many fond memories of staying here, you and your family, chatting with your little brother, chatting with your mom and dad. Yeah, I just always enjoy it. It's a highlight of my year.
No, thanks. We love having you here. You've been a great guest every single time, and yeah, you're just good vibes, so thank you.
Well, so what's your summer look like?
We're going to go to Lake 38 next. Sam will ski it too, so that'll be fun. We'll do that trip, and then go into the summer. We'll see. We'll go step by step.
Good deal. Well, enjoy. Thanks for having us, Ben. Always enjoy it. Back to you guys.
All right, then, back on the water, 11.25 meters, a little bit back there on buoy number 4, but managing to recover well off number 5 and number 6. So there we go. That is a 6 buoy count for Camille Bamra. So 2 passes under his belt, 12 and 11. But now he's really got a challenge ahead of him, 10.75 meters next. For Camille Bamra, his personal best is 5.5 on the next line leg shortening, which I also believe is an African men's slalom record. All right, so getting ready for pass number 3. It's going to be 10.75 meters. So let's see what our sole athlete from Africa has in store for us right here, right now. From Morocco. He'll be skiing on home water in about the second week of June on the Water Ski Pro Tour. Look at this, 10.75 meters. Look at that, number 4. Round. Oh, wow! Oh, my word, getting absolutely launched. My word. So he got off number 3 into number 4 and just was in two minds as to what to do, whether to continue skiing and try and get a little further down the course, or whether to just basically lay up and try and get at least 4. But I tell you what, look at this. Getting the angle off that ski, looking pretty good. Rocking towards the back. Now let's have a look at this from this point of view. Oh, it's not often that the boat crew actually has a clean view of the bottom of someone's feet before they crash into the water, but that's exactly what they've gotten. Looking at the instant replay here for Kamil Bumrah, his score here. Look at this. Getting round buoy number 6, tries to get through the pack. Oh, he goes full on barefoot jump style there. So 3 1/2 has been given to Kamil Bumrah. I think that's probably one of his better scores, but amazing little bit of determination there. He's probably got a sore back after that, taking that huge hit, but he looks happy. He'll be trudging his way back towards the starting dock. I think there's probably a little bit of concern along the shore side as to whether he's okay physically, but Kamil Bumrah with a 3.5 at 10.75 meters, 2 buoys shy of his personal best with 5.5. But that's certainly a better performance than what he did this morning. So our leaderboard, as it looks right now, doesn't see too much in the way of change from courtesy of any scores that have existed between now and the publication of that list. But in the meantime, here comes Nikki Antonsen, who has skied into 41 off before. Actually did that at the tournament that was hosted in Winter Garden in Central Florida about 2 seasons or so. But here we go. This is Nikki Antonsen coming to us out of Vienna in Austria. Part of a skiing family, who I'm sure is watching right now. And after looking upon the 6 buoy count on pass number 1, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Andrew Bergman. And Andrew, you're behind the wheel, right? So your first Swiss Pro as a slalom driver. You've driven a couple Swiss Pros as a trick driver. A little different pressure?
Yeah, a little bit different. I mean, I enjoy it a lot because a lot of these girls I pull, not regularly, but often enough for record tournaments or ski school or things like that. So it's a lot of fun, a little bit different pressure than the trick event, but it's good.
And you are a Canadian and spent a bunch of time around the Ross kids, so you've pulled a lot of really good slaloms.
Yeah, I pulled a lot of good slalom. I mean, Charlie and Neil are both skiing really well, and I spend 10 hours a day behind the wheel, so spent a lot of time farming the lake.
Practice makes perfect, right?
I hope so. Eventually, maybe. Not yet, but I got a lot to learn from Greenie or whoever else.
Or as our buddy Jeff Carrington from Australia would say, practice makes permanent. So if you do the wrong thing wrong, you do it really good.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is like take feedback from the other guys, because I mean, if you're driving the boat bad, when you just drive the boat bad up and down the lake all day, that ain't the right way to do it.
No, well, good stuff. It's fun. We've used to seeing him on the water, ripping buoys, and now he's in the Nautique. So good stuff. Congrats. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go, folks. Coming in. This is Nikki Antonsen from Austria. 4 at 10.75 meters is his best so far this season. Looking good. Don't see too much wrong here. Nice bit of aggression there, especially into 135, where he's a little bit more free-flowing.
Yeah, that looked like a good pass, and I learned in his first interview that he's been injured for 7 weeks, so, just getting back on the horse, I guess.
Yeah, just trying to get back into the swing of things is a hard enough task on its own, especially if you're if you're carrying an injury, which he has been over the last span of 2 months. But there we go. We're having a look at the instant replay. A little loose into his 135 side, but he's still able to get the ski around on his offside turn. For the most part, looking very, very strong. And he's going to need that strength going forward, you know, because as the line length gets shorter, there cannot be enough emphasis placed on your ability to stay resistant behind the boat, because once the boat gets you, it's very, very difficult to get it back.
How was that crash at Camille's?
Ooh.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah, that was pretty gnarly. So
I saw him do it at Drew's a couple weeks ago out the exit gates at 39. Same thing.
Exactly the same thing?
Yep, exactly.
All right then. So if you like watching your slalom skiing a little bit on the rough side, you know, towards the end of the pass, then why don't you vote for him with the skiers vote? waterskibroadcasting.com/play. And Nicky almost entering that club himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think Camille should get a few votes for sure. I mean, that was a hell of a front handspring for a guy that tall.
Yeah, it's just amazing what the human body can hold on to, or not.
This is great.
Just taking that handle on the inside there to try and just coax that ski into a little bit more of a turn, and
seems like he's kind of stuck a little crouchier than he was last set, and he just kept running more and more down course.
Yeah. You can't afford to take too many of those types of hits. I mean, it's just brutal across your back. But there you go. We've got Nicky Antonsen. This is 11.25 meters. No, it's actually 10.75 meters once again. I apologize for that. Here at the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2025, brought to you by TWBC, broadcasted in 4K. 15 years of water ski broadcasting excellence. So, getting ready for our next competitor, who should be Robert Pigozzi. 365 kilograms of force brought into the equation there, courtesy of Nicky Antonsen. We'll get to hear from him shortly, no doubt. Robert Pigozzi.
My son-in-law.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. He's a great kid.
And Robert Pigozzi is one of the top 5 at the moment in the rope tension contest.
I got to, you know, obviously Paige and Bob got married in the DR. I got to go to Mario's Lake for the first time, and what a beautiful lake that is. And they got a nice little kitchen set up. You can have lunch, and it's just awesome there. If anybody's If anybody's vacationing in one of the islands, for sure go to the
Catalina.
Catalina, that's it. Yeah, just an awesome spot.
All right, rocking and rolling. Here we go. This now is Robert Pigozzi. Now, not nearly as pronounced with his positioning prior to the gate shot as he has been in some years in the past. He's learned to kind of moderate that a little bit and use somewhat of a modified style. With that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Nicky, and we've got your 10-7 framed up, and you're happy with the start. That's what I thought. The same. It was really good. Walk us through this.
Yeah, no, this time I really got a better gate, which I said the last time I was struggling with. And I actually had a fairly good one. I pulled a little hard into 2. So I've been struggling a bit with my 2.4. So those have not been too great. I drop in my shoulder a bit. But yeah, my 1.35 are fairly good, so I'm happy with that. Didn't get it in this 5 ball, but no, I was pretty happy, honestly, overall.
Well, I saw you squatted out of the load out of 2 and lost a little bit of space into 3, but maybe not so much space, but weren't able to sort of get that space back at 4, huh?
Yeah, no, I lost it a bit, unfortunately, but honestly, as I said, I'm happy to be back skiing and yeah, going the right direction, I guess, and I hope next week I start running them. Let's see.
Well, good deal. He's been out a bit with an injury, off the water for 7 weeks, so yeah, we're happy to have Nicky back in the water. Back to you guys.
Thanks once again. There is Jaime on the starting dock, getting ready to go from Mexico. Just trying to go through the motions a little bit before he takes the water. And on the water right now is Robert Pigozzi, former Pan American Games slalom champion. Won that title several years ago. I think that was 2019.
That was in Lima, yeah.
That was in Lima. Oh, getting in a little bit deep here at 11.25 meters now, having to really battle hard. Oh, there you go. 5 into 6.
He's also a member of the 43 Off Club.
Yes, he's gotten into 9.75 on at least 1 or 2 occasions. I think he actually won the Botas slalom event with something like that years ago, if my memory serves me right.
He didn't win, but you're right. He ran it there. He ran 41 at Botas tournament. He got a little aerial edge change here, Tony. Watch. Not this one.
Not that one. Oy.
That's a beautiful 2-ball.
Oh, nicely done. Plants that ski wonderfully
Here
into number 4.
That's the one that was a little weird.
Yeah. Just had to take a little bit of time out, just waited on that line to tighten up, and ooh.
He's got that.
He's got the pockets flowing.
Yeah, I know. John Horton from Ball of Spray texted me to tell me he's aerodynamically asymmetrical because he's got one pocket hanging out.
Okay. Well, that's a little bit of a cheaper option compared to buying yourself a Mastercraft asymmetric.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Here we go, Robert Pigozzi now. Now, at this stage in the game, I mean, you know him well enough to be kind of inside his mind a little bit. But he's run through 12 and 11.25 meters. I mean, 11.25 meters wasn't all that tidy. Now, what can he do to improve upon that?
You know, I think a little deep at 1 ball here. Yeah.
And even deeper into number 2, and he just waves that one off.
And I think, you know, for Bob, it's more about just getting back in the hustle of these pro tournaments. You know, he didn't do too many last year. He had some back injuries, and, you know, he's just a little back out of 1. Like, he committed well, just back, and then same thing here. He's just behind a little bit, and, you know, I think it's a matter of getting back in the hustle and going to all these events again, and he'll get it figured out. You know, he's skiing well in practice again, which is good, and then obviously tournaments are a little bit different situation.
All right, with that in mind, as we see him with the instant replay, 2 buoys at 10.75. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, so Camille, you recovered from your explosion, if you will?
I mean, man, it feels like I just got hit in the face, honestly.
Well, so we've got your 39 going here. It looked good in the start, in the middle, and then you lost space around 3.
I was feeling really good at 12 and 11, and yeah, at 39, I was a little late. I still tried to pull something off, but maybe it was not the good day today. But I'm still happy with my score. I'm satisfied.
No, we're good, because you've only skied there's your explosion. You may have some sore abdominals tomorrow, but at least you're young. So in practice, what has been your sort of keys getting you ready for this event?
The gate. It's the gate. It's only the turn into the gate. It's the most important part of the slalom, in my opinion. That's what I've been working on the most. I feel like I improved from the first round to the second, especially at 12 and 11 again.
No, good stuff. It's great watching this young man progress. I started coaching when he was this little, and now he's obviously taller than me. So I'm a fan and been enjoying watching him compete. Back to you guys.
All right, so continuing to rock our way through the men's second round. I think we're about 6 skiers deep into this one, and we've still got plenty more skiers left to go in the second round in both the. Still got plenty of skiers to go in the second round in the men's competition. We're already done with the women, and now we're just waiting on the final round to materialize for that section. We're still trying to get our 8 skiers in the men's competition situated. But with that in mind, let's have a look and see what our next competitor has in store for us. From Mexico, this is Jaime Palomino. 12-meter start, as it is for everyone. Oh, getting into all kinds of trouble off number 2. He dodged that one.
That was a little slam dunk there at 2-ball, I think.
But he has the ability and the space to recover.
That was good. I think he put his elbow in the water there. We'll have to watch that replay.
Yep.
Old Mike Shaylander.
Yeah, I was about to mention Shaylander. You're right ahead of me on that one. I mean, there's a difference between like purposefully slamming and incidentally slamming like this.
Oh, we were behind the spray, but he hung on to it pretty good there.
That's right. So getting the job done on pass number 1, barely. Things didn't look in terribly good shape after number 2, but he at least figured this one out. All right, one of our next competitors, Tim Tornquist, getting ready. So our schedule once again, men's round 2. Then we're going to go with women's final and then men's final. 6 skiers in the women's final, 8 skiers in the men's. We've already determined the 6 skiers in the women's final. Jaime on 11.25 meters, or a little bit of a delay there off number 3. But I tell you what, his experience, however limited it is starting to guide him through the finish line.
Yeah, he is 100% committed, man. He's not out there feeling it out. He's giving it everything. It looked like he got behind and things were a little rushed for him there, but he stuck with it and just kept going for it, and no problem on that pass.
All right, getting everything going in the right direction. This is Jaime Palomino. Don't see too much out of the ordinary here that would have even been close to suggesting he'll come up short on this pass on 11.25 meters. So, there we go. Jaime again around all 6. Looking in very, very good shape here, in decent shape. All right, so we're looking through this list and seeing the potential going forward not only of the skiers that could have a huge bearing from going higher from where they are. Here comes Haile Palomino, one of those
Man,
skiers.
this looks good.
Come on, keep going. Come on, Haile.
Let's go.
Oh, and he was
bummer.
just an inch.
Man, I'll tell
Just
you.
an inch away from getting that ski round and being early as you like into 5 and just safety checking that and getting round 6.
Man, that 1 and 2 ball that one ball was perfect. That 1 and 2 was such a good start. He told me, I heard him, he said that he was excited about the headwind on this pass. Look at that one ball. Beautiful.
A little bit of a shoulder charge into number 2, but
perfect out of 2.
yeah,
Look
that
at
was
this.
good though.
Little pump there. I don't know about that little like double pump he does. I think it slows him down a little bit. It's too bad. That was really good.
He was on for that one.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. But he'll have to do it another day. He'll trudge on back to the starting dock area, meet up with Wade. And that will be his Swiss Pro Slalom experience here for 2025 in the books for him.
So good to see all these young guys out here, you know, just getting the experience, feeling the nerves, you know, skiing against these top skiers. It's how you develop yourself. It's how you get everything like to where when you are in contention or you can have the, you know, the firepower to be in the final, you're ready for it. So my hats off to these young guys that are here doing it.
All right, the boat makes its way back to the dock. We see Scott Greenwood putting in the numbers. There isn't too much you have to do with 0 off at this level. The boat speed is going to be at 58K for every single person. The only number that you have to worry about is the skier setting, whether it's ABC 1, 2, 3.
You got it.
It's that easy. So, that is Tim Tornquist. All right, so many skiers currently on the outside looking in. I mean, we've got skiers such as just take a look at some of the skiers on the list that we have in front of us. I mean, we've got there's Freddie Winter, Thomas de Gasperi, Thibaut Dayon, and Joel Poland. Plenty of skiers that could have a significant influence upon this, given the opportunity to perform at their best. But with that taken into account, 12 meters for Tim Tornquist on that D3 slalom ski. And he's a skier that's definitely impressed, not only this season, but last season too. And with Tim Tornquist successfully running the opening pass of 12 meters, let's go over to Wade.
So, hey guys, just having a look at the running order. The next 3 guys off the dock are all former world champions, all out consecutively, and all of them are just sitting outside the cut. So talk about it getting sort of tense in a hurry down here. Yeah, talent level is right here. Yeah, back to back to back, 3 in a row, former world champs. So going to be fun, guys. Back to you.
All right there, so getting ready to go. I see there Freddie Winter from Great Britain, a former champion here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. And there are other champions getting ready to go. World champions such as Thomas de Gasperi and Will Asher, and then a little bit later on down the list, we've got the likes of Nate Smith. So they are all in contention. So a lot of things could potentially happen. 1 or 2 surprises could be in the offering.
One of these guys is going to break out and bust a big score, and then it's just like it knocks it open, and then everybody knows that you got to do it, and that's when we'll see some big scores come.
All right, here we go, folks. This is Tim Tornquist, 11.25 meters. Now, a 13-meter start is actually quite a challenge. A 12-meter start is definitely wakes you up in a hurry.
Yeah, you got to know. You got to have a plan. You can't make your plan at the other end of the lake.
But for those competitors who actually have quite a bit of experience starting on 12 meters or actually do it in practice, that kind of gives them a little bit more of a capability, because I mean, depending upon where the wind is, they could always opt up through 11.25 meters onto 10.75 and give you a slightly more favorable wind condition if you got a tailwind off the dock.
Yeah, I mean, JT used to do 32-38 a lot. You know, and actually Jason McClintock did 35-39 a bunch of times, because he's like, why would I skip an easy pass? I'm going to skip a harder pass. So, but definitely
That's
a harder
one way of thinking
jump.
about it, of course.
Yeah. So, I mean, if somebody, you know, wants a headwind 41 in the final, but there's not really like, I don't see somebody doing that right now. I don't think there's enough wind out there right now for that.
Yeah, there's definitely a risk reward in accordance to doing something like that, as we see Freddie Winter on the dockside getting ready to go. So, here at the Swiss Pro Slalom, the 11th edition. This is the 10th edition, which has been webcast. We have 13 world champions across all divisions. The U17, U21, Open. Among our Open world champions, we have 7 of them, 4 men and 3 women. And the current world champions in the slalom event are here as well. Namely,
back
Jamie
on the
Paul.
boat. He's getting pushed here. Yeah.
Oh, getting in.
You could see it.
Yeah,
you could see it at 2-ball.
unfortunately.
He didn't swing up on the boat enough on 2, and then the boat just started to chug away from him. That's where we talk about the math, Tony, right there.
Yeah.
A perfect example of it. He just, like, you know, did the least, not bare minimum, but just didn't get that swing off the wake into 2, and then the boat started to run away from him.
And it doesn't take much, does it?
No.
It may be a split-second hesitation. You know, you come into the course with a plan.
He's just behind the boat a little bit here, and then it's like the window gets narrowed when you get to the ball.
Yeah, and he was skiing into the wind at that point, which 9 times out of 10 would actually give you a little bit of an advantage, because you're skiing into a breeze, which could help you slow down and keep the line tight. But the thing is, with that, you still got to put in the effort. You still got to be a little bit more resistant and harder behind the boat, because you can't get that swing if you don't put the muscle behind it.
Correct.
And just getting a little bit delayed on that one.
Yeah, like
335 pounds of force for a rank of 7th here. And just running out of time.
Yep.
So there we go. That is Tim Tornquist, having run 5 on 10.75 meters. That puts him out of contention. So now we're ready. Now we're cranking it up, so to speak. We've got 12 skiers. We've got 13 skiers remaining. Still have the likes of Thomas de Gasperi and Will Asher and Thibaut Dayon and Joel Poland to come, but before those competitors see the second round, let's reintroduce ourselves to the current 2-time world slalom champion, Freddie Winter. So let's rock and roll here. We have got Freddie Winter. Just waiting on the line to get tight, and Scott Greenwood will mash the throttle down, and there he goes. 58K coming up very, very soon after that. Let's see. Here comes Freddie Winter. that handle placement there into his gate shot is something that's worth a little bit of a discussion on. We'll see that with the instant replay. There's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and indeed number 6. So getting through the exit gate, getting ready for pass number 2. He's through for 12 meters, and let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Tim, and Tim, we got your 39 framed up here. I thought you had a good enough start to get through it. What do you think?
I mean, it was a struggle from the beginning. I thought I was going to ride at headwind and be smooth on the line, and I think I just didn't pull long enough into some of these buoys here in the beginning. I mean, that's a great start. I don't know really what happened. That's also pretty good.
No, I'm seeing a lot of good stuff right there. I mean, we saw just a little loose rope out of 1, but we saw proper space still before 2 and good movement through 2.
Yeah, I think what happened going into 3 is like I didn't pull long enough into that 3 ball, and the headwind kind of got me. You see me having to reach for that buoy, and from here on, I'm just trying to fight. And, you know, got outside 5 in that position is, I mean, it's not that great, but I mean, 5 is not something I'm very happy with, of course. I wanted to ski deep into 41 and have a shot at the final. So, but it's tough out there. I mean, you have to really be on top of your skiing and ski good and really think what you're doing in the head tail that's out there. So, yeah.
Because we talked about it earlier, when the wind is up and down, you have a different speed when at each buoy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, you're going to be traveling a little bit faster in that tailwind, and it wants to push you down course, and you have to be on top of your ski and really control that line. And I think I did really good in that 38 tailwind, and I just didn't pull long enough into 39 headwind. So.
Well, good stuff. We enjoy always having you out and hope to see you back again soon. Back to you guys.
Well, that was a pretty sweet 38. Freddie he looks smooth and strong in that pass.
Yes, and one of the ways that I can tell that he's skiing pretty smooth is just take a look at where the water breaks around about his front foot. It doesn't really move all that much either up or down, you know, as he crosses the wakes and goes into his pre-turn. And if you can control that, then you're going to go a long way. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right there. You see? Breaks.
Very little tip rise. I mean, tip rise is the killer, right?
Yeah.
You get a little more on your onside, but like that's pretty little. Like this is a great pass here.
Yeah, and a good example of how to regulate your weight distribution up on the slalom ski at any given time. Hardly
Look at
shifts.
that 5.
I mean, this is like the anti-Carl Reberge, you know, instead of someone going forward and back on a slalom ski like Carl does, he stays pretty much on top of it all the way through.
Yeah, and the more you go forward before the ball, the more you're going back out of the ball. It's like it's being able to be neutral to forward a little bit, but you know, I tell everybody you want to feel like you're going downhill all the time. Downhill, downhill, downhill. Like you never want to be feeling like you're going uphill.
And I mean, if you ever watch like a snow ski event such as moguls, you know, the top mogul skiers are the ones that are able to keep their weight distribution over the top of the ski and never allow themselves to drift back and have to recover, because time spent recovering is time lost. There you go. This is 10.75. Boom. Round buoy number 2. Looking good. Looking in good shape here. I tell you what, 10.75 meters. He's back in the game.
Yeah, that was so smooth. That 4 ball was crazy there.
Absolutely there.
He like stayed on it a little long, and then his feet just came back under the line so quick. Watch this 4 ball.
We'll take a look at the instant replay as we see a portion of our crowd here at the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2025. So
watch this 4 ball here. It's pretty cool.
Look at this. You see that weight distribution?
Maybe not going to see it with the spray, but yeah, there we go. Look at that ski.
Yeah,
right
absolutely.
That was cool.
As long as he stands right up on the center, that ski's always got a chance.
Man, these angles are so good. that angle that they got on the top of that pavilion down there is just so good to watch.
So skiing on a ski that that our audience prize participants could be in a potential of winning. One of those D3 slalom skis. Just a reminder that the entry is locked for the audience prize. So those that entered earlier on in the day, their entries are in the system. But let's have a look and see what Freddie Winter can do. 10.25 meters.
He's going to need a big score here because he's got a low backup score. So if he wants to be safe, he's going to need 4 here, I'm thinking. Beautiful one.
Almost blew the tail on number 1
Beautiful,
there, but he's still there.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Come on, Freddie.
Come on, keep going. Oh!
I think he got it.
Yeah, I think he might have gotten that ski.
Look at how pumped he is.
Yeah, you go, Freddie.
He knew he got it. Oh, it's under review, but
it is under review, of course. Let's have a look. And
he's pumped.
Yeah.
You know, and
that's the pump from a guy that has something to prove.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say, a guy like Freddie gets that little 41 off right there. It'll just like boost him and catapult him into feeling like, okay, I'm ready to run this again. You know.
Yeah, had to spend quite a bit of time away from the sport due to that injury he sustained in France last season.
Oh yeah, he got it.
Oh,
he got it.
Yeah, got a. How much of a piece of it though? Is that going to be a quarter or half?
I mean, he had the handle for a long time. That'll be a quarter, maybe a half.
What do you think, guys, in the live chat? Tell us what you think there.
Quarter.
All right, there, 3 1/4.
Good for him. That's a huge score.
His season's best, and actually puts him in the lead because it's a quarter of a buoy higher than what Charlie Ross, Dane Meckler, Rob Hazelwood, and Corey Vaughan produced.
Wow. Did you see how late that little throw of his legs was? That was crazy. Impressive.
All right, then. So what's the situation here? We've got 12 skiers to go, including Thomas de Gasperi, who's about to go next. So basically, for Freddie to make it through to the next round of the competition, his score's got to stay intact for the next 5 skiers.
Well, yeah, what it means is everybody's got to get outside 4-ball right now.
Essentially, yeah, to deny him, to move him any further down the list.
Yeah, I mean, to secure your spot, for sure. I mean, it won't finish that way, but with this many left, it's like everybody's got to be thinking they need a piece of 4 at this point.
All right, here we go. Thomas de Gasperi, former world men's slalom champion, actually a 2-time winner of the Slalom World Championship. Did that in 2007 and 2011. There you go. Good skiing from Thomas de Gasperi out of Trento in the northern part of Italy. So let's check in with Wade.
Hey, so the guys at home, is Freddie Winter not entertaining, right? Does he not always leave it all on the line? Yeah, no, we are sort of hoping for the best. Looks like he's all good. He's definitely in the final, but, man, he's exciting to watch, always. And going to enjoy the final, too. Back to you guys.
All right. Welcome back. This is the Swiss Pro Slalom. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he is Matt Reaney. So glad to have the pleasure of your company.
Absolutely, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
What else would I be doing on a Sunday and an amazing event like this going on other than sitting here with you?
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Really, really mean it from the heart on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I love being here, and I mean, watching it back on this screen. You know, I would never sit with my phone in my hand all day and watch it. So sitting here and watching it on the screen, the playbacks and all the angles and everything is really cool.
Yeah, we're just of that generation, you know, that just didn't have these kind of devices back then. We barely had laptops, you know.
Yeah, I definitely didn't have a laptop when I was younger. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, just like a huge one that you needed to needed to carry around in a suitcase. Here we go. We've got Thomas de Gasperi, 11.25 meters. So, Thomas de Gasperi tripping the light fantastique. Round all 6 buoys, getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, he got through it. He doesn't look settled, though. I'm seeing like he's still getting kicked and popped here and there, and it's just not typical T-Gas. So he's a little unsettled, but he's got that, quarter-size hole in his hand.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
I mean, you can kind of. We used to have numbing cream that we would put on people's hands at ski school when they would get those.
I don't know anything about that. You'd just ski through it. But looking good, Thomas de Gasperi, a good extension around buoy number 6, and just brings the handle in and just executes that pass very, very well indeed. On the return, and we'll see what he can. 5 meters. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Freddie Winter on 3.5 at 10.25. We've got Charlie Ross, Dave Meckler, Rob Hazelwood, Corey Vaughan all on 3. They are tied multiple ways for a second spot. There you see the other ones as well.
Much better gate there. That 39 gate was much better.
Let's see what he's got.
Oh boy.
All over the
bounce.
show here. He's bouncing all over the show. This is 10.75 meters, but it looks more like 16 meters. There you go. Entrance all the way around all 6 buoys and through the exit gates. Now, the reason why I mentioned that it looking like 16 meters is no matter what boat that you ski behind, there's always that little rooster hump, isn't there, at 16 meters that kind of throws you into orbit unless you're prepared for it.
Yeah, it's that spinny thing at the back that kicks it out there. They're really hard to avoid.
Kind of.
You can design as hard as you want to design, but the spinny thing at the back sends the rooster tail.
Mm-hmm.
The best advice I can give you is ski in front of it,
Ski in front of it, like shorten the rope.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. That's the best way to avoid that thing.
Yeah, that works for anyone who's just gotten through 36 miles an hour and wonder what life is like beyond that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you work so hard to get through like 18.25 meters at 58K, and then you've got this great big freaking obstacle in front of you.
I hear my son running around and yelling.
Yeah,
there he goes. That's what kids should be doing at ski tournaments.
Just to have that level of energy.
I know. Yeah, he'll probably get grumpy in an hour or so and then fall asleep.
Well, at least thanks to Instagram, he'll have a college fund by the time.
Yeah.
All right, then, here we go. This is Thomas de Gasperi. This is 10.25 meters. There's one.
Oh, my goodness.
And half a buoy at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, these guys are all getting worked at that end down there. I don't know what it is about it. Like, normally you don't see them struggle this much, but, I mean, look at the conditions. You can't get better conditions, and they all seem to be struggling down at that one ball.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a mystery right now as to what's going on, It's so even though it's hard to quantify the wind conditions on the basis of what it's doing to the water, it still has a profound effect upon your body, and it's just like stopping you going into the turn. Or in this case, actually, it's a tailwind, which accelerates your forward motion, and you have to work hard to kind of bleed it off into the turn. And unfortunately for Thomas de Gasperi, none of that was applicable here. So again, a few comments on that very subject. The number one ball coming back for 10.25 meters. Again, a few participants there on the live chat, and if you want to be a part of the live chat, you know what to do. Go to the TWBC YouTube channel and subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be informed as the next time we go live, and also be a participant of our live chat. And here we go. Skier coming into the course with the yellow bib, signifying that he is the defending champion coming into this event from last season. This is Will Asher. Now, Will Asher himself, a multiple-time world men's slalom champion. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Freddie Winter, and there's a song about blowing out a flip-flop, and Freddie's blown out his board shorts. So yeah, walk us through this 41. Yeah.
I was nervous. I did not want to go out in the first round, but I was kind of, I don't know, I wasn't sure. The first round I blew out here after actually a good gate. Here you can see the tail lift. I just stayed in. I made a modification on my ski to keep it in, and I think I pulled, let me see, I don't know. Yeah, it's a solid 2, and I guess just nervous at 3 and you know, do something safe and get around 4. Let's have a look. Yeah, just, oh, and then a big pull, and my mum will be pretty upset that I did this. She made me promise to stop sliding, but I can send that to my surgeon and tell him my leg's good, I guess. So I'm really happy about that.
Well, the heel side slide is a heck of a lot nicer on the body than the toe side slide, as long as we stay away from the rope. But speaking of body, man, you've done a whole bunch of work to get yourself back into this shape, and now you're leading the event. It's got to feel good.
You know, that's the best moment I've had in the water, since before I broke my leg. So I mean, it's been 10.5 months, and I can promise you I've done every bit of work that I can, and I'm trying harder than I ever have. I've always been pretty professional, but so I was really, really upset in the first round to just not do myself justice, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. I can't complain with that in the slightest. Like, that's kind of right middle of where I can expect to be, and so I'm very, very happy. It's not super easy out there, a little bit of wind, so I'm very happy.
Well, great stuff, and man, just your current world champion that's been on the sideline, like, just, you know, you want to go out and represent, but yeah, you've had to do a whole bunch of work, as you said.
Well, Wade, you even forgot that I was current world champion. You called me the former world champion. You're my friend. Come on, man. Like, everyone thinks I'm the loser that's been on the sidelines, but I do actually still have that one thing. So, you know, let me have it until at least August, and we'll see if I can try and bring it back. That'll be a good recovery, wouldn't it?
Well, and I'm forever jealous. He's 2-time world champ, and I'm 0-time world champ. So he's got that on me for sure. Back to you guys.
Well, there you go. We got. Let's pick apart what was being said there. Well, first of all, that reference there to Margaritaville by Jimmy Buffett there was class. Mm-hmm. But I tell you what, that little thing with Freddie in the water screaming and shouting reminded me of Stuart Pearce after Euro '96 tournament, just full of unbridled joy, having reached the pinnacle of his athletic achievement at that moment. And well, there's still a lot to play for, and this story is yet to be written, and we'll see if Will Asher has what it takes to put his stamp upon this tournament, the 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to come back from an injury like Freddie did, you know, and do what you saw him do there. So I'm not surprised he let out a big roar like he did. I mean, I'm sure it's like I said earlier, I think it's going to be a turning point for him in the season and this tournament for sure. But you know, I look forward to seeing what he can do the rest of the year.
All right, here he comes. 10 points. Oh, a little bit of a Buffett there off number one, but managing to still stay on track. And just not getting the start.
Yeah, he's not up on the boat. Like, he didn't have the swing he needed to be up high beside the boat there. That was weird. It's like, look at the points where he's accelerating from. It's just back on the boat too much.
All right there. So that is Will Asher, and so missing the cut there for the third and last round of a competition, and just doesn't look completely at ease with what he's doing out there out on the water.
Yeah, like he's not even accelerating, not going anywhere until he gets to the whitewash, which is very, very late.
Yeah, but knew by about that time that the gig was up. And Will Asher will swim in, but you know, we actually spoke to Will Asher a little bit for the documentary, the Rise of Water Skiing, you know, and it's a process, you know. I mean, you just, you know, whether you finish first or less down the field, you know, you've just got to take stock of it, of everything you've done, and work to improve it, you know. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then try something else.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was really odd for Will, you know. So I think I don't think he'll read too much into that. That was just one of those rounds where he'll probably want to really just forget it. You know, when he won here last year and he gave his speech at the end, there's a different, lots of gratitude in his voice. You can tell he's on the backside of his career and just really enjoying the moments. So, I mean, he's not going to enjoy this one, but I'm sure he's happy to be here and pumped to be skiing in another one of these things.
All right, and another skier who's pretty stoked to be here and competing against the world's top athlete is a skier representing France. This is Thibaut Delion. And Thibaut Delion, who normally works as the owner of his own real estate brokerage, which is quite neat.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Let's have a look and see what he does here. 12 meters. Alpha 2. Counter rotates into one side, stands up tall and gets ready to turn on the other.
See, even to me, this opening pass looks so much better than his first round's opening pass. He looks like he's in a lot better rhythm.
He has a plan. Let's see if he can execute. But in the meantime, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Mary Nelson, who is going to graduate from Miami of Ohio this spring with a degree in political science, pre-law, and you won a big scholarship last night. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I won the Jim Grew Barbara Boulding Scholarship from the USA Water Ski Foundation for collegiate skiers, so it was pretty exciting, pretty cool.
And she gave an awesome speech, so she may be taking my job here soon, like the way she handled the mic last night. So do you have any aspirations of skiing on the Pro Tour?
I hope that one day I can ski as good as these guys. This is the first pro tournament I've seen in person, so this is pretty awesome. Pretty cool to be here.
Well, I've seen a couple, especially ladies, Vanessa Veek, peak later than like we would normally have thought, you know. And we've seen Elizabeth Montavon sort of convert from a trick skier to a slalom skier, and all of a sudden, late 20s, she's become a quite the threat. So, yeah, when you're going through law school, you're going to keep skiing?
As much as possible, yeah. I've been skiing during school for 4 years now, so hopefully I can keep doing that and doing school. So hopefully, yeah, 3 events in.
And you're heading to?
The University of Wisconsin.
The UW, and a shout out to Coach Ron Zook, Miami of Ohio legend. Back to you guys.
All right, so a recipient there of a scholarship courtesy of USA Water Skiing and Wake Sports Foundation. You can Google them under USA Water Skiing Wake Sports Foundation for the things that they do to maintain and expand upon the heritage of water ski and wake sports. And you can find out more by Googling USA Water Skiing Wake Sports Foundation for opportunities for you to donate towards the various scholarship programs which are on offer, and for those that apply towards the USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Foundation. All right, let's have a look and see Thibaut Dayon with this instant replay. Pass number 2. Oh, beautiful.
Strong.
He's
strong
as
strong
you
this
like.
round. He looks way more in rhythm, and I think we're going to see a big score out of Thibaut this round.
And sometimes, you know, whenever you put a score like he did in round number 1, you know, and it may be a little bit short, you know, it's, you know, sometimes a devil may care attitude going into the second round and just saying, you know what, I did what I did in the first round. Let's see if I can use my natural ability and just let that shine rather than try and do anything like deliberately to you know, to get to where you want to get to.
Yeah, I mean, Thibaut's an athlete, you know, so I think he's not gonna think too deep into everything, and just, you know, try and get the feel with the boat and the rhythm with the boat, and then just go for it.
All right, here we go. This is Thibaut Dayon. With that in mind, there is 10.75 meters. Oh, nice though. Look at this, keeping that line tight.
Very good 39 so far.
Getting some good support from that line, and I tell you what, it's keeping him in the game because it's a 6-buoy count at 10.75.
Yeah, right from his first pass, he just looks like he's more settled, stronger behind the boat, you know, pulling in the right place.
Looks like he's a different person.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's have a look at Thibaut once again. Just driving through the wakes there, getting a good counter rotation into his 1-3-5 side. Now, because he's a left foot forward skier, he has to perform some measure of counter rotation to prevent the ski from actually starting to rotate in towards the boat's wake way before it actually gets to the buoy, which could be a little bit of a problem, especially when the line lengths get short. You want to be able to swing up on the boat, but you want to also have enough control over that ski to prevent it from going over and turning too soon, too hard too soon.
Well, and the you know, the counter rotation you're talking about facilitates a more forward movement. Like, you can't go 90 degrees to the ball when the rope gets short because the boat's it's accelerating. You know, the downswing accelerates you too quick. So, you know, it's more about facilitating a pathway that's moving more the direction you want to go, not creating too much load on the rope out of the turn.
All right. So skier waiting on the dock, ready for his turn.
Artist extraordinaire.
Yes, indeed.
Picasso painting abilities.
Stickman. 10.25 meters.
All right, he's got to commit. That's what he said in his interview. Fast gate and commit. Here we go.
He's got to send it.
Oh, he's got some speed. This is looking better.
Boom, look at that,
Thibaut.
Round number 1. Round number 2, he gets the 2.
Now he's mad. He should be mad.
And that
much better gate.
That replicates his score earlier of 2 at 10.25 meters. Now, how many skiers are actually tied with that score right now? We've got Thibaut, we've got Joel, we've got Sasha, we've got Cole McCormick, we've got Jonathan Travers. Now it's going to come down to the backup score. I mean, it's to determine how many of those tied scores that we had already going into this round will actually still be in a tie before the final.
Yeah. Yeah, Thibaut's going to be kicking himself because I think he did the hard part, which was trust the speed at the gate, which he had there. At least from this angle, it sure looked like he did. Little delay out of 1, but yeah, he did get a little popped into ball 2.
All right, so we're 8 skiers remaining, including the skier about to take to the water. Actually, 9 skiers remaining, including Joel Poland, who is dockside right now, getting ready to go. Joel Poland taking a dock start.
Why wouldn't he?
Yeah. He did a standing dock start at the Worlds 2 seasons back. Yeah. Always the showman. Let's have a look and see what Joel Poland can do. Now, obviously, anything over two and a half at this point will actually break the tie that he has in existence with the likes of Sasha Deska and Cole McCormick and Jonathan Travers. Thibaut Dayon, for his part, because he's already skied and he's already got another score of 2 and 2 at 10.25 meters, is currently in 6th. So any one part of that existing tie going into this skier, it's currently in 7th spot right now. So with that, let's check in with Wade.
So Thibaut, feeling the flag sort of moving around a bit, what were you feeling on the water during your ride there?
No, I felt good, really. No, conditions are good. Just gotta trust it, really. It's a 41 tail. Yeah, it's not comfortable, but the one that can make it are the one that really trust 41. I think that was the game. Yeah.
So is 2 in? You have 2 scores of 2 now, so you at least have a backup. And do you have to wait at all, or?
To be honest, I don't know. I just was aiming for 3, even more. So what happened now? I don't know.
We're going to sit and wait because we're hoping to see this young man in the final soon. Back to you guys.
All right, so let's see if we can go for a little bit of clarification so far as the leaderboard is concerned. Freddie Winter with 3 1/4 at 10.25 meters is the lead. We have a multiple way tie for second place between Charlie Ross, Dane Meckler, Rob Hazelwood, and Corey Vaughn. That is a 4-way tie for second, which brings us to 5th place right now. And no, and he goes down, and oh my word, and that essentially eliminates him from further contention, falling down that soon with 1.5 at 11.25 meters. I don't know what.
That was weird.
What the heck happened here?
Yeah, that was really weird. Oh, he must have hit it. Score under review. Did he hit ball 2? No.
No, he hit a ripple.
Yeah, that was weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, he hit something.
Let's have a look at this. A little bit more of a forensic look from the boat. It is 1 1/2. Ski just gripped, and unfortunately he didn't have anything much else to offer beyond that. So, so far as the tied situation is concerned, Joel Poland is still in there in 7th spot, and we've got other skiers that tied with 2 at 10.25 meters still to come, but those skiers would have an advantage if they score more than what Joel Poland did in that instance, and even more of an advantage if they get more than what Thibaut Dayon did with 2 at 10.25 meters. All right, so moving right along, next competitor up is going to be Sasha Deska. So Sasha Deska right now. Let's see what he's got. 2 at 10.25 meters in round 1. Currently tying with Nate Smith, Jonathan Travers, and Cole McCormick, and Joel Poland and Thibaut Dayon with the same first round score. Thibaut Dayon for his part has scored 2 at 10.25 meters to tie break that lead, and currently in 6th place with that score, and Joel Poland in 7th spot with 1.5 11.25 meters to also break his tie with the other 4 skiers that are currently tied with 2 at 10.25 meters out of round 1, but have had not skied completely up to this time. Hopefully you understand all of that.
We'll just wait a few more skiers, and then we'll be able to tell you what the cut is. It gets the math gets complicated, because.
All right, then let's check in while we ponder that with Wade.
So I'm standing here with the defending champ who won't be defending his crown. We're having a bit of a chuckle. I've only seen this young man miss a couple cuts in a long time, so a little awkward still, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a pretty tight schedule today. I think I just wasted a bunch of time.
Yeah, it has been an awkward day, and then we had the rain, and then we had to go to the 12-meter start 2 rounds in a row, a little out of the norm. But yeah, what's more out of the norm is you won't be skiing later today.
Yeah. I got nothing to say. I don't know. It's just didn't happen. Yeah.
Well, I heard an old guy say to me when I needed him to say it, "If you don't laugh, you cry," right?
So, yeah. If I cared enough to cry, yeah.
So we're just going to laugh. Yeah, or maybe participate tonight, things we shouldn't tell people. But yeah, anyway, have fun. Back to you guys.
Sasha Deska, this is 11.25 meters. And almost skiing a little bit too aggressively on one or two of these turns. But is still able to exert enough control, enough self-control to make that pass a reality at 11.25 meters. Now, that moves him actually above Joel Poland. That currently puts him in 7th spot right now because of the fact that he has run 11.25 meters. Now, the next target that's ahead of him is the score of 2 at 10.25 meters, the score of Thibaut Dayon. If he can get anything above that, if he can get somewhere along the lines of 2.5, then that would put him in 6th spot. If he was to get 3, then that would put him in 2nd spot. And if he was to get more than 3.25, he would have the lead. Got that?
Clear as mud. Nah, I got it.
All right, plenty to go, plenty of action continuing on. Cole McCormick will be next after Sasha Deska, and then we got Jonathan Travers, Nate Smith, Charlie Ross, Dane Meckler, Rob Hazelwood, and Corey Vaughn. All right, here we go, folks. This now is Sasha Deska. Entrance gates, buoy number 1 at 10.75 meters. Gets it dialed down off number 2. Always has the ability to drive that ski behind the boat and puts himself in a position where he runs 10.75 meters, and that is how you do it.
Yeah, 5 was good there.
Very nicely done indeed.
He was fighting a little bit.
Yeah, he was.
And then like 4, 5, 6 was really good.
Very nicely done indeed. And now we're having a look at the high aspect shot here. Just brings the ski round. Wow. Looking at it from this angle. I mean, just the amount that he gets that ski to turn and the amount of force that that he has to exude just to keep that ski on a sharp enough angle, on that sharp enough rail to get ahead of the next buoy. Incredible stuff.
All right, money pass. Here we go.
All right, 10.25 meters. Situation status here. If he is to get around 2 and no more, he will be in a perfect tie for 6th spot with Thibaut Dayon. Anything more than 2, if he gets 2.5, that would put him in 6th place outright. If he is to get number 3 and nothing beyond that point, then he will be in second spot right now outright, because Charlie Ross, Corey Vaughan, Dane Meckler and Rob Hazelwood have yet to ski. But if he wants to take the lead, he's got to get at least halfway around buoy number 4. There's one, and it is one. So with one buoy, that puts him in 7th spot right now. A good effort there, commendable effort. So that is in 7th spot, Sasha Deska. So he skis to the dock, he'll await his fate. But for the meantime, among the skiers that have skied right now, Thibaut Dayon is... So Thibaut Dayon is currently in 6th place as a continuing result of that. Sasha Deska is currently in 7th. And still pulling quite a bit of kilograms against the boat, as we saw there with that graphic right after he skied. So, bit of a battle going on between the men at this time. We've got, coming up next, 7 skiers to the end. So actually with 7 skiers to the end, with 8 going through, whoever is in the outright lead at this time, we provisionally see that Freddie Winter is the only skier that we know of thus far. So, all right, so we are projecting at this time beyond the scope of Freddie Winter with the lead score possibly of making it through to the next round as the lead score with 7 competitors to go, including Cole McCormick, who is out on the water, whomever among the remaining skiers that are all currently on 2 at 10.25 meters from the original first round, such as Cole McCormick, John Travers, and Nate Smith, if they were to get it to replicate that score, then they would all potentially make it through. Let's send it to Wade.
Hey guys, here with an old friend of mine, Mr. Thomas Gustafsson. Many of you guys may have seen his photos over the years. He's toting a big old camera as usual, but check out his t-shirt, Water Ski Italy. So I got to come. Tell us about it.
Well, yeah, I had this idea a long time ago that I wanted to show people Italy, where I worked since 1991, and yeah, just show them around. We skied 10 different lakes during 2 weeks, and it's a good experience. Good food. You've been there, so you know what it's like.
Good food, good vino, good hospitality, right?
Yeah, no, it's Italy is. Everybody wants to go to Italy.
So right there, Water Ski Italy. See you there next summer.
All right, then excellent stuff there as we see Jonathan Travers get ready for his go. So Thibaut Dayon is waiting in the wings to find out whether he's made it through to the next round of the competition. It's difficult to say at this point how many of those twos would make it through to the next round of the competition if they were to replicate that score at the very least.
Yeah, they either got to replicate or exceed what Thibaut did, basically.
Indeed. Here we go. Cole McCormick, 11.25 meters. Won his first professional event last season with his win at Callaway Gardens at the Masters event, skiing behind the boat, and the color used for that event, the Masters blue livery of that Nautique.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right that he won. He won the Masters, his dad won, and his mom won.
Yes.
That's kind of cool.
That's nice.
That's real cool. A few plates in that house, I bet.
Yeah, alongside the Parrot. We jest a little bit here, but yeah, Cole McCormick certainly has made an impact over the last few seasons, and producing a performance last year for the ages, first ever pro win, and just to see his celebration after that was just absolutely remarkable. I was there at Callaway Gardens in the pavilion, and you know, just interviewing him and just getting that sense of how important it was to him, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And like that was a great win too, because you know Will had gone out before him, and Will got 4, I believe, or 5, and he had to get outside 6 ball, and it was no at 39. It was no gimme. That was a real gutsy performance for that win. That was not like he skied first and then everybody else fell. He had to go out and basically run 39 in some not awesome conditions, and he sure did it.
Here we go. This is Cole McCormick, 10.75 meters. He's got to get this done. There's 1, there's 2.
Oh,
whoa,
baby.
oh
That's
my
ski
word,
right
a
out of
little
the
bit
water.
of a fin release
Wow.
going back to the days of Patrice Martin.
That was cool. We got to see that in slow motion, Vince. Give us that.
Man, the last time I saw a fin release that dramatic, it was the 95 World Championships in France.
I was there. Yeah,
Boom.
this is unreal.
Let's have a look at this number 2.
It was 4.
It was 4 where the fin release came into play.
It's hard to believe a ski can jump out of the water like that and
go.
go back in and really not phase him. Look at this.
Oh,
Yep,
and it,
that
and
thing
it
was
even,
right out.
Even made contact with the line, I think.
That was cool. It did go straight for a second, thank goodness. But very cool.
Indeed it is. And
you know, the problem with that is as amazing as that was, like now he's going to be guarded on 2 ball. You know, after you get that feel at 4 on the way down, he's going to have to go after 2 ball here.
And being guarded on that turn is the last thing you would
Right.
need, basically, because it's going to take, well, it's going to take at least a full two buoy count. Obviously, anything more than that would put him in outright 6th place. If it's 2 1/4 or 2 1/2, that puts him in outright 6. But he can help his cause by at least getting 2. This is Cole McCormick.
Yeah, he's got to get 2.
At the least. There's number 1. Boom.
Beautiful. Come on,
He's
man.
gotten
Turn it.
2. Does he stand up? Yes, he does. So he stands up on 2. Cole McCormick, 2 buoys, at 10.25 meters. That puts him into a perfect tie with Thibaut Dayan in 6th spot right now. So just looking at this once again, he knew the kind of target he was looking for, and just playing this cagily around buoy number 2, brought the handle up, tightened up the line. No need for a big dramatic S-turn. Not at that point anyway. And there we go. That is Cole McCormick out of Canada. Just nice extension around buoy number 1, handle up, boom. Just dropping everything across the wakes. And there you go. That might have just stamped his appearance into the next round, the final round of competitive action. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Matt Reaney. So good to have the pleasure of your company. All right, here we go. Coming in on his first pass. This is 12 meters, and this is Jonathan Travers. I'm sure he's very well aware of what he needs in order to advance. Jonathan Travers, who last season won the San Gervasio Pro outside of Brescia in northern Italy. All right, 6 buoys opening pass. Let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Cole McCormick, our reigning Masters champion. And as always, it's a big battle. You're talking about the win. Tell us what's going on out there.
Yeah, the wind's not the same as the first round. It's pretty much straight crosswind this round, and it was pretty much straight tailwind off the dock last round. So I noticed that right before I went out, so it's a bit like just a little bit of an adjustment on the gates. But, yeah, I mean, we're qualified for finals, so that's all that really matters. Wasn't pretty, but I got it done.
Well, and I think like an old buddy of mine, Mike Ferrara, he would say, hey, the good thing is you've already had a lot of looks from the ends that you're going to have for the final, so you get sort of replay what you've already run through, right?
Yeah, I got to quit dropping my shoulder on that far end gate. That gate has killed me both rounds, so I need to get my speed right and quit dropping my shoulder, and we'll get out of one cleaner next round. I mean, I felt way more settled that round. The 39 felt way smoother, like I was flowing with it much better, apart from 4-ball. So I'm excited to get out there and attack it in the finals, and hopefully we get a couple more buoys. I mean, 2 is pretty boring.
No, not so much, because that puts you into the final. So we'll see more in that final. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go, folks. Jonathan Travers. This is 11.25 meters. Gets that to go. Keeping everything flowing. Good dose of speed around the turns. That water speed, a highly sought-after element in today's elite slaloming performances, especially with the new generation of skis that will work and will turn at speed.
Yeah, a lot of the way we set them up is they don't work without speed.
Yep.
They're hard on the easy passes, and then they start to work when you get going real fast.
All right, so let's continue. Okay, so looking at the performances so far, we've seen Freddie Winter already with 3 1/4 at 10.25 meters has the lead. He's all but assured himself of a place through to the 3rd round final. We're still yet to see Charlie Ross, Corey Vaughan, Dane Meckler, and Robert Hazelwood, all of them tying with 3 at 10.25 meters on the basis of their score from round number 1. That covers all of the positions up until number 6, where we see a 2-way tie between Cole McCormick and Thibaut Dale, with perfect ties of 2 at 10.25 meters. And that covers every position up until 7th, and in 8th spot currently at this time, Sasha Deskin with 1 at 10.25 meters, having scored 2 at 10.25 meters in round 1. Now trying to force his way back into contention at 10.75 meters. This is Jonathan Travers out of Groveland in Florida, not too far away from here. Less than about 10-15 minutes car ride for him, and looking good. And if he can get 2, then he will put himself into a multiple way tie, which will cover every position for 6th, 7th, and 8th. If he can do that, then he'll be in a 3-way tie with Thibaut Dale and Cole McCormick. That would essentially eliminate Sasha Deskin by that token. And we still have another skier about to take to the water, also with 2 at 10.25 meters and looking to join the party himself. That is Nate Smith. You got that, Matt?
I'm clear. I'm clear now.
There you go.
Pair of twos. Pair of twos gets you, or more gets you to the dance.
Mm-hmm. All right, so. Okay, so Jonathan Travers needs 2. There we see the world record holder in the form of Nate Smith. He's going to get ready to go. He'll be next up. Then we go into our 3s, which is currently in a multiple weight tie for second spot between Charlie Ross, Corey Vaughan, Dane Meckler, and Rob Hazelwood. Jonathan Travers, there's number 1. There's 2. Does he make a play? Oh, does he get? Oh my word! There you go, and he's making a play for skier of the day.
Yeah,
Look at that!
Just give it to him right now. Just give it to him. That was awesome.
I think he might have ripped his short.
No, look at how much leg he's showing now, though. That short's riding up. That was amazing. Attaboy, John.
There you go. Great effort there with that score. Well, it's still under review, folks. So whether he got enough of number 3, he at least gets 2. You saw his little hitch into number 2 to make sure that he at least got that ski round into the wakes to score it.
Beautiful one ball. Such a good one ball there.
And that really made this. So there.
Yeah, he safetied 2 just a little.
And then, oh, that's well inside 3.
Yeah, but he got back up. That was
really cool. Yeah, that's
cool.
nice. Okay, so as he earned your vote for Skier of the Day, make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. It is 2. And 2 puts him into a 3-way tie for 6th place right now. So, at this time, at this juncture, we would have potentially a 9-person final. It could go as high as 10 people. So. All right, so Nate Smith, the current world slalom record holder, and also a skier that will be part of the Masters tournament, due to the organizers reinstating the ticket available to the world record holder, which had been absent for the last few seasons. But as I spoke to him yesterday on the TWBC podcast, he informs me that as world record holder, he does have a ticket to Callaway as long as he skis in another event that is Nautique affiliated. With that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with John Travers, and we think, not 100% sure, but we think you're in the final.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be something with 2 2s, and I didn't like the 2 2s, and I went for it there at 3. That set, I felt really good. If I get to ski again, I put myself up for a really good success in the final, so I'm pretty happy.
No, and we just had the chat with you this morning. You're used to 12 starts, and now you've had a couple of rounds, sort of gotten yourself into the rhythm, and yeah, like I saw the same that you were feeling in 10-7. You had swing, space, and you were chilled.
Yeah, totally. After I ran 38, I looked at green and I said, I think I'm on, man. Like, I feel it. I finally got the swing. I get the load through my feet, and I just got side to side really easy. So it was fun.
No, good stuff. Always fun watching. Glad you're safe, but that was a really cool Mike Mack body slide.
Oh, yeah. He inspired me last night. Congrats, buddy.
Yeah. Good stuff. We enjoyed the night. Back to you guys.
All right, so as Jonathan Travers has now realized that he's made it through to the slalom final, Nate Smith hoping to join him in that final. If he gets 2 at 10.25 meters or beyond, then he too is through to the next round of the competition and will be part of a 9-skier final. and looking very, very good indeed, and showing us his true ability out there on the water. Scored a 2 at 10.25 meters. Now we have 4 skiers remaining after Nate Smith. That is Charlie Ross, Dane Meckler, Rob Hazewood, and Corey Vaughan. And those competitors are all assured of a spot through to the next round of the competition on the strength of their 3 buoy count at 10.25 meters performed in round 1. Just looks effortless, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely in sync with the boat this round.
Looking in good shape, just allowing the ski to come round. And you know, it doesn't even look like he's putting that much pressure against the water. It almost looks like he's flattening the ski off and just letting the boat just sling him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a speed thing with Nate. He's just moving fast all the time, so he has time in the course, and it's the illusion of he's going slower, but he's actually going faster and getting there much easier and faster and earlier.
All right, so Nate Smith currently, as it stands right now, with a 6 buoy count, 11.25 meters, is currently in 10th. If he can continue to excel, then it'll put him in a position closer to making it through to the final. But he needs it. Whoa, look at this!
Same thing at 3 ball.
Oh my
first
word.
39.
How on earth do you stop and then still run 39?
Yeah, he just let up early and had to stand there for a second till the buoy went under his arm, and then he went.
Well, it's that speed, isn't it? I mean, you mentioned that, and still being able to stay high on top of the water and just being able to get from one side to the other as quickly as can be.
Yeah, it was like he got a really good 2, and then it's like he let up early again. Same thing he did last time.
All right, let's have a look at this. That's number 1. That's number 2. We know that he got the 2 turns necessary to get out.
That's as smooth and as easy as, and then he just
there, right there.
Yeah, he just let off too soon, and
that's just crazy pants. Just absolutely incredible stuff there from Nate Smith. I mean, no two ways about it. He's been on top of his game for so long. And Nate Smith in the workforce these days. He's a commercial pilot for an affiliate air carrier that's allied with Delta on those short puddle jumper flights, especially from Orlando to Miami and back. But I certainly had the opportunity to go up in a plane with him several years ago, and it's certainly an experience that I will treasure. This here is Nate Smith, 10.25 meters. There's 1. If he can get to 2 into the wakes, he's through to next round, but he's not bothering with just 2. He's going for 3. And he gets round 4. And he's to the wake, and he has the lead now. So now he's put himself in a position where he'll be the last skier off the dock, provided that his score goes unchallenged with the next 4 competitors.
yeah, rear good skiing there.
So, mission accomplished, through to the next round of the competition, and with that means we have our 9 skiers in the men's slalom final, and we'll go through those names very, very soon. Rank number 16 on this list, with so far as the rope tension is concerned, with 354 kilograms of force. Gets number 3. And I think at this point he knew what the situation was. He basically stood up on 3. He knew that if he could get a clean entry into number 4 and round it, he will take the lead and put himself in a pretty decent spot there in regards to whoever gets to the water first. So, great skiing there from Nate Smith. That's about as precise as it gets, really. So, there we go, Nate Smith. Job done. 4 skiers remain. We're going to see Dane Meckler, Rob Hazelwood, and Corey Vaughn. But before those 3 competitors, we have Charlie Ross. Now, Charlie Ross, his best performance up to this point has been 4 at 10.25 meters. He scored 3 in the round 1. If he can conjure up some magic here, then that'll be some grand stuff here. Now 4 at 41 off. Very, very close to the Canadian national men's slalom record. And I think he's already basically blitzed all of the junior category records, all of them.
He got 5 last year at the LCQ.
5 last year, LCQ.
Yeah. He got 4 a couple weeks ago, but his best ever is 5.
All right, then. With that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, so Nate, leader in the clubhouse now, 4 at 41. Had lots of space into 3 at 41 that round, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't going to come up short at 3, but unfortunately I think that punished me a little bit, making sure I got around it. I couldn't come around 3 with a tight line and go, but unfortunately for that round, it was get 2 to get in. So you kind of had to alter your start a little bit, and I still had a reasonable gate, not as good as the last round. So I don't know. It gets me through to the finals, and we'll have one more round to give it a shot.
It's so funny because I heard one of the other ladies this morning sort of say the same. When you know there's just like a 2 or maybe in a 3 at the most, yeah, it's really hard to get your mind out of just skiing for that exact amount.
Yeah, and 2-ball especially, like, oh yeah, I just need a piece of full 2 and you're in. I think that's what the lead was, or the score was. It's different when it's 3 and 4 because you have to get that start and go. And right there was like turn 1, go to 2, which to me is sometimes more challenging because you tend to mess up 1 ball. But I'm in.
Well, he earned his way in, exactly. We get to see him in the final soon. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go. This is Charlie Ross, 11.25 meters. Good swing there onto his right-hand side there. Oh, a little bit of showmanship there, I see.
Fashion air for you there.
Yeah. I didn't think he had that in him.
That was maybe for Joel or for Robert or somebody who does that all the time.
All right, so that is Charlie Ross getting that pass under his belt. 12 and 11.25 meters. Nice extension around buoy number 1. It's just incredible to see him backside these turns. Oh, nicely done there on that D3 slalom ski, that D3 Ion 3. And just looking so strong and just so composed out there. It's remarkable to have seen over the last few seasons how Charlie Ross has matured into like a seasoned pro now. I mean, we saw him like, what was it, 4, maybe 5 years ago, running 39.5 off 10.75 meters for the first time and setting a junior world record at that time. And everyone was like hailing him at the time as the next greatest thing, But I mean, it takes time to be able to ascend to those dizzy heights.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's no quick path. There may be a quick path to the score, but there's not a quick path to taking down these veterans that have won so many events like Will and T-Gas and Freddie and Nate, obviously. So, but he's coming. He's getting stronger and stronger. That was weird.
Yeah, that was on 10.75 meters. So a little bit of a hiccup there, but he'll swim into shore. He'll get 1.5 at 10.75 meters, but it does not affect his ability to make it through to the next round of the competition. It may affect his where he is on the running order in the final. might move him down about 3 spots in that regard, depending upon the scores produced by either Rob Hayeswood, Corey Vaughan, and our next skier, Dane Meckler, but does not compromise his appearance into the 3rd and last round. So he's in shoreside and he'll make his way back to the dock, safe in the knowledge he's through to the next round of the competition. And the towboat making its way, and we should see Dane Meckler out on the water very, very soon. All right, as we get ready for Dane Meckler to hit the water, let's check in with Wade.
So John Travers officially in the finals, and we're going to have a look, and you get to check out your Mike Mack body slot.
Yeah, I felt really good at 39. I was just trying to work on some gate stuff, and I felt like I really got a good gate here. I got told one ball would look pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good to me. Here, I thought I committed really well, and I think I just got impatient and just tried to go for it a little too early. But then I thought I really needed to get to 3 ball. I thought I needed a piece. I thought I was like 2 feet inside of that. That's not too bad. So a little bit more work, and I'll get it back.
So let's talk about that at 2 sometimes. When we try to go, especially at 41, and it's too early, that's when a lot of times the amateur at home just sees the rope go dead in the water. Am I correct there?
Yeah, 100%. Like sometimes if I get too good of a 1, I'll get like the shot off the wakes and run towards the buoy too much. So I kind of try to get 1, like that 1, I got pretty heavy out the back out of the 1, so it was pulling me down course all the way to 2. And then I get a little gun shy offside. So hopefully if I can get back down and get a good gate like that, if I just stay more level and move back to the wakes, 1 to 2, probably 2 balls gonna be a lot better.
Well, good stuff. In the final, we'll see him again soon. Back to you guys.
And thanking Jonathan Travers and Wade for their input there. And we've just seen Dane Meckler just pummel his way through pass number 1, which is on 12 meters. And he's definitely, his stock has been growing and growing with the last few seasons, and certainly has a slalom style and a determination all his own. We're less than 20 minutes or so away from the women's slalom final, the 6-skier final. And then after that, we'll go for the 8-person men's slalom final. All that to come within about the next 3 or 4 competitors. Looking inside the trailer, the TWBC trailer, which did quite a few hundreds of miles last season, making its way to Canada, and will make pretty much the same trip again before the staging of the U21 World Championships, where we might even cover 2 tournaments up in Canada. We'll give you more information of that when it becomes available via a release on TWBC's Facebook presence, as well as Instagram. Go vote for your skier of the day. Who do you think is deserving of the Skier of the Day award? Maybe that little bit of a Mike Mack body slide there, courtesy of Jonathan Travers, is worthy enough of your vote. Or maybe some of this silky smooth slalom technique exhibited by Dane Meckler is worthy of your vote as well. There you go. Dane Meckler getting through on 11.25 meters. So Dane Meckler, who alongside his His wife Janina Meckler have themselves a young little family themselves now. Resident here in Central Florida, not too far away from this particular venue.
He's a cute little guy. He was riding around a little three-wheeler thing at the LCQ the other day with a big grin on his face. So he's figuring out the lake life already.
Absolutely. All right, so we're just waiting on the boat driver, Greeny, to mash the throttle down and send that Masters blue color Nautique towards the course and establish that dance and that rhythm with the skier. Pretty much every other element that goes into a typical slalom pass is done with technology these days. The one element that the driver has direct input in is being able to work with the skier to keep the boat in the optimal path while staying within the confines of the rule book. And there you go. That is a fantastic effort there from Dane Meckler. It's gone through 12:11. That was 10.75 meters. And that 10.75 meters looked like, I don't know, 14.25 meters. You might want to switch your mic on.
That was a good pass.
It was. It was absolutely a brilliant pass. And you know, Dane isn't exactly the tallest out of all of our skiers here. There are certainly taller ones coming into this event, but he just has the kind of leverage and control and just ease about him that mitigates a lot of that disparity.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, you know, if you swing high enough on that boat, then you got the bigger window. So, you know, he's always riding the rope out really high, which gives him lots of time to make his moves at the ball and make these shorter line lengths look easy, even though, like you say, he isn't the tallest guy out here.
You know, this is a skier that he reminds me of a little bit from back in the day. You probably have a skier in mind.
John Battleday, maybe?
Exactement, monsieur.
Wow.
There you go.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, some pretty strong comparison there. It's John Battleday, who was
JB.
Two-time World Championship medalist back, as my memory recalls, second in 81, third in 1983, and not exactly one of the tallest competitors for his day, but I tell you what, determination more than made up for that.
All right, 41. Great one ball, wow. He's a little back, but solid into three.
And he
just took a little too much. That was good.
Yeah, looking good up to that point. So it looks like it's going to be 3.5, and he's inspecting his hands as well to see if he hasn't blown a hole through those.
Yeah, he just got in a little deep there. That would have been hard to get out of, but one ball, man, what a one ball that was.
Great effort there from Dane Meckler. Number one looked good, but just a little bit of a delayed drive off that number one, and even looked a little bit far back into number two, which explained the reason for that delay into number three. And sometimes the luck works with you or against you, and so far as that is concerned, it was the latter. Let's have a look at this.
A little late, aggressive gait, but he managed one really nice. Little narrow it too, but then that ski gets super deep here, watch. Yeah, he had a lot of ski in the water there.
Yeah, he absolutely buried himself. Okie dokie, let's have a look and see what our penultimate skier in this round has got in store for us. This is Rob Hazelwood. He knows that he's through to the next round. He is of no doubt of his participation through to the to the men's slalom final. Now the question is, how soon into the final will he appear? That is what's going to be determined with the score, whether it's going to be the primary score or the secondary score of the two. Right now, Rob Hazelwood out of Lincoln in England through the exit gates, and we're going to get ready for pass number 2, which is going to be 11.25 meters. And he is a skier whose stock is rising.
Yeah, he gained a lot of confidence last year, you know, second at this event, won Lake 38, won bow toss. So, you know, the more of those you log, the more confident you get, the more you're hungry for it, and the more you get comfortable, and that, you know, going late in the day at the end of the roster.
And like they say, the more practice you have, the luckier you become.
Right.
Yeah. There we see Corey Vaughn. Always got time for a wave, especially to his fans that are clamored to their next to their computers right now, or their cell phone, or their tablets, or what have you, or whatever you choose to view this webcast. You are most certainly welcome all the way across the world. All right. So we're going to get ready for Rob Hazelwood to come make his way back into the course. There you see Rob on the lake there. There you see Monte Vista Road, which is the main route off Highway 50 right here in Central Florida, which puts you in a direct path to the Swiss Waterski Resort. Here we go. This is Rob Hazelwood, 11.25 meters. Gets that one to go. Round number 2. 11.25. Yeah, there you go. Didn't look in doubt, really.
No, that was solid. A little heavy out of 2, but I think, you know, those are actually good turns. You know, you get that little heavy, and it's when you get the wheelie and the delay that it's not good.
So Swiss Pro Slalom, our penultimate skier in round number 2. We still got a third and last round for both our women and our men. 6 women, 8 men. Among our 8 men in the final is Rob Hazelwood. Whatever he did earlier, which was 3 at 10.25 meters, has given him kind of the golden ticket in being able to participate in the slalom final. One Botas, as you rightly said there, Matt, and also Lake 38. And the Botas win last year also gave him a golden ticket to the Masters competition at Callaway Gardens, which this year is going to take place on I think the second to last weekend in May, because
correct,
the second to last full weekend in May, because right at the very end after that is going to be the Lake 38, which is a weekend that extends into June. Ooh, getting in a little bit deep here on 10.75 meters. Ooh, dropping the handle down low off that into his approach into number 4, and just carried way too much momentum into number 5 to really make a serious attempt at a turn there.
Yeah, it was weird. He was a little deep at 2, but kind of in a good way at 11:38, and then, you know, here he's just in deep and then kind of narrow and tipped over and like falling in deep, which is hard to manage because you can't get your body position strong behind the boat. So he kind of falls in a little there. He managed it though. He did it all right. And then this one was even a little more. Yeah, little dunk. And his tail comes out.
but a good effort nonetheless, even though he come up short on 10.75 meters. His ranking in the rope tension is 369 kilograms of force. So we're starting to put some real pressure on that line, as you can plainly tell. His approach off number 2 into number 3 is probably where that occurred. And after seeing this performance, blowing the tail on buoy number 5, we go back to Wade and let's check in with him.
Hey guys, here with another finalist, Mr. Dane Meckler. And Dane, it never gets old making the final, does it?
No, especially against this group. You know, you look at the running order when you wake up this morning, and it's top to bottom. It's a lot of talent on the list, and you know, it doesn't get any easier every year, I feel like. So yeah, very fortunate to make the final. Happy to be back here at Swiss in the final, and we'll go see what happens. I felt really good there. Luckily was able to get a round with no pressure to kind of feel out that gate down there, and yeah, we'll see if we can build on that.
So some big changes since last year when you're out initially, had to rehab, and then came back, and we can no longer say you're right there, the most talented guy that's going to win one because you won one, the Mastercraft Pro. And then, but what doesn't change probably is the nerves as you're waiting and waiting and waiting on that first event to happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it just always, first of the year is tough, you know. I don't care how long you've been doing this, you still get those feelings on the dock. So it's good to be here, good to compete, and yeah, luckily it went okay today.
And another final for this young man. Maybe we'll see him on a top step. Back to you guys.
All right, and here we go. Corey Vaughan, 12-meter start. 3 at 10.25 meters was the score that he produced in the earlier round, hence a part of that multiple-way tie that existed between him and 3 other competitors.
Great opener there for Corey.
No doubt about that. On his game, on his giddy up right there.
I mean, we see these opening passes, and you know, you forget it's 35 off because it just looks so easy.
Yep. So Corey Vaughan, he too, much like Rob Hazelwood and Charlie Ross and Dane Meckler, all have a guaranteed spot through to the next round. And the other skiers that have made it through into the 9-skier final consists of Thibaut Dayon, Jonathan Travers, and Cole McCormick, who are all currently in a tie for 7th, I believe. And then you go up a little bit high. Corey Vaughan currently in 6th place, but that's only because he's only just completed his opening pass and is continuing to ski. So anything above 1.5 at 10.75 meters will vault him above Charlie Ross. Anything above 4.5 at 10.75 meters will vault him above Rob Hazelwood. Anything above 2.5 at 10.25 will put him in 3rd. Anything above 3.3 and a quarter at 10.25 meters will put him above Freddie Winter. But if he wants to have the last position off the dock, then he would need to take the lead. And in order to do that, he needs to get past 4 on 10.25 meters.
That's a tall order, but
yeah,
he did run 41 last year.
Absolutely he did. I believe on more than one occasion too. Looking good. Yeah, absolutely on his game there. 12 and 11.25 meters in quick succession.
You never see Corey like snap a turn and lose speed. Like, his strength is definitely his efficiency in and out of the ball and maintaining his speed. Like, his turns are maybe a little rounder than other people's, but he just manages his speed so well.
You never see him lose his patience. That's the thing. That's the key element.
Correct. And you never see him like smash a turn and slow down too much. He's always just like, see, he's just moving. Okay, he's back a little bit, but he's moving.
Maybe that's the thing, just his general outlook in life kind of like, I don't know, transfers a little bit to what he does out there in the water. I mean, I say he doesn't lose his pension. He never seems to get angry. He never seems to like just completely just goes into a big shouting match or anything like that, or already just loses his temper?
Nah, I mean, Corey seems like a guy, even before he had his little boy, but now he's a family man. I think he's always had a lot of perspective and, always been really gracious, always been really thankful, always been really happy. And, he's really one of those guys that's exemplary in what you want in an athlete, off the water.
Yes, and I believe that's probably some of the qualities that have made him an award winner. I think he was actually the men's slalom skier of the year.
Male USA Water Ski Athlete of the Year, right?
Exactly.
Male slalom skier of the year. Yeah. And I heard his speech. His speech was great. He did a really good job with it.
Indeed, coming to us originally out of Bumpus in Virginia, and fine ambassador for the sport of tournament water skiing right here, right now. This is Corey Vaughn.
He's late, but he's not panicking. He's not smashing turns. He's just staying with the tempo and the rhythm, and impressive.
A lot of that is experience, of course, and now he's gotten through 10.75 meters. That vaults him into 4th spot above Rob Hazelwood. Anything above 2.5 will vault him into 3rd. If he can get past 3 1/4, he'll put him into 2nd. If he can get past 4, he'll take the lead. And it's all could be happening on this next pass. 10.25 meters, and the wind is starting to gust up a little bit here.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Feels good to you and me, but for the skiers back there, not so much.
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty perfect out.
Yeah, on the water it's perfect, but I mean that water could still catch you unawares, on your body,
Definitely, there's some wind, but.
So it looks like Corey's getting some support. Dave Bloodgood and Bridget Murphy there, all getting behind Corey. Michael Danchi as well. Got to mention some of these folks because they've been true fans of this sport. Through thick and thin with each of these webcasts, and getting behind Corey as well.
Yeah, that's great.
So here we go. This now is Corey Vaughn. Here is number 1.
Oh, narrow at one ball.
Narrow as you like. It's number 1. There's number 2. He's
just
still
cruising,
there.
though. He's just hanging on.
He's still there,
That's a big
He's
pull.
round number 4. Oh!
Wow.
Wow. Okay, let's do a little bit of a deep dive. What the heck was that?
Oh, wow.
Okay. He's looking around. He's like saying, what the? Wow.
No, that was a little miscommunication there.
Okay, so let's see where we're at here. We've got Corey Vaughn with 3 at 10.25 meters in round 1. That, if that's left to stand, would probably be 4.
That's weird. There must have been some miscommunication because he was in good shape, buckled down, ready for that big hit, and then the boat spun around. So, yeah, I could see them freaking out in the boat a little bit, but he's still there. That's crazy. Look at that video, Tony. He's holding the handle up like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Well, because at that point,
what a good run.
Yeah, it was a good run because at that point,
he got that dig out of ball 3 that got him to ball 4. Watch this. He's delayed, stays calm, comes around 3, and watch this pull right here. Watch this. Big lean. Beautiful. Beautiful. Easily outside 4.
Does that deserve your skier of the day vote?
Oh, man, that's good.
And because the boat had already gone through the boat guides at that time, Matt, the boat gone through the boat guides. The time was already registered, so the pass is good. So
it was great.
Yeah, so the boat just spun in, picked him up, and because we're kind of like really, really pressed for time right now with the sun and what have you, Scott just did the right thing and just picked him up and. Just brought him back to the dock. Leaderboard, let's have a look and see. Nate Smith currently in the lead with 4 at 10.25 meters with a backup of 2. Corey Vaughan with actually 3.5 at 10.25 meters with a backup of 3. We'll look through this list and see Freddie Winter, Dane Meckler, Rob Hazelwood, Charlie Ross, Thibaut Dayon, Cole McCormick, Jonathan Travers. They are all through to the next round of the competition. On the outside looking in is Sasha Deska and Joel Poland and Thomas de Gasperi. And you can see the remainder of that slalom leaderboard by going to the IWWF scoring site. All right, so introducing our finalists in the women's slalom event in the 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom. Our first competitor out, coming to us out of Canada, is Paige Rini Pogozzi. Second out, coming to us originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, from the United States of America, Ali Nicholson. All right, next skier introducing to you right now, originally out of Australia, it is Vanessa Veek. Next up, coming to us out of Canada, it is Whitney McClintock-Rini. Next up, multiple-time champion here at the Swiss Pro Slalom, coming to us out of Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, representing the United States of America, Regina Jaquess. And our last skier to take to the water in the women's competition is the defending champion, coming to us out of North Bay in Ontario, Canada. It is Jamie Ball. And ladies and gentlemen, a big cheer for our 6 finalists in the women's competition. All right, so introducing the men. Our first skier to take to the water, representing France, it is Thibaut Dayon. Next skier up, representing Canada and the current Masters men's slalom champion. Coming to us out of Canada, it is Cole McCormick. Next skier up from the United States of America, from nearby Groveland in Florida, it is Jonathan Travers. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, this, ladies and gentlemen, is Charlie Ross. Next up, from Great Britain, it is none other than Rob Hazelwood. And introducing to you from the United States of America, it is Dane Meckler. And ladies and gentlemen, up next from Great Britain, he is past champion Freddie Winter. Let's work our way down this list and see from Bumpus in Virginia, representing the USA, it is Corey Vaughan. And last but by no means least, a past champion here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. He comes to us originally out of McCordsville in Indiana. From the United States of America, it is Nate Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for our 8 skier finalists in the Swiss Pro Slalom 2025 men's competition. All right. We've introduced the skiers. Now let's get on with the performances. Our first competitor to take to the water is going to be none other than Paige Pogozzi, and then the list looks like this. Ali Nicholson, then Vanessa Veek, then Whitney Rini, then Regina Jaquess, and Jamie Ball. Here comes Paige Pogozzi. Minimum starting line length, 13 meters.
Ooh, I love that. Inside the buoy camera, that's so good.
Nicely done. There's 4, there's 5. And beautiful
It is
conditions
beautiful.
here.
Is it, Tony, you can tell me, is that camera that's in the water inside the ball, it's being run by somebody who's
Yes.
moving it, and where are they sitting?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's been run by someone.
In the trailer.
In the trailer, yes.
Awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
Very good job, Alice.
Any other alternate method, and we would have to pay someone with an aqualung. But great technology and offer there. We've got the water cam, we've got the drones, we've got about 4 or 5 alternate camera shots around here for TWBC.
It doesn't get any better.
Yes, indeed. 15 years of water ski broadcasting excellence, TWBC.
I remember seeing you down in Chile at one of the under-21 Worlds or something, running the whole thing with you were announcing and.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, that was
2013.
2013?
Yes.
Crazy. Technology and the cameras and the drones and all that have come a long way. It's amazing what you guys do.
All right, so we got Andrew Bergman, amazing the stuff that he's been doing right now with our women's slalom competitors, and he started off without the face mask.
Yeah, I think his Instagram got too popular too quick, so he had to shut it down and cover that face up a little bit.
Just shut it down.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what he has in store for us and what indeed Paige Pagozzi has in store for us right here and now with the second pass. This is 12 meters, and getting up a little higher up on the boat here with that one-handed gate shot.
Whoa, Wally turn at 4-ball.
There you go.
Come on, girl.
Rocking it back, but
I know
still
she's tired. I know she's tired. She's been working hard for that LCQ, and then her sister Megan came to watch her ski today, so I know she's super excited about that.
All right, so we've got Paige Pagozzi. Got a few more of our fans checking in. Rachel Crossland offering the best of wishes to Paige. Textbook opener.
Well, thank you, Rachel. Is that Rachel Crossland from England?
It's actually Richard Crossland.
Richard Crossland.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah.
He's a good friend of ours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, his son Harrison skis with me.
Mm-hmm. Rachel would probably have some good wishes as well.
Yeah, her last name's Price now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's been that way for a while.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't think even YouTube or Google was a thing when they got married.
No.
No.
Paul Price, one of the best 5.5-foot jumpers there ever was back in the day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Uh-huh.
All right, so getting some other fans. Andre Broussard is in there. We've got Ryan Hinkle and Rod Barney also chiming in as well. And here's a beautiful view of the Swiss water ski resort.
Man, what a shot. Looks so good.
Mm-hmm. Indeed it is. We got Paige Pagozzi, 11.25.
Oh boy.
Dropping
Come on,
in hard
girl.
off number 2.
Go hard. Go hard. Come on.
She's got to get this
Come
back.
on.
Come on, keep going.
Come
She's still
on.
there on 5. Does she make it to the wake? Yes, she does. So she at least puts 5 buoys there on the on the board there.
Man.
As her first competitor out.
She was like about 6 inches behind her feet more than she needed to be that whole pass. If she could have just got back over her ski at any point there, she would have been fine. But you can see she just gets a little out the back out of ball 2. And
just rearing up.
Yeah. And then she never really quite gets it back. Leans forward, ends up back, lean forward, end up back. It's kind of that seesaw thing that you want to try to avoid. But she did pretty good to hang in there till ball 5. So.
Indeed, she did. I mean,
and that's a textbook onside S turn right there. Like
there you
that's
go.
Very good.
Yep. Clip that.
I know she's not happy with that, but I know she's super happy to be here skiing at Swiss in the finals. So.
You know, I mean, if she fell around number 2, knowing that she tried her best to actually execute a turn that would keep her in the game, that would be one thing. But I mean, you get around number 5, you work your tail off to get round that, and you're one buoy short. Yeah, the emotions start to kick in a little bit more.
That's okay. You know, she's a very level-headed girl. She never gets too high or too low. She's very chill. Bob's a lucky guy to have a lady with such even keel personality.
Yeah, I like it. I like the fact that you refer to your son-in-law as Bob. It's like Top Gun Maverick, you know.
Yeah.
This guy, this unassuming guy, it says, "What's your call sign?"
Yeah, but
Bob.
Yeah, when some you know, his name's Robert, and you got to roll the R. So I had to establish dominance when he came to the ski school. So I immediately nicknamed him Bob to let him know that, you know, I wasn't going to call him Robert.
You know, it gets even worse whenever you play this out against a character on Blackadder. You know, with Rowan Atkinson. You know, and I think it was like the first episode of like Blackadder the second. You know, Bob.
Yeah.
Bob.
Well, I tried to intimidate him by calling him Bob, and then he ended up marrying my daughter. So you know.
No, you got to do it this way.
It didn't work.
Bob.
Yeah, it didn't work.
All right then. All hilarity aside, let's continue on. Our next competitor coming up is going to be Ali Nicholson. So Ali Nicholson, who had to fight hard to get back into the game here. Didn't have the best of starts earlier on in this competition in round number 1, but I tell you what, she fought her way back into this. Not looking too bad there as we get ready for our next run. Let's check in with Wade.
So here with Miss Paige Rainey, and not that there are any consolation prizes, but you did qualify for the Masters on Friday, so you can give yourself a bit of a pat on the back because you're tired.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that last round I was just feeling it in my arms, and I couldn't get myself back over the ski into 3. And at that point, I was like just holding on for dear life.
And so tell everybody about, sometimes there's mental exhaustion too, because you had that big event, bit of a letdown after you made it, and then you have to boom, regroup 24 hours later, a lot of energy again.
Yeah, definitely. And those Masters qualifiers really get you. Everyone's so nervous. There's so much tension. But it's for one of the most important tournaments, so it's so exciting. You just have these up and down emotions all weekend. So it's definitely hard to come back down and come to an event like this where you have to be up, you know? So I'm really happy I made the finals, and I can't complain about that. So.
No, always 100% when you make a final, you have to go home with, yeah, hey, a lot of things went good.
Definitely. So thank you guys.
Well, congrats. We'll see you in the water soon.
Thank you.
She actually described it perfectly, which was my arms were dead and I was just hanging on at that point, which is kind of what it looked like, but she did a great job.
And we look forward to doing something similar, possibly in the Masters Water Ski Tournament, which is going to be in a few weeks' time after this event. Here we go, Ali Nicholson, 12 meters. Don't see too much wrong here. Didn't get to a particularly sprightly start this morning, but followed up with a great performance in round 2 there, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I think that round 2 was really like just like a big, deep exhale for Ali, because she, you know, she skied well and got into the finals, and now we're going to see her just, you know, go for it from here. She's got nothing to lose.
Yep, nothing to lose and all to gain as we get ready for Ali Nicholson's third pass, which is going to be at 11.25 meters. Now, for those of you rather new to the water ski game, especially slalom, the slalom course has 3 buoys on each side, and they're preceded by a gate, entry and exit, depending upon which end it is, of course. The buoys are situated 11.5 meters in width from where the boat path makes its way down the course to where the buoys are situated. so that when the line length is at 11.25 meters or 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line, that means the skier essentially has to make up about a quarter of a meter of deficit on each buoy. Plus the fact the boat is doing 55 kilometers an hour or 34 miles an hour, and that complicates the whole deal as well. So,
All right, 38 off. Want to see her get through this so she can leave it all out there at 39. She's looking stronger already, more aggressive behind the boat. A little narrow at ball 3, but you know, I think that crosswind, it's a little bit of a crosswind now. It's not straight, and it's like right at that 3 ball. Everybody seems to be getting blown a little narrow right there.
it looks like finding her way a little by little with each round. You know, got the job done in the second round, and I think that she could well have an inside track here on round number 3 with 39.5 or 10.75 meters coming right up. If she gets the start that we all know she can, then the potential for her to run 39.5 off or 10.75 meters could definitely be on the cards.
Yeah, lots of room into ball 5 here. She's really early. Excellent skiing by Allie.
And just seems to have that uncanny knack of finding more angle as she gets closer and closer to the wake. You know, it's not just the turn, but it's being able to hold that resistance and then piling on a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want the angle to build, even though it doesn't build. It feels like it builds. Too much angle right at the backside of the ball kills speed, and then you got to give it up. So she definitely doesn't get way over her ski, but that ski just keeps moving all the way back to the wake, and she's very light and very stacked, so she gets that shot off the second wake. But here we go. This is going to paint the picture, Tony.
All right, let's have a look and see. Paige Pagozzi of 5 and 11.25 meters has been relegated to second. Ali Nicholson has already run 11.25 meters. And gets inside buoy number 3.
Good one ball. Just like, you know, went to the back of the ski at 2 a little too much there. Let's see what happened.
A commendable effort, and you know something, 2 at 39.5 off is a pretty reasonable score, and you know these ladies are now know what the score is. Literally. They've got to get more than 3 to take the lead.
A little narrow at 1 ball there, but she just kind of goes for it and then has to go back. Yeah, she just bit off a lot and then had to relieve it a little bit.
Ooh. Did she run over that buoy?
Yeah, that's 2.
Yeah,
it's
she
under
clouted,
review, but
yeah.
I don't think she went outside it.
Let's have a look at this once again, getting a little broken over into number 2 and just losing her stack a little bit here. And I think she probably clouted too much of the buoy to get a fractional score out of it. The judges might have something to say about it though, and they will within the next few seconds for Ali Nicholson, and it is 2. It's 2 for Ali Nicholson. That currently takes the lead. And now our next challenger to take to the water, representing Australia. This now is Vanessa Veek. Vanessa getting this pass to go, 13 meters. So For those of you hardy folks out there in Perth in Western Australia, it is currently 6:23 in the morning right there. And it'll be a little bit later on in the morning for those of you on the eastern seaboard of the great land of Oz. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Tony, one thing that never ceases to amaze me is how long the qualifying rounds can seem. And then there's this quick changeover, and then immediately you're into the final, and the intensity and the speed of the event is just sped up tremendously. And that's sort of the process we're going through now. It gets much more quiet at the starting dock. Yeah, it's sort of business at hand. Been waiting all spring, all week, all day, and then bam, the finals here all over us in a hurry. But that's what makes it so much fun. Back to you.
All right, yeah. So thanks a lot there, Wade, and just the speed in which you transition from the first two rounds of qualifying through to the final. A hallmark of this particular event. You know, we tried to get everything done all within the singular day. 2 rounds of qualification round slalom. And we had actually anticipated starting a little bit earlier, 8:30, but because of the rain, we had to start closer to 10:30, and that also necessitated the need to go one pass shorter for each of the divisions, both the men and women competitors. 13-meter start for women, 12-meter start for men. And Nessie doing a grand job out there with that pass, that second pass, which is going to be 12 meters.
She looked like she skied that harder than the first round, but definitely she's more balanced. So I think it's she's looking stronger than she did the first 2 rounds.
Probably got some advice from her hubby, who is probably watching this on his computer right now. No doubt.
That's always a loaded thing.
Yeah.
Giving your wife advice in water skiing.
I don't. You speak of experience.
It could go either way.
Mm-hmm.
I used to get, are you talking as my coach or my husband? And I'm like, can you just do this and get better?
Yeah, it's either passive aggressive or the loaded question.
I mean, strong, confident women. They run the world.
Mm-hmm. All right, Vanessa Veek. Representing Australia, coming to us originally out of Perth, which is in Western Australia, where the time right now is about 6:30 in the morning. It's probably about 3 hours later in places like Melbourne and Sydney, where much of the Australian population tends to be concentrated.
Beautiful gate there. That was a nice gate at 38. Yeah, she's down course. Down course. Come on, girl.
But she
Get
does
going.
have enough resistance
Get
here.
going.
Keeping the speed up.
Late.
Oh, getting broken over off number.
Yeah.
Oh, and off number 5 and inside buoy number 6. So
Yeah.
that was another stab at 38 off, or 11.25 meters, and that continues to keep Ali Nicholson's position as the leader still intact.
Yeah, she had. That gate was so smooth. She turned in, and then she got that little pop into one, and on her heels a little bit, and then just down course, down course, down course at every ball. Beautiful. Yeah, lots of slack and a little delayed there, but then it was here where she started to really, really run late. Look at this big round turn at 3. Strong position, but, you know, again, losing the rope at 4. Still lots of room, but another delay out of 5 and stood up a little bit. And
All right, so Vanessa Veek currently tying with Paige Bagotzi on 5 at 11.25 meters. Now the tiebreaker between the two is going to be the best score from the original from one of the original rounds. So Vanessa Veek's best score is 2 at 10.75 meters out of the elimination series, and Paige Rini also 2 at 10.75 meters. And then that goes to a secondary backup, which means that that Paige Bagotzi has 3.5 at 11.25 meters, and Vanessa Veek actually started off her skiing with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. So Vanessa Veek actually has the advantage so far as a tiebreak between those two positionings, both of them with 5 at 11.25 meters. But your leader in amongst all of that is Ali Nicholson with 2 at 10.75 meters. All right, so who do we have coming up next?
I would call her the most beautiful woman here. Yeah, she would love to win this event. Her name's not up on that board, and I know it would mean a lot to her to win it. We have a lot of.
She's gotten close a few times.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think 5 times she's gotten as high as second. 3 other times she's gotten as high as third. But like you say, I mean, she's chasing for a first Swiss Pro title win. And if she can do that, then that might even garner a few more votes in her general direction for the skier of the day. I wonder how that's going. I wonder who is garnering the most votes right now. Could it be Jonathan Travers? Could it be Corey Vaughn? A whole bunch of people in the running for that. Let's send it over to Wade.
Hey, Tony here with Miss Vanessa Veek, and tied for the lead. Pretty successful weekend for you. Qualified for the Masters and made a final.
I just need to say Ali is in the lead with 2.
Well, my bad.
No, that's okay. Yeah, it's been such a fun day. I'm just so grateful to be here. A little bit bummed with that last pass. I haven't missed it for a while, like in training or in a tournament. So, yeah, I'm just kind of bummed, but otherwise, it's all good.
No, but it is a much better feeling to be bummed after a final than to have not given herself the chance, right?
100%, yeah. My goal was to make the final and to execute my keys. So, yeah, I'm just really looking forward to the next few weeks of training and getting back to work tomorrow. Hi to all my Lob Lolly clients. Thank you so much for tuning in. They're boosting the viewership, I can tell you that much.
Well, and my apologies to Miss Allie, our current leader. Back to you guys.
All right, and we're seeing Regina Jaquist on dockside getting ready to go, chasing her 10th Swiss Pro Slalom win. Although that streak of consecutive wins was broken last season by the skier that will be last off the dock, and that is going to be Jamie Ball. But that's a little bit into the future. Here we go. This is Whitney Rini. And Whitney Rini, who caused a little bit of a stir at the Moomba Masters by doing a couple of things. One, winning the event for the 10th time, yeah. and secondly, pretty much saying that that's it. You know, so far as her going to the Moomba Masters in any time in the future beyond that.
Yeah, she also said we're expanding our family, which it caused my phone to blow up a lot during that interview of hers. But now
I guess it melted down, didn't it?
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we'll go back to Moomba. I'm sure. Probably I know Paige told me I want to go next year. She wants to go, so.
I want to go.
Yeah, it's fun. It's really fun. That tournament, the night jump, I mean, the atmosphere there, everybody screaming and yelling, it is amazing. It's an amazing time. And for Whitney to win it 10 times, you know, like you guys saw, if you watched it this year, it's probably the most unpredictable, you know, year ever, you know, and then, of course, you had Whitney and Regina in the LCQ to make the finals, you know, and then they finished 1-2. you know, even to go down there and win 10 times, I think Andy won 15 of them, which is just hard to even fathom, you know, to be that dominant there. But no, it's one of her favorite tournaments for sure. The crowd loves it when she's there, and she feels a lot of love.
All right, here we go. This is Whitney Reaney. Entrance buoy number 1, 11.25 meters. Critical that she runs this in order to at least give herself a chance of winning this competition. Little bit of a hit there on buoy number 4, but never in doubt. There you go, 5.6, and that is 11.25 meters. Now, current lead score 2 at 10.75 meters. The next pass that is currently in the possession of Ali Nicholson, and we only have 2 skiers remaining after Whitney Reaney. That is Jamie Bull and the skier whom you see on the starting dock, Regina Jaquess. And just take a look at this.
Yeah, this was smooth. I mean, really nice one ball. She's a little down course. She's a little slow out of 2.4 today. Yeah, a little chop there, but she just kept it cool the whole time. Beautiful 4.
Yeah, looking good, looking in good shape there.
It's a good pass.
Certainly well within her capability there. All right, so 10.75 meters coming right up.
Yeah, the key for her here is to seek that wider point on the boat. You know, when the rope gets to 39 and even shorter, you really got to get comfortable being up beside the boat. You're not gonna run it with a 38 line of, you know, where the angle is off the boat. So that's what I told her. I said, let's try and get high on the boat this round.
All right, some sage advice there, courtesy of Matt Reaney. Here comes Whitney Reaney, approaching the course. Here she comes. Entrance.
Better gate.
Number 1. Oh, good start.
Come on, girl.
Oh,
that's better.
Continuing on. Look at this. There's
let's
number
go.
3.
Come on, let's
There's
get her
number
through.
4. Oh, and stalls up on 4.
She's getting crushed a little bit. That's too bad. That 2 ball was so good. 1 and 2 was such a good start there.
But she has taken the lead by a full 2 buoys. So Whitney Reaney, by that token, has at least given herself a place on the podium with 2 skiers remaining. And pulling 260 kilograms
way
of
down.
Force. Yeah, way more than what she did in
way
the
down. Way down.
Way down, actually.
Yeah.
So
was, better skiing, clearly.
Still in 3rd place based upon the force that she was able to push against the boat with in the previous round.
See this 1 ball, very good. Very little loss of ground here. 2 was solid. Beautiful 2. Just crushed a little bit and then lost her feet off the second wake there and just never got back over her ski. So you can see her kind of sitting a little bit everywhere. Much better skiing that round, though.
Yeah, she was definitely on her game there, and no doubt we're going to be listening to the questions that Wade will pose for Whitney. I'm guessing she's pretty much exhausted by now.
What are you thinking with Regina? You think she's going to go A1 or B1?
I'm thinking B.
Yeah, me too. She was pretty unhappy after that second round there.
Yeah, you could tell
tell
by the way she threw the handle away.
Yeah, she wanted to swim in.
All right, here we go. This is she's still on A1.
A1. Okay. Must have felt better.
Mm-hmm.
So that frustration was with her skiing and not her letter choice.
So Regina Jaquess, fine job there on the opening pass of 13 meters, pass that she traditionally goes in on anyway. So even if she was compelled to go in on that line length, she has it on lock, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even recall a time where she actually went into the course on 14 meters.
Yeah, it's been a lot of years since her Whitney's gone at 14.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember Whit going at 14 in the last, I don't know when.
All right, then, and with that in mind, let's send it over to Wade.
Well, guys, it's the way we would have scripted it up, I think, before the weekend started. I think if Mr. Clint Stadelbar had it his way, he'd say, well, hey, perfect. Whitney's just gone out. She's been one of the best 3 ladies in the world for years. She's got the best score of the weekend, tied so far. And then the other 2 best ladies are waiting on the starting dock or in action now. So this is exactly what we wanted, was the best 3 off and taking their best shot, and we're going to get it. Yeah, going to be fun.
All right, there we see Jamie Ball on the starting dock, the defending champion, and the only defending champion in this year's competition that has made it through to the final. Here we go. This is 12 meters. Yeah, it is 12 meters. Blue loop. Now, for those of you that have a little bit of trouble translating between feet and inches and the metric system, the third method of determining the line length is its color. It's blue for 12 meters or 35 off. It's is it purple or violet for 11.25?
I mean, I call it purple.
Yeah, I'd call it purple as well.
Well, and then when you go south of Miami, then they start to do the shortenings. The first shortening, the second shortening, the third shortening, the fourth shortening. So they come in and they say, oh, yeah, I ran 3 on the 5th. And you're like, what does that even mean? You know, you got to count.
Yep, I prefer either color or metric.
I don't know. I like old school.
You like old school?
Yeah, man. I grew up, watching Bob and Chris LaPointe and Carl and
yeah, but
Andy,
even
and it was always 39 and a half off,
but even then they basically translated the feet off to the actual length of the line in most instances.
They kind of ruined it a little while on ESPN by doing that. And then nobody, it's 40 feet of rope. I mean, that was terrible. It was better either metric or,
or this
39 and a half, yeah, or 41 off or whatever,
All right, then. So to that point, we've just seen Regina Jaquist on her second pass get through 35 off.
There you go, Tony. See? Put a little American Louisiana twang on it, and it doesn't get any better.
Yes, I may be an American citizen, but I don't think I'll ever give up my British dialect.
Yeah, Joel's still sticking strong with his.
Yeah. But he still has a British passport. Here we go. Regina Jaquist, 11.25 meters. Let's see what she's got.
It's crazy how different the boat drives on sea.
Now we're on sea.
Like the load.
There we go. Thank you, Andrew Bergman, for that little...
wow!
She's going all over.
That's the last thing. So she's gone from B to A to C.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Abe would pick her up slower, and she was probably feeling like she wasn't getting picked up. And
C would hit her like a hammer.
Well, it'd just pick you up earlier. It's not going to hit you any harder. It's just gonna happen as your hand's coming onto the handle. She's been struggling on 2-4 today. I don't know what's going on. She's a little unstable and out the back on 2-4. And so, if someone's falling out the back, they're probably feeling like the boat's not there for them at the end of the turn and pump the letter up.
And as the ski comes round, boom, right there. The pull comes on and tightens up on the line and then kind of releases a little bit sooner off the second wake into the turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you just wait for the boat to hit you again.
Well, the problem, and the downfall to that is that, of course, when it's done, by the time you get to the center line, it's just sitting there doing nothing out of the ball.
You're kind of like floating.
It's the boat's laying down before the ball, and then, of course, if you turn hard, it's gonna pick up really quick again. So, there's pluses and minuses to all of it. You know, again, too, a lot of it is how you feel off the second wake. You want it to swing you harder off the second wake or less off the second wake. You can play with number as well.
All right, here we go, folks. This is Regina Jaquist, 10.75 meters. There's one.
Ball.
There's two,
Better
a little
two.
bit loose off number 2. Round number 3, does she make it round buoy number 4? Yes, she does. Does she make it round buoy number 5? And ladies and gentlemen, 6 buoys! Regina Jaquist. And looking up to the sky and saying, finally.
Yeah. I can't remember a Swiss Pro where her and Regina and Whitney didn't run a 39 in the prelims.
Just straight over the back.
All right, that basically means that so far as Whitney McClintock-Rini is concerned, the highest that she can ascend to at this time would be second. She is in second at this time, Whitney McClintock-Rini. Now, in the lead is Regina Jaquist, who has the lead with 6 buoys at 10.75 meters and waiting for the next pass of 10.25 meters. Now, there's one other skier to go, and that is Jamie Ball, the current defending champion and current and 2-time world women's slalom champion.
And as much as we like to see runoffs, we're really hoping we don't have one in the ladies here because we need the
we need all the sunlight
daylight.
We can get.
We need the daylight for the men.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's Jamie Ball wearing the yellow jersey with the singular X on the back there, signifying her a singular win coming into this year's event. She won last year. Looking forceful with that gate pull out. There's one, and there is the wake. So now basically Jamie Ball is going to get through 12, so 13, 12, 11, 10, 7, 5, and a piece of 2 to win. So good forceful pull out for the entrance gates, but already losing a bit of speed coming into buoy number 1 and just lost it completely on the tail end of that turn. And then after that point, she just dropped the handle and just swam into the shore. Now, there is that, as you said correctly, Matt, that there is a possibility of a runoff, and that would exist if Jamie Ball was to clear all of the passes right up until 10.75 meters and gets one on 10 and 10.25 meters, then that would force the runoff. It would also force them to go into the course on the last clear pass, which is 10.75 meters.
Yeah.
All right, so working our way towards the possibly the final action that we will see in the women's slalom event, courtesy of Jamie Ball.
A2, please.
All right, selecting A2, Alpha 2, which seems to be quite common these days.
Yeah, that's the standard ski nautique letter that pretty much everybody uses.
Not only with Nautique, but with Mastercraft as well, from my experience as well. So Alpha 2 seems to be quite the universal setting. So, you folks out there on the live chat, you've got a few more minutes to get your comments in, especially concerning the action that's about to take place on the water. Jamie Ball. Here we go, folks. Jamie Ball, 13 meters. We've still got an 8-skier, a men's slalom final to take to the water in a few moments after we get done with the women.
Isn't it 9?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we got a 9-skier final, not 8, because we carry ties beyond the eighth spot, and our first skier out in the men's competition in the 9-skier slalom final is going to be Thibaut Dayan. But he's going to have to wait before he knows whether he is going to take to the water after a complete event, because, well, we're not quite complete with this one yet.
You know, in golf, when they get the rain delays, they play the final holes Monday morning.
Yeah. Not practical here.
I told Clint that. I'm like, you're going to have to cancel ski school in the morning, and we'll have the finals tomorrow morning.
And there are our trophies, both women's and men's. We've got the trophies for the strongest rope tension readings for our competitive skiers, and Andrew Bergman kind of looks like Deadpool. The Deadpool in the original uniform, which wasn't red or black.
Yeah. He's locked in.
Yeah, he is. Here we go, folks. This now is Jamie Ball. There's number 1. This is a 12-meter line. 12 meters, 35 off. Oh, just looking so in it.
These drone views never get old. It's so cool.
Looking in good shape. Regina Jaquez making her way back to the dock. Could we see more action from her out on the water? Only one particular scenario would be that could potentially be in play would make that happen, and that is if our skier on the water puts herself in a tiebreak situation. Looks like Regina Jaquez is trying to stay loose, trying to stay limber, you know, trying not to let the muscles seize up or anything like that could be of detriment to her going forwards. But in the meantime, we have Jamie Ball out in the water right now at the dock end. She's gone through 13 and 12 meters. That is 32 and 35 off in quick succession.
Yeah, Jamie's got some work to do, but Regina's right to stay ready. 1 at 41 is not a lock by any means.
Yep, you still have to be on your game, absolutely. This is now 11.25 meters. The rope comes up short of buoy's width by 1/4 of a meter. Ooh, a little bit broken off on number 5 into number 6, but still has enough room and enough to play with there, and gets around all 6 buoys on 11.25 meters. But the task is by no means complete. She is looking for about 7 and a bit buoys now. The complete next pass, and more than one buoy on the pass after. I like the way that she moves her upper body and torso towards the tip of the ski, and allows for that ski to fully rotate and then get into a really, really solid, you know, kind of like a cross country. Well, I wouldn't say a cross country skiing because that's like Nordic, but I mean like a back hill skiing, like moguls type type stance. Just staying fairly and squarely over the tip of the ski and allowing that to do more of the work rather than just putting in pure muscle.
Yeah, I mean, for sure the snow skiing helps her understand angles and the fall line of the mountain and that kind of thing. And it's a lot the same because as the rope gets shorter, it swings you harder. It feels like the boat's going faster even though it's not going faster. And, you know, you have to run different lines as things speed up.
Let's make those boys run out of sunlight.
All right, so this now is 10.75 meters. To get herself up onto the podium, she would need more than 2. To get herself into at least second spot, she would need more than 4.
Not a great 2-ball here. Yeah, she's
no,
in trouble.
oh, she's
going to have
in
to go
trouble
hard
here. And there's 4 and through to the wake, and that puts her in a tie with Whitney Reaney, and therefore means that with a 10th title, it is Regina Jaquist is your champion for 2025. Give our competitors a big round of applause, and especially to your champion for 2025 from Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, Regina Jaquist. Okay, so looks like we've got a score review for Jamie Bull, and this is important because it's going to determine who finishes in second or in third spot at this time. There's number 1. Looking at this once again, there is number 2. Handle up high and just in all kinds of trouble from here on out. She's round buoy number 3. Now, I believe she made it outside buoy number 4. Or she may not have, actually, looking
like
at that
hit
again.
That one. Yeah, I don't know if she got outside that.
If that is indeed the case, yes, she gets 3, and that puts her down into third place right now, which means that your top 3 in this women's slalom event for 2025, the Swiss Pro Slalom. In third spot, Jamie Bull with 3 at 10.75. In second spot with 4 at 10.75 is Whitney Reaney. And your champion with 1 at 10.25 meters. Once again, give those ladies a big round of applause and celebrate your champion as being Regina Jaquist. Let's send it to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with the champ. And I think deep down you're still mad about last year. You didn't win. You won a 10th Masters, so you had to come back here and get a 10th, right? Is that the deal?
That's correct, yes. No, it was a tough day. It was a lot of learning and battling, but you know, it came out in the end, and it's awesome. And you know, win is they're always better and sweeter each time. And you know, thanks to everybody that has been here supporting me at this event right now on the shore, and everybody at home. You know, my sister, she's been texting me, you have this, figure it out. So thank you. She's my backbone and can't really do it without her. So that one's for you.
Well, there's so many skiers that would spend their entire life to win one tournament, and we combine the Masters in this, and that's 20 wins in 2 tournaments. But what I love about you is your competitive spirit. You've got this energy, this sort of, bubbliness, but it's this sort of badass desire. You want to win. I love it.
Yeah, no, I think it's been like that my whole life. It's something that, you know, I don't think you can teach it. But, no, it's there. I'm a very happy person, but I do have that very competitive drive. So that's what keeps me going, and that's what keeps me wanting to keep going to the next event. And, you know, I guess our next one's going to be Masters. So I'm excited. I get to slalom and jump there, and I look forward to that. So I can't wait to get back behind the Nautique.
Enjoy. She's going to have a big old smile on her face for a couple days now. So anyway, back to you guys.
All right, then. So let's have a look at the leaderboard. Just to recap, our winner is Regina Jaquist with 1 at 10.25 meters. Whitney Reaney in second spot there with 4 at 10.75. Jamie Ball with third with 3 at 10.75. Fourth, Ali Nicholson with 2. Vanessa Veek with 5 at 11.25 meters, and she has a tie-break ahead of Paige Bagotzi with the same score of 5 at 11.25 meters. All right, we have already started our men's slalom final, 9-skier final, and it commences with Thibaut Dayan already through on 12 meters. This is now 11.25 meters, getting into all kinds of shape there, looking good, looking strong, and staying with the pass all the way through. So let's have a look at the rope tension champion in the women's strongest pull. And how about this for a surprise, folks? Trinidad Espinal with 285 kilograms of force, or the equivalent of 628 pounds, is your women's strongest pull champion, along with Paige Bagotzi in second and Whitney McClintock-Rini in third. So congratulations to the top 3. It is a winner takes all, so Trinidad Espinal will get the prize bounty along with a nice big trophy and a rope courtesy of Masterline. Men's starting order. We've got Thibaut Dayan, Colt McCormick, Jonathan Travers, Charlie Ross, Robert Hazelwood, Dane Meckler, Freddie Winter, Corey Vaughan, and Nate Smith, all in that order in this 9-skier men's slalom final. So glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. Tony Lightfoot here for the men's slalom final here at Swiss Pro 2025. We've already crowned one champion in the form of Regina Jaquist. We are just we're minutes away from crowning the another champion in the men's competition, courtesy of the men's slalom final. There is Scott Greenwood at the helm of that towboat, originating out of Little Rock, Arkansas, and you can listen to my conversation that I had with him on the TWBC podcast. Check that out on whatever platform you choose to listen to your favorite podcast. And there you go. This is Thibaut Dayan. In good shape, getting around all 6, 10.75 meters. Yes. Good fist to pump there at the end, and has some support along the shore side, no two ways about. So getting a few messages coming through from all corners of the world, with congratulations and commiserations here and there. Certainly a great competition so far, and we had a little bit of a delay this morning, which caused us to alter the starting line length in round 1 to 1 length shorter in each instance. 13 for women, 12 for men, or 32 off, or 32 off for women, 35 for men. All right. Johan Andersen has won himself a Conley slalom ski. Johan Andersen was won himself a Conley slalom ski as the winner of the women's audience prize. So Johan Andersen, congratulations. Check your email within about the next 1 or 2 days, and we will arrange the delivery of the Conley slalom ski of your choice. Here we go. This now is Thibaut Dayan, 10.25 meters, gets a good start on buoy number 1. He's round buoy number 2. He's all over the show, and he's inside buoy number 3. He sets the bar for the remaining skiers to exceed in order to place above him. But in this 9-skier final, our first skier out, Thibaut Dayan has scored 2 at 41 off, 2 at 10.25 meters. For our Frenchman, Thibaut Dayan.
Now, 1 minute 30 seconds. 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 1 min
A little bit of an aerial edge change into buoy number 1, but still managing to bleed off enough speed to make the turn on number 2 happen. But whenever you delay that long off a particular buoy on that short line length, then the chance of you actually making it to the next buoy just to get anywhere close to buoy's width is severely compromised. But good effort all the way throughout for Thibaut Dayon. First skier out, setting the pace, and we will see if that pace holds up. All right, folks, next competitor up is going to be the current Masters men's slalom champion from 2024. Here we are in 2025 at the Swiss Pro men's slalom final, and our second skier out is Canada's Cole McCormick. Entrance number 1. Solid effort into buoy number 2. Yep, gets it done, gets it on the money. There we go. That is Cole McCormick. So getting the effort there for Cole McCormick on the opening pass of 12 meters. And let's check in with Wade, shall we?
Thanks, Tony, here with Thibaut. And, man, some awesome, consistent skiing today. Just missing that little bit at 41, right?
Yeah, everything before 41 is, I'm locked in. I'm pretty confident. Got to figure out 41, really. Having skiing good. Yeah, happy to make the final and looking forward for the season. Yeah.
No, good stuff. Always good seeing you. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, my parents. They're in Mauritius right now, so I'm sure my dad is awake and he's late. But yeah, my wife and the whole team that has been supporting me. Yeah.
No, good stuff. Always enjoy this guy. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we're glad to have a worldwide audience of people watching in this webcast, and even those a little closer afield are watching the coverage inside the tent with the big screen. They get a 10K view of what's happening out there, as I'm sure all of you out there are watching will have a similarly high quality of picture as we bring on Cole McCormick. 11.25 meter second pass on the violet line. There you go. Not bad.
Yeah, very nice skiing from Cole there. How much is this light going to play a factor, Tony, as the sun continues to go down?
Well, having looked at the sunlight to kind of gauge where it is, it'll probably start to affect a few of the skiers on the return pass back towards the starting dock. But a few of these skiers will train and under these lighting conditions. I mean, they've got to be essentially ready for anything that comes their way.
Yeah, anybody who skied, like, not in the dark, but when it gets darker, it definitely starts to feel faster. So we might see one of these early leaders put out a big score, and then, you know, see what happens as the sun continues to go down.
All right, so we got Cole McCormick, and we've also got Jonathan Travers. We see him on the dock, Jonathan Travers, and on the water. This now is Cole McCormick. Let's see what he can do here. 10.75 meters, there's one. There's number. Oh, and blows the tail on buoy number 2. Wow.
That was really weird and uncharacteristic of Cole. Man, that's a bummer. I know he's not going to be happy about that.
No, certainly not. And he's swimming into shore right now, just ruin his luck out there. Skied hard to make it to this section of the competition, and we're seeing a view from the water cam, and unfortunately there of Cole McCormick swimming in, but his gate shot didn't look all that bad. He got into a position, looked in.
Little pop out of 1, but man, he locked in so good out of 1 ball there. Looked like he just pushed a little too hard.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit antsy there, just wanted to get on his giddy up just a little bit too soon. You could tell coming into buoy number 2 that he really wanted to pull the trigger.
Yeah. Little slow on his gate, a little late actually on his gate through them, but yeah, then he just like steps on it here.
Whoa. But it is what it is, Cole McCormick, and that's always nice to have a little bit of greeting on the shore there with the missus, of course. And they're about to have their first child coming in August.
That'll be exciting.
That might be a little bit of a complication for Cole McCormick if he intends to ski the World Championships.
I think she's due in July.
In July?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes,
okay.
sir, A2.
Well, that wouldn't. Well,
that'll
be
some time.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit easier on the schedule.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, then. That in mind, we'll continue on. We've got Jonathan Travers, who had to work his way back into contention in this slalom competition. Let's see if he can put himself in a position like he did at the San Gervasio Pro last season, to where he could come out as the victor in this competition.
All right.
So here we go. We've got Scott Greenwood at the wheel, and about 12 or so meters directly behind him is Jonathan Travers. Getting the job done off the first few buoys, 2/3 of the way down the course right now, going past number 4 for 5 and number 6. Stick to skiing.
Showing his country of origin there, huh?
Yeah. Though he could have picked rugby.
True. The Latinos use their head more. I saw Robert and Pato yesterday at the qualifier doing back and forth with their head.
Yep, they're all into into soccer in that part of the world. I mean, it's basically a religion for those folks.
Starting to be one here in the United States, especially in Florida. Man, Florida soccer's no joke.
Yep, and the FIFA World Cup will be making its way to these parts around about this time next year. I think Orlando is actually one of the host stadiums, isn't that right?
That I don't know.
Let's.
Well, the wind's definitely not a factor anymore. It is very calm out here.
Nice. There we go. That is 11.25 meters. Started on 12. This is a good looking run, aside for a little bit of slippage out the back there on number 4, but I think he was basically easing up to allow him an easier path into number 5 and indeed number 6 to run the pass.
Yeah, he's looking good. Very strong, very nimble, just looking great. And I saw him walking around with his shoelace back, so I'm sure he's happy about that.
All right, so we've got Jonathan Travers in this men's slalom final in the Swiss Pro Slalom 2025. For those of you that are just joining us, you are joining us at an opportune time. We've already had 2 skiers out in the men's slalom final. Thibaut Dayon has the current lead with 2 at 10.25 meters. Colm McCormick on 1.5 at 10.75 meters. And we have 5 skiers remaining after 6 skiers remaining after Jonathan Travers, who is on the water right now, whom you can plainly see. He's gotten through 12 and 11, and 10.75 meters is next.
You want me to interview? Or am I on camera?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll keep going.
Toe shoes, tie-dye, and skipping. There you go.
It's the new thing.
Love it. Oh, little double for all you fans.
Thinks he's Rocky Balboa.
He skis like Rocky. He's a fighter.
Absolutely. Here we go. This is Jonathan Travers out of Groveland in Florida. Oh, a little bit out of the back there, but continuing to rock this pass. This is 10.75 meters, around number 5. Oh, gets a beautiful 5 and rodeos that line round buoy number 6 to get through the exit gates.
You see John, like as he's getting older, like he's a lot more calm and a lot more patient. He didn't get the best 2 and 4 there, but then at 5 ball, he super early and took advantage of it. Beautiful one.
Lovely one, and actually put a little bit more beef onto it at the end to maintain that angle across the back of the boat to get that necessary swing into like that turn into buoy number 4 on the instant replay.
Watch this. A little narrow, but look at how he comes out of it so early. That was awesome.
You only need to get the ski outside the buoy.
It's hard to tell with these guys like what line length it is, you know? 35, 38, 39, it all kind of looks the same.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the dock and seeing our next skier about to take to the water, it will be Charlie Ross.
Yeah. See, this year, I don't have any more tie-dye, but we got a new Peace 11 water ski t-shirts every year. Yeah.
All right. So now getting ready for, what is it, 10.25 meters now. Needing more than 2 for the lead, but realistically needs to try and get as far down this pass as he can to maybe, just maybe, put himself in contention for the win here. Has won at San Gervasio, did that last season, but that was a head-to-head format, which is basically a water skiing version of golf's match play. He's round number 3 and to the wake. Not quite sure yet, but he certainly tried to sell us on 3. We'll have a double check, and the score is under review at this time. At the very least, he'll be in a two-way tie with Thibaut Dayon, and I think because he has a superior score from the previous round, he may actually have the tie break, but we'll double check that and see. First thing we need to address is whether he actually got round number 3. If that's the case, then what I've just discussed a few seconds ago is moot. But here is number 1 and number 2. Whoa, wheelies on the back of the ski. Let's see what he's got. Oh, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
He definitely went around it. It's just, you know,
it's
just that displacement rule that if you push it, they take it. But he definitely went outside of it.
Oh, my word. It's 2 buoys. All right, let's see how this plays into a tie-break situation here.
Let's watch it this way.
Looking at it.
Yeah,
we don't see much of that buoy on the inside of the ski, unfortunately.
The other angle looked like he went outside of it.
All right, there. So what's the tie-break situation that occurs between Thibaut Dayon and Jonathan Travers? Jonathan Travers currently in a two-way tie for the lead. And actually, you're not going to believe this. It's a perfect tie all the way through.
Split the money. Guess they got to split the money.
Well, if it comes down to determining the win, then that could complicate matters. Let's send it over to Wade.
So, Tony, this is one of those opportunities of a lifetime for a few of these skiers. We've got young Charlie in waiting, and he's already got a win on his belt for the year. And, hey, you know, it could be him. He's right there if he puts a big score out. Same, we got Handsome Rob, already a couple victories to his name. So, yeah, we're right in that sort of part of the event where they put up a really big score. It completely changes the sort of mindset of the rest of the gentlemen in the on the dock on the wait list. So, yeah, big stuff. Awesome moment to be here. Back to you guys.
All right, just to kind of clarify a little bit what I just said so far as Jonathan Travers and Thibaut Dayon is concerned. Both of them are tied with the lead with 2 at 10.25 meters. So if it comes down to invoking a tie break to determine what position they would have beyond the win, that's where it gets complicated, because in round 2, both of them tied with 2. And in round 1, guess what they tied with? 2. So what do you do at that point? Yep. All right, then. So to the best of the knowledge that we've been briefed on, it would mean that if it was a tie break situation for anything below the win, then they would split the money and split the points. We're looking exceptional there on pass number 2 is Charlie Ross.
Charlie's looking really good here. I'll tell you, one skier in this field that's used to skiing 3 times a day, it's this kid. He came to the ski school the other day. He skied 3 times before 10 o'clock and then went to school.
Skied 3 times before breakfast, probably.
Yeah. Let's just say it motivated everybody there. They're like, wait, again? And he's like, yeah, I want to go again.
Energy and youthful exuberance.
And they were not like, long line passes. It was down the rope every time.
Doing different kind of scenario drills, like going off the dock on 12 meters, possibly, or
no, he started at 32 every time.
Okay.
No, that's not true. The last one he did start at 35. That's right.
Maybe one of these days he'll have the opportunity to go into the course at like 11.25 meters, or it could come to pass that he'd have to go into the course for his first pass at 10.75 meters in a runoff situation dictated by a tied score at 10.25.
Yeah, absolutely. That happens a lot. Yeah, some rowdy kids here. I wonder whose kid that is.
I don't know. So the ropes, the official ropes of the Swiss Pro Slalom, are brought to you courtesy of Masterline. And they also provide the bounty and the rope to the winner in each of our rope tension categories, women's and men's. So Trinidad Espinal wins the women's strength.
Here's Charlie, 39.
Competition. Here we go.
Beautiful 2-ball.
10.7.
Keep going, Charlie. Come on.
Keep going. There's number 4.
Beautiful
Keeping
4.
It going. Staying as cool
good.
as the proverbial cucumber.
Love it. I think he's going to break out. I think he's going to go for it here.
All right, excellent stuff there. That is Charlie Ross. And it's great to see him maturing into the role as of a pro slaloming athlete over the last few seasons. I mean, the video is still there on YouTube, on the TWBC YouTube channel, of him actually watching, actually skiing through 10.75 meters when he was, what, how old, 15?
I think he was 15.
Yeah. But that's still there for you to watch. And, of course, when this event ends, this competition will be archived for all time. So you can watch it again and again.
And I'm sure it gets watched a lot. I mean, this footage is second to none.
And the nice thing about YouTube is that fact that it does get archived, so people from around the world, I mean, they don't necessarily have to stay up. We certainly appreciate that those of you in places like Australia and what have you, and Mauritius, that was hinted upon there just a few minutes ago, that they have people watching there. But if you do want to watch again, or if you want to say, hey, you better check out this coverage from about this time and this time, then you can do that with the TWBC YouTube channel, and you can actually subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel and get notifications of when we are live again, as well as being able to participate in the live chat. Here we go. This is Charlie Ross, and this is the next pass at 10.25 meters. Let's see what he's got.
Beautiful one ball. Here we go. Come on, Charlie.
Oh, a little bit down course off number 2. He's
Come
good
on,
to
Charlie.
go around number 3. Does he make it outside 4? Not quite.
Good skiing. Just back a little bit out of 2 and 3 there, but that one ball was just money, money, money.
But he does have the outright lead. He does have the outright lead on 3, so let's give it up for him as he makes his way back to shore. This is Charlie Ross, 3 buoys at 10.25 meters.
Did you see that big hop? He's got lots of energy still.
Yes, indeed. And you know, he's a smart cookie, and his entourage that supports him are also equally as smart. So they'll probably tell him, keep your ski next to you, keep your jacket and gloves nearby, because the possibility of going into a potential runoff situation is still very much there with the level of skiers to come there, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you never know. Three's a good score.
Indeed it is, and great skiing there from Charlie Ross. Now, in respect to Thibaut Dayon and Jonathan Travers, their tied scorer, currently tied in second spot right now, is still a perfect tie, which means that whatever monies are distributed between the two of them, and it is between the two of them, because they will share the money and they will share the points. So, pretty exciting final. We're only halfway through, and or a little bit short of halfway through, because our next competitor up, coming to us out of Lincoln in England, this is Rob Hazelwood. Beautiful conditions out there, just absolutely pristine, paradise level conditions. There you go. Nicely done. So let's go over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with our new leader, Mr. Charlie Ross. And Charlie, I would agree with Matt Reaney up in the booth. Man, you came out of 1 there, not bad, like space before 2. What was going through your brain there?
Out of 1, I felt really good, and then I swung to 2, I felt decent, didn't get the turn out of it, but cut to 3, the plan was to throw a turn. Thought there was a chance of me blowing the tail, so I maybe safetied a little, I wanted to run that, but we'll see how it holds up. I mean, it's a great field here, so.
No, good stuff in another final for you, just more of a seasoned veteran every time you ski, huh?
Yeah, it's feeling better, like less nerves and more confidence while I ski, so it's happy.
No, fun to watch, man. Hang around, maybe in a runoff. You never know. Back to you guys.
All right, working our way down the list. We're looking at the leaderboard. Charlie Ross in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. Thibaut Dayon The only person in this field of skiers who has yet to win a professional men's slalom title. Every other skier on this list has won a title of some sort or another. Because, I mean...
Yeah, I'm sure he's pumped you're talking about that.
But
we love him.
But I mean, you take a look at some of the other skiers coming up next. Rob Hazelwood, who won last season at Botas and at Lake 38. Dane Meckler won last year for the first time at Mastercraft Pro. Freddie Winter, who won Moomba Masters last season. Corey Vaughan, who won the Oxfordshire Pro-Am in the dark. Nate Smith, who's won Lord knows how many titles, including this one. And then then you've got Charlie Ross, who won the Moomba Masters slalom title this season. Jonathan Travers last season, San Gervasio. Cole McCormick, Masters.
Speaks to the depth, absolutely. The field here today is unreal, absolutely.
And the one outlier I do have to mention. I wish I didn't have to mention it, but I mean it's there, and it's Thibaut Dayon, and
he's sitting right beside us, but he can't hear us, so
no,
he probably won't watch this part of the webcast, Tony. Don't worry.
No, but he looks happy enough with actually getting through to this slalom final, and
totally.
Yeah.
And he was pumped to be in the final with these guys.
And he'll get some cha-ching out of this. All right, so we've seen Rob Hazelwood go through the first couple of passes, 12 meters opener, 11.25 coming back. Scott Greenwood at the helm, and a big shout out to all of our officials that have contributed their fine skills in officiating this event, led by Michael Hurst, our chief judge. They certainly had a long day, as to have the skiers, and including our production crew here at TWBC. We've got
beautiful one ball.
We've got Rob
He's looking
Hazelwood
a lot better this round.
Looking good.
Last round he was struggling. He was a little narrow. Now he's up on the boat, much better.
Oh, nicely done. And a skier who placed in second here last season in the Swiss Pro Slalom in 2024. In 2025, he is a finalist once again, and getting everything going on. So there we go. That is Rob Hazelwood, and a member of that greater Hazelwood waterski dynasty that extends back into the middle to late 1970s with the emergence of skiers such as Tim and Mike Hazelwood. And so many others in that family tree that have excelled themselves admirably in tournament waterski events. Not only in slalom events, which we're seeing here right now, but also in tricks and especially in the jump event. So on the starting dock, we see Dane Meckler. He's getting ready to rock the roost. And we'll see what transpires. So, Rob Hazelwood. Certainly seen some good messages coming through. Although hopefully we won't have to break out the night vision cameras.
That's a good one ball. Hangs
number,
on to 2.
Hanging on for dear life, and he makes it to 3.
That's an easy 3 right there.
All right, that forces a potential for a runoff. So now this starts to get spicy and interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Rob Hazelwood. 3 at 10.25 meters. Good effort there from him.
Skiing. He got a great one and then hung on to that big, deep 2 ball, but then he just He had too much speed. I don't think he could turn at 3. Look at that. What a beautiful one ball. And then he gets in deep, but yeah, he got pulled up. He knew, look at, he's not happy with himself because he knew he got that one ball. It was so good.
All right, so Rob Hazelwood, I'm sure we'll get to listen to him in a moment or so. But in the meantime, Dane Meckler getting ready to proceed towards the slalom course. Skier who completed his undergrad studies at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, his postgrad studies at Florida State University. Involved in the industry of high finance when he's not negotiating his way around all 6 buoys on a short line. This now is Dane Meckler. This now, Dane Meckler, 12-meter start.
Oh, this view is so good. Look at this. Man, they got that drone on a string. Holy moly.
Okay, and having seen that clear opening pass, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, we got a handsome Rob here with a look at his 41, and he was thinking it was as good as it looked as we saw it here. So, yeah, here we go.
Super happy with the start. I mean, gate was a little funky, but I mean, the way the ski rotates here, I'm just, that's all I got. Like, that's all I need to do. And then this crap is like, just, what is that? And then, yeah, just lost my hips again. But that's what I did at 4:39 last time, and at least it was at 41 this time. So, yeah, it's just frustrating. I feel like the starts are coming. It's practice is helping, and it's just, yeah, that's the first time I've been frustrated with a 3 in a tournament because that start needs to do better.
Well, and you did worst case scenario as far as you tied for the leader in the clubhouse right now, tied with Charlie.
Yeah, but top 3 is all that matters in this event right now. So it's just frustrating. First round, I left more than a 3 on the table in terms of messing up the 2-ball and safety in it. This time I went the other way and fell in and pushed the ski out. So just got to find that middle ground. And I mean, next event's Masters. So if we find a 2-ball there, we'll be happy. But no, it's good. Yeah, I appreciate everyone here and family back home and everything. So I'm happy. Didn't embarrass myself too much. So let's see what the other boys can do and have a fun event.
Oh, good stuff. Thanks, Rob. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome back to Self-Deprecation 101, courtesy of Rob Hazelwood.
Didn't embarrass myself. 3 at 41 after a long day. It's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. There we go, 11.25 meters for Dane Meckler at this point in the proceedings. Gets round number 4. Just doesn't seem to put too much pressure on himself to make each turn out there. Good looking skiing there.
Yeah, Dane looks smooth.
All right, so as we continue on, let's crunch the numbers, shall we? Rob Hazelwood currently in a tie for the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters with Charlie Ross. Now, if that was to stay intact all the way through to the end as a tie for the lead, then there would be a potential runoff for the win. Now, if that score is superseded by any of the remaining competitors, including Dane Meckler, Freddie Winter, Corey Vaughan, or Nate Smith, if that tie is relegated to a position other than first, then Rob Hazelwood would have the upper hand because he has a secondary backup score of 4.5 at 10.75 meters compared to Charlie Ross's 1.5 at 10.75 meters. The other score, although superior, 3 at 10.25 meters for each of our skiers, doesn't break the tie. It's the secondary score that does the trick there. But we'll continue to rock and roll here.
All right, 39. This is going to give us a look into how he's feeling rhythm-wise with the boat. work on his gait. There's no wind out there now, so it was a good gait. He's looking good. Early. This is definitely smoother than the second 39 he ran.
Yeah, he's all over that one.
Yeah, that was good. He was chasing it a little bit in that second round. Obviously, the first round was a little windier, and he had the shoelace incident, so that was just super impressive all around. But this one looked more like Dane, just really controlled, managing his space in the course the whole time.
Yep. Third time's a charm. Certainly.
He's got good light, no wind. Greeny behind the wheel.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, it's pretty perfect.
So there we go, Dane Meckler. 3 skiers to go after him, Freddie Winter, Corey Vaughan, and Nate Smith. Now,
What year was it that Nate won this event in the dark and ran some ridiculous score at 43 off?
That's a tricky one to answer.
Got to be 18 or 19 maybe?
I think that was probably 19. I think that was the year before, you know what happened.
2018 or 2019, yeah. I think he got 3 at 43. I was in the boat. It was crazy.
Yeah, no, it was a great event.
And it was pretty dark.
Well, hopefully it won't get too much darker before we end this event.
You can see in their gate glide from that far end here. You can see the sun starting to go down.
Here we go. This is Dane Meckler. Now, this is 10.25 meters all over the show into buoy number
late
1.
At 1.
Late at 1, late at 2, and
it's
inside
2.
buoy number 3.
Yeah. He got popped and then overshot that gate and was way down course at 1.
Okay, that puts him into a three-way tie with Thibaut Dayan and Jonathan Travers, and because Dane Meckler has a superior backup score, he will actually be in outright third, while and Thibaut Dayan and Jonathan Travers both tied their scores tied with 2 at 10.25. They are relegated to sharing a 4th place position. So that's what we got going on. We have got 3 skiers remaining. The first of those 3 is going to be a skier from Great Britain. It is Freddie Winter. All right, they're just seeing that instant replay, and just the margins are just so finite. You know, being able to get it perfectly dialed in, and any kind of error.
Yeah.
And you toast at 10.25.
Yeah,
meters.
for sure. I mean, you need a lot of speed to get high on the boat, but then you can't have too much speed that you can't turn. So it's a little bit what happened there with Dane.
Here we go, folks. This is Freddie Winter. You certainly had to work the hard way to get to this point in the proceedings. Scored 3 1/4 at 10.25 meters in round number 2 to put himself in the lead at that time, and that lead wasn't challenged effectively until about 2 or 3 skiers from the end of the list on round number 2. But by that time, his fate had already been sealed. Here we go. We've got Wade coming up right now.
Well, guys, similar to the ladies' event, we've got 3 absolute heavies left. Fred Winter, Nate Smith, and man, who skied better last year than Corey Vaughan, who won a pro event in England and won the American title. So, yeah, door's still wide open. We've got the 3 threes on the board, but yeah, one of these guys I think is going to go out and, push the envelope, and the sooner the better. Yeah, back to you guys.
All right, so we've got Greeny at the helm of that Nautic towboat. The flying insects are now becoming a bit of a pest. Hence the reason why I got the long sleeve on now.
These guys are, you know, lucky to have a guy like Greeny in there. It's not easy to spend all day here and all day in the boat and stay focused and give the last guys, you know, as good a pull as the first guys. So hats off to these drivers who've been locked in all day.
All right, here we go, folks. This is Freddie Winter. 11.25. Shouldn't have too much in the way of problems in terms of running this this pass. Nice extension there into number 3 and 4. Actually, that was 5 and 6. I do beg your pardon, but looking impressive out there, and had to get here the hard way. And bearing in mind he was largely absent for much of last season, so he's trying to get back in and do it effectively.
Yeah, to have such a horrific accident and then to be skiing this well, you know, it seems like an eternity for him, I'm sure, but, you know, in the big picture, you know, you can see physically he's put in the work and he's put in the time on the water, and now it's just getting his groove out here in the final. And, you know, I think, like I said before, that last round really just uncorked something with him. I think we're going to see a big score from Freddie here.
All right, excellent skiing from Freddie Winter. 12 and 11.25 meters a run back-to-back. That is 35 and 38 off. For those of you that like to use feet and inches. So up and at 'em, folks, coming to us from the London borough of Wandsworth. This now is Freddie Winter. Sets himself up well for the first third of the course. Now
see the
into
light,
the
you
second
can
third.
see the light changing a little bit out there. There's more shadows, but this was beautiful 39. Very, very good.
Textbook. That's how you do it. That is some extremely effective skiing there, courtesy of Freddie Winter. Skier who regularly practices here over at Swiss Water Ski Resort. And also when his travels call for him to be back in the United Kingdom, he skis over at the Oxfordshire Water Ski Club. All right, so continuing right along, we've just seen Freddie Winter get through those 3 passes.
That's a big moment.
Yes, it is. Huge moment going forward.
He'd love nothing more than to put out a big score there and take this title. So we know he's going to be going for it.
Yeah, he's going to be going full tilt on this one. Let's see how far he can get on 10.25 meters. Scored 3 1/4 in the last round.
A little hiccup at 1. He's late.
He's late off
he needs
number
a big
2.
3.
Big 3, huge number 3, and unable to force his way round buoy number 4. However, he does score 3 at the very least, and that puts him into a 3-way tie for the lead right now.
Not what he wanted, but he's not out of it yet.
No, he's going to be sticking by with his ski, with his gloves, and see how the remaining two slalomers in this this men's slalom event fare. Yes, yes, absolutely. Do give him a round of applause. Freddie Winter.
What do we do, Tony, if the next two guys run 3?
Ooh. Okay, then we'd have a 5-way runoff. All right. All right. All right, so we're looking at Freddie Winter. We just had word that he actually tied, I believe he's tied the lead on rope tension as well. So he could...
I'd definitely vote for a runoff for that.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's got to be it. Is that it, Vince? That 3-ball right there?
I agree.
Beautiful.
So 3 buoys there for Freddie Winter. So he scored 3 1/4 at 10.25 meters, and that is the tie-break score if we have to go to a backup to determine a position other than the win. Corey Vaughan, 12 meters opener, coming to us out of bumpers, and now getting very closer to the point where we could be skiing in near darkness, which would absolutely suit Corey Vaughan right down to the ground, because his only pro win up until this time, after 15 years of trying,
was at night.
Was at night.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Freddie, another co-leader at the moment. So when was dying out almost completely to where maybe you would hardly even notice, but losing light?
Yeah, it's actually a weird flat light. I didn't like it. Like, you're putting out on your gates, you can't really feel how fast you're going. I actually had a solid enough gate there, but I think I didn't get the turn I wanted it to, and that's, you know, I'm not where I want to be. So that I can't complain about, and I certainly would have taken that this morning after the first round. So I'm a work in progress, and I'm happy. I mean, look, respectfully, I'm very happy to be competing with all these guys where I was really struggling not so long ago. So I'm really happy.
And tied for the lead with 2 left. Sit and wait with us. Back to you guys.
Nice to hear his gratitude and just being out here and taking it all in, because we know the scores are going to grow with him as the season goes on. So it's good to hear that.
Reminds me of the Lou Gehrig speech.
I don't know that speech, Tony.
Oh, it's part of American baseball lore.
Oh.
Yes. Anyway, let's have a look and see what Corey Vaughan can do.
And for the viewers at home, our screen's very bright in front of us, but when we turn around and look behind, it's definitely darker than it's showing on the screen here.
Our cameras do amplify whatever light happens to be hitting them, and amplifying his performance out there on the water.
Beautiful.
Is Corey Vaughan.
Yeah, and you know, Tony, it's good to learn something every day, and I learned something today, because when the second round, he got 4, what I thought was 4, but then they reviewed his score and gave him 3.5. So I asked him, I'm like, dude, how did you get 3.5 when you skied away? You didn't fall. You didn't pop the handle. But apparently you can't take the full hit behind the boat. You have to take the hit outside the wake and then cross into the center line. That's what he just told me. I didn't know that was a rule.
Okay.
But so, like, you saw what happened with him in the first round, or the second round. His official score is 3.5.
Okay. Yeah, I'd go along with that.
But he went around 4-ball, took the hit, and skied away. So you make math out of that. I need a judge who's a lot smarter than me to explain that to me. But apparently that's what he said.
Okay. We'll consult with the appropriate authorities.
There we go. Maybe we get Mike up here.
Okay, so a gate under review here for Corey Vaughan on that pass, on that return pass.
This would be brutal.
11.25 meters. We're going to, yeah, he's ready. I don't know if the gate review is still going on, and we're still carrying on despite that. But here we go. This is Corey Vaughan approaching the course, 10.75 meters. Let's see how far he gets down this run. Essentially needs to run this to still be in contention for the win here. There's number one. There is number two, a little off balance.
Yeah, he's
round number three.
Balance, but back in it.
But I tell you what, he was
Big
narrow and
four-ball.
off balance in the previous round, and he still made
Look at this.
some inroads. There you
the
go.
gates.
Nice skiing there. Corey Vaughan, our penultimate skier in this men's slalom final.
This 2-ball will be good on review here. And then his head went back at 4. So he was definitely coming up a little short and dumping over on that side. Pretty good. Great skiing by Corey.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's a long day, and it's not super light out anymore.
Nope, not at all. We got into a little bit of a delayed start this morning, around about 10:30 in the morning, due to the rain situation that we had. We projected a time of 8:30, but we lost a couple of hours, and that brings us to the situation that we have, despite the fact that we tried to try and gain a little bit of time by putting the skiers out one pass later as their opening pass, 13 meters for women and 12 meters for men in round one.
Yeah, we're gonna sneak in right before it gets dark here.
One would hope. All right, so Corey Vaughan, in order to take the lead and to...
He didn't come this far all day to lay up. He's going for it.
He's going after it, no
Come on,
doubt.
Corey.
Here comes Corey Vaughan.
Solid gate, but
There's
down
one.
course at 1.
Down course
He
on
needs a
number
big
one.
turn
It's a
here.
Huge turn. He
got
gets
it.
the turn that he needs.
Come on.
He's round number 3.
Ah.
Oh, and it's a
Another 3.
4-way tie.
Another 3. Goodness gracious. We may be settling this thing tomorrow.
Don't
Come on,
say
Nate.
that.
Come on, Nate.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring him back to the dock. That is Corey Vaughan. So now it becomes, what is it, a 4-way tie for the lead. Corey Vaughan, Freddie Winter, Rob Hazelwood, Charlie Ross.
Some cold 39s coming up.
Whew. It's definitely getting there, folks. Now let's have a look at the other permutation. We've got one skier left to go, and he's getting ready to hit the water. That's Nate Smith, multiple-time champion himself. So he knows what it takes to win here, and win in less than optimal light, because several years ago, and I think it was 2019, that he actually won the Swiss Pro Slalom by getting on to 9.75 meters, having run 10.25 meters on the previous run. So here's how it stacks up. Corey Vaughan is in that 4-way tie with 3 at 10.25 meters. He also has the tiebreaker with 3.5 at 10.25 meters, as is a higher backup. Freddie Winter on 3.25 is behind him. Then we have the likes of Rob Hazelwood and Charlie Ross in that order for tie breaks for positions other than the win. Here comes Nate Smith, 12 meters, gets it to go.
What do you think, Tony? Are we coming tomorrow, or is Nate going to run 4? Yeah.
All right then. So through the exit gates, and let's go and see Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Corey, and another 3, but maybe you left a little chicken on the bone, right?
Yeah, I mean, right there at that 3 ball, I know if I dump it, I'm right back into 4th place, out of the money, out of the chance. Tried to ride that razor's edge to get the secure 3 and get to 4, and I didn't quite get it. So That's unfortunate. We're going to find out what happens now. Whatever does happen. Biggest thing I want to say is a big shout out and hello to my son Seth at home. I love you, buddy. And to Amelia, I love you and everybody watching. Mwah.
Nice. Daddy makes everybody happy when he skis good, right? Back to you guys.
Well, that was cool. Family man. Love it. Now the lights here are finally working. Look at this.
Oh, there we go.
Where's our makeup crew?
Looks like I'm about to melt. I don't know about you.
It's been a fun day.
Yeah, absolutely. No two ways about that. Great to have you on board. For those of you just arrived, if you've just arrived onto the scene here with this webcast, where have you been for the last few hours?
Man, look at this drone shot, Tony. Sun's going down. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And another opportunity for you there to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll get notifications as the next time we go live, and it gives you the opportunity to comment on the live chat. Here we go. This is Nate Smith. 11.25 meters. Nate Smith, who's very much firmly affixed into his career path as a commercial pilot these days. But he still slices and dices it with the best of them.
Yeah, I think he was able to ski more this winter and this spring than he was previous years, because I know last year he was not in form at the beginning of the season, but boy, does he look good now.
Yeah, indeed. He's getting that really, really characteristic swing up onto the towboat, and is just absolutely just tearing his way through this pass. 12 and 11.25 meters in successive passes.
Yeah, so
now what's going to be telling is what could potentially happen within the next 9 buoys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the only thing, he's skiing amazing. The only thing that's a factor is the light, but he just looks so smooth and right on rhythm with the boat. So I think he's feeling good about it.
Yep.
What do you think?
I think he's got this on lock.
Yeah. I think he's thinking, I got to beat those 4 guys again, or I can just do it all right now. You know?
All right, up and at 'em, folks. 10.75 meters, critical pass, and you can see the light being shone from our announcing position going down the lake now. Clear as day. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4.
So good.
Nicely done.
I mean,
okay, and has
on.
put himself within, what is it, 3 and a bit buoys from victory.
That was a beautiful 39. And let me tell you, if you're here, you know. If you're not here, it is not very light out right now.
Okay, so how to disappoint 4 guys at once?
Get your feet outside 4-ball.
Yeah, exactly. So getting ready for the next run, Nate Smith. So looking at this once again, just seems to have an ease about what he's doing. That characteristic swagger out there on the slalom course, very much back in his hands. And let's check in with Wade.
The moment of truth, guys. That's what we are all here for. Yeah, deciding factor. Last skier gets to throw the last punch. Will he land it? We're going to find out right now. Back to you guys.
Little breath of tailwind coming up.
All right. Critical moments coming up right now. That Nautic towboat making its way back towards the dock.
Here we go.
Could there be more action courtesy of that Nautic towboat going forwards? We'll find out in the next few seconds. Nate Smith, entrant number 1,
Nice
gets that one to
ball.
go. Round number 2.
Nice
Little
2.
down course.
Come on.
Round number 3.
A
He
little shaky,
almost
but
ends it
he's
there.
got it.
There's number 4. There's number 5. He knows he's got the victory.
There
So,
you go.
ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Swiss Pro Men's Slalom Champion from McCordsville, Indiana, it is Nate Smith. Great effort there.
I bet he's got some bugs in his eyes after that run.
So great skiing there from Nate Smith. That therefore relegates Corey Vaughan, Freddie Winter, Rob Hazelwood, and
Look
Charlie
at this.
Ross down
Look at
to
this one
positions
ball.
below.
Perfect one ball.
Looking at the podium, great position off number 1, as you rightly
Perfect
said there.
too.
And just
Little
he had
hiccup at
this.
3. He was just like, it was a little bumpy there. But
Gets
then,
off number 3. He knew he had to win on number 4, and he figured, okay, do I just continue to ski and run it, or just get enough to actually win it?
that was great.
No, it's the difference between the punch that Foreman could have given Ali, but he gets the job done with 4.
All right. Well, I know I'm taking Zane to Mission Barbecue on the way home because that was the deal tonight.
All right.
Claremont.
You go have yourself some barbecue, and thanks a lot there, Matt Reaney. Fantastic job out there.
It was really fun.
Yeah, it was definitely fun from our perspective here, and looking at the instant replay one more time, we've just seen Nate Smith just absolutely just crush this one. Gets around number 4, says thank you very much to the wake, and let's bring Wade Cox back into the fray.
Hey guys, here with the champ, lucky number 7. So, yes, I was counting the board, yeah. And great start there at 41, man. Nails. A little wiggle there, maybe a little safety check at 3.
Yeah, your famous word of a safety check, which is exactly what kind of happened at 3. I was telling the guys at the other end that, it's a tough spot because you go down at 3, you're 5th. But if you tie it, you're in the game or the hunt for first. But I had a pretty good start down there again, and I actually kind of went for it at 3 and fell at the back a little bit, like more than I thought I was going to, so it scared me a little bit. But, just super excited to start the season off with a win.
No, well done, man. Yeah, I was just going to say, what a way to start the season and get ready for Masters, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the next tournament for me. I don't really have anything between now and then except a lot of days at work and a plane. So, yeah.
Well, good stuff. Well-deserved Swiss Pro Champion 25 and number 7.
And there you go. Great skiing there from Nate Smith. And let's have a look at the leaderboard for one more time. There is Nate Smith. His score of 5 at 10.25 meters is your winning score. Corey Vaughan in second with 3 at 10.25 meters. Via a tiebreak, that puts him above Freddie Winter with his score of 3 at 10.25 meter. Via a tiebreak, Rob Hazelwood, 3 at 10.25 meters. Via tiebreak, Charlie Ross, 3 at 10.25 meters. Dane Meckler in 6th spot with 2 at 10.25 meters. Thibaut Dayan and Jonathan Travers also tying with a 2 at 10.25 meters. Thibaut Dayan and Jonathan Travers both tying for 7th place, incidentally. And the skier number 9 with 1.5 at 10.75 meters is Cole McCormick. All right. One more scoreboard to show you, having shown you this one for the men's slalom. The rope tension, we've got a tie. It's Sasha Deska and Freddie Winter, both tying with 435, which is the equivalent of 959 pounds of force. So congratulations to both Sasha Deska and Freddie Winter, both tying with that award. So, we got one thing to go. We've got our prize giving to take place, and that concludes the proceedings here at the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2025. And when we return, we'll have the prize given for both the women and the men right after this.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Check, check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award presentations for the 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom. All right, before we go into the awards ceremony proper, I'd like to give the microphone over to my good friend and tournament director, Mr. Clint Stadelbauer. Give it a big cheer, please.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you to everybody. What a day. We started in the rain. We're finishing it tonight. But in between, we had bright Florida sunshine. So great day. Thank you. I want to thank the officials, led by great job from Mike Hurst, and a special thanks to Dana Garcia at the scoring, which did an amazing job. Want to thank the skiers. You guys are great. Every year, you perform better and better. Thanks to the drivers, Scott Greenwood and Andrew Bergman, for a great job. Appreciate the help of our sponsors and donors that makes this tournament possible. I want to thank the audience from around the world for watching us. And we'll all see you next year. Thank you.
All right, so before we go into the actual awards proper, let me tell you about our women's audience prize. Johan Andersson from Sweden wins the women's prize, and the men's prize is won by Dale Bloodshed Jr. from the United States. So they win themselves a D3 and a Connolly slalom ski, respectively. All right. So before we go into the big prizes, let me tell you about the rope tension contest. And the women's rope tension contest brought to you by Masterline, and they'll be giving the winner a bounty and the rope. The women's rope tension contest winner, coming to us out of Chile, Trinidad Espinal. Presenting the prize for the women's rope tension contest, Russell Gay. Ladies and gentlemen, your rope tension women's slalom winner, Trinidad Espinal of Chile. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on to the rope tension for the men, and it is going to be a tie between these two competitors. Winning the rope tension for the men is Sasha Desker and Freddie Winter.
I don't know.
Presenting the prize also Russell Gay of Masterline. All right, then, now we come down onto the big awards. And what we're going to do with the big awards is invite all of our finalists to make their way towards the podium area. So with that being the case, in 6 spots, representing Canada in the women's slalom competition, Paige Pagozzi. Come on down, Paige. 6th spot, Paige Pagozzi, ladies and gentlemen. And as she positions herself next to the podium, in 5th spot from Australia, Vanessa Veek. Where are you, Nessie?
No, she's gone. She's gone.
Okay, so we celebrate her 5th place in absentia. In 4th spot, representing the United States of America, Ali Nicholson. So Ali Nicholson in 4th. In 3rd spot, representing Canada with a score of 3 at 10.75 meters in the final, it is Jamie Bull. And now, bringing you your runner-up with a score of 4 at 10.75 meters, also from Canada, Whitney Reaney. And now, presenting to you your champion in the 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom Women's Slalom Competition. It's her 10th win in this competition, so with a score of 1 at 10.25 meters, it is none other than Regina Jaquez. Receiving the champagne and the trophy and all the accoutrement associated with that. And one other thing that you need to have is a microphone to tell these good folks what you need to say.
Hey everybody, thanks for staying in tune and watching. It's an honor to get my 10th Swiss Pro title, so thank you to the Saddlebauer family, everybody here and all the officials working so hard and tirelessly, everybody watching and everybody from back home. 10th win, and I already told my sister that one was for her, so thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to your podium, Ali Nicholson, Jamie Bull, Paige Pagozzi, Whitney Reaney, and your winner for a 10th time, Regina Jaquez. Now you've got to open up that bottle, please. Too late? The boys will pop it. Ladies, thank you. All right, now we go on to the final series of presentations, and this concerns our men. Now, because we had so many people tied in 7th spot, we took 9 people through to the slalom final. That being the case, in 9th spot, from Canada, Cole McCormick. All right, we have a tie for 7th spot between Jonathan Travers and Thibaut Dayon. All right, moving on up, as it were. In 6th spot, from the United States, Dane Meckler. And now, going on to the top 5, starting off with Canada's Charlie Ross. All right, in 4th spot from Great Britain, Robert Hazelwood. And now, presenting to you your top 3 with a score of 3 at 10.25 meters in the final. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up, please, for Great Britain's Freddie Winter. All right, moving on up. Runner-up position, also with a score of 3 at 10.25 meters. He is second by virtue of a superior backup. The skier is from the United States, and he is Corey Vaughn. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, the champion in the men's slalom competition in the 2025 Swiss Pro Slalom with a score of 5 buoys at 10.25 meters in the final. Your champion for the 7th time of asking, it's Nate Smith. Michael Hurst, our chief judge, presenting the prizes. Don't pop that just yet because I've got to give you a microphone, sir.
Thank you, Tony. I just want to thank everybody here, the officials that put the event on, the Stadelbauers. You know, we all come here every year, and it always comes down to the end of the day and trying to put up a big score. But there's a couple people here that weren't here this weekend. One of the guys that was probably my first friend in water skiing, and that was Chris Parrish. And, you know, he's with his dad in the hospital this weekend. So I know everybody up here on this podium is thinking about him, and we just want to give Chris Parrish a shout out, and we've all got your back. So thanks.
Okay, before we allow you to open that bottle, I've got to present the one remaining prize, the skier of the day, with a percentage of 20%. The skier of the day. Could it be him? Could it be Thibaut? Could it be Jonathan? Could it be Charlie? No, it's Freddie. All right. So, Nate, pop away, sir. It would be nice. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your podium finalists and your champion, Nate Smith, for 2025 here at the Swiss Pro Slalom men's competition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a conclusion this event. Thank you very much for being present here in what is probably the fastest award presentation post an event in the history of tournament water skiing. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Be sure to stay tuned for our next event, the promo coming up on your screens in the next few seconds. But on behalf of Clint, on behalf of Vinny and the crew who you will see credited on the screen right after I go silent, ladies and gentlemen, you've been a great audience, and until next time, it is ciao for now.